I have created scientific magic. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 451. I bet the Magic Kingdom will collapse in less than a month. 2 in 1. In the school's residence in the city of Kerosene, Monroe carefully checked the room again and confirmed that the wizards had not secretly set up any eavesdropping magic. Then he placed the crystal ball on the table. The red light became stronger and stronger, and a strange wave of magic power soon spread in all directions. Monroe was not worried that the energy fluctuation would alarm the wizards. Although the entire city of Kerosene was set up with magic to detect divine arts, the crystal ball in his hand was essentially a magic weapon, and it was precisely because of this that it could pass the previous search. The wizards had a variety of alchemical props, and the Parliament could not check them one by one, nor would it do something that would easily cause dissatisfaction. It was also very normal for a wizard to use magic in the room and produce some magic fluctuations, and there was nothing to doubt. After all, there were too many wizards who conducted experiments in the room and even caused accidents. However, Monroe's face showed a trace of disgust and frustration. He was a lieutenant of the God's Punishment Army, but he had fallen to the point where he needed to rely on such an evil magic weapon. This is simply a shame. While thinking, the red light has gradually faded, and what appeared in front of him was a blurry image, but it can be vaguely recognized that this is the current head of the Holy See, Pope Alvis. Your Highness. Monroe knelt on one knee, excitedly and respectfully said. As an ordinary adjutant in the God's Punishment Army, he had the opportunity to meet the Lord's messenger in the world only when he participated in the grand ceremony, but now he can talk alone. You shouldn't have attracted the attention of those wizards these days. Pope Alvis looked at Monroe, who was kneeling in front of him, and asked indifferently. I don't think so, sir. Monroe hesitated. Although he had argued and refuted a few words when teaching in the academy in the past week, they were still at a normal level. In fact, because some of the professor's remarks were too strange, there were voices of inquiry and doubt in almost every class. One more of him is not much, and one less of him is not much. Monroe estimated that he had not attracted the attention of the wizards yet. At least when he went out, he did not notice any signs of being followed or monitored. In that case, how much of the task I gave you have been completed? Alvis asked again. Monroe replied, I have not yet found out where Lord Joshua is imprisoned. Those wizards are very vigilant. I guess only a very small number of parliamentarians, or even the speaker, know this information. As for the magic star, his whereabouts are unknown. He should have stayed in the city of Kerosene recently. I only collected some information about him. At this point, Monroe was extremely ashamed. The Pope trusted him so much that he handed such a difficult task to him. But for a whole week, he did not have any key gains. After successfully entering the city of Kerosene, those wizards seemed very generous and did not restrict anyone's freedom, but in fact they confined them to the Wizard Academy for easy supervision. Not to mention that they had to waste a lot of time listening to the nonsense of those professors. Alvis was naturally aware of the risks of sneaking into the enemy's hinterland, so he did not mean to blame Monroe. Instead, he asked about the current situation of the City of Fire Oil, and then sighed and added, how many of the Lord's people are still alive under the rule of those wizards? Although they were reluctant to say so, to a certain extent, they were indeed forced to abandon the believers of the City of Fire Oil and even the entire kingdom, allowing them to fall into the evil control of the wizards. Now there is only a scene of corpses and heads rolling everywhere. The wizards will never let go of those believers who believe in the Lord devoutly. But I think they seem to be not bad. Monroe paused, hesitant to speak. These days, he has also conducted a series of investigations and visits, preparing to expose the prosperity of the surface of the City of Fire Oil, and the results surprised him. Not only are those wizards willing to pay high salaries to buy the labor of the poor, they also guarantee their 3 meals a day. Even the casual workers recruited temporarily in the slums eat delicious white bread, and occasionally have a fish fillet for lunch. Adding the salary of 5 imperial silver coins, This is already the treatment that only the elite soldiers of the Empire can have. Monroe told everything he saw and heard, and finally reported, "I think these wizards are trying to use money to corrupt the piety of the poor to the Lord." This is indeed worth noting. Alvis's expression was extremely solemn. If the wizards continue to implement brutal rule, it would be easier to deal with them. This kind of hypocritical and unscrupulous flattery is actually digging the foundation of the church's existence. Monroe continued to add, "Moreover, they are updating their weapons very quickly, and a large number of new weapons are produced every day. I also heard that these wizards are building something called a train, which can transport nearly 1,000 tons of goods and 1,000-man army from any corner of the kingdom to the city of Fire Royal in a few hours." Hearing this, Alvis's face became extremely ugly, and he immediately realized how much of a threat this thing called a train would bring. This means that the wizards will have extremely terrifying war potential, and they can continuously dispatch soldiers and supplies from the entire kingdom for reinforcement as long as they need. Just as Alvis frowned and thought about countermeasures, Monroe suddenly spoke, "But in my opinion, it won't be long before the entire kingdom collapses on its own." "Oh?" Alvis looked at Monroe in surprise, wondering why he suddenly said that. Monroe explained with a solemn oath, "Those wizards slaughtered the local nobles wantonly, but they were not good at management. They squandered the looted wealth wantonly, making the poor people in the entire Fire Royal City eat meat and white bread, and issued extremely high rewards. However, they don't care about farming and production. They only know how to greedily earn more coins." Now a large area of land in the Fire Royal City has been abandoned. I believe that other cities in the eastern part of the kingdom under the rule of wizards will not be an exception. Monroe became more and more excited as he spoke, and Pope Alvis gradually understood the meaning of his words. In order to make money, wizards pulled poor farmers from the fields to the workshops to produce weapons and more valuable alchemical creations. Such a short-sighted move is undoubtedly a way to death. The kingdom can still maintain its dignity now because they tempted those traitorous merchants with money and were able to buy enough food from the empire. They only need to cut off this trade line. I dare to conclude that the wizards will collapse without a fight in 3 months at most." Monroe concluded quite proudly, "This is the best news I've ever heard." Alvis's frown suddenly relaxed, and he looked at Monroe with admiration. He is indeed the person who was strongly recommended by Gustav, the commander of the God's Punishment Army. This keen insight and reasoning ability is simply unnatural for intelligence activities. It was a bit of a waste of talent to be just an adjutant of the God's Punishment Army before. Although he trusted Monroe's judgment very much, Alvis still shook his head and pointed out a flaw in the plan. 3 months is too long. I suspect that when the wizards realize that something is wrong, they will go all out, watch the kingdom decay, and turn to attack the empire on a large scale. He dared not imagine how armed the wizards would be in 3 months. The kingdom has a population of more than 3 million. Even if 1 out of 15 is drawn, it can pull out a legion of tens of thousands of people. It only takes 1 week for each person to be able to skillfully operate a musket and become a qualified soldier, threatening the fully armed God's Punishment cavalry on the battlefield. Not to mention the wizards' new aircraft, airships, alchemy vehicles, thunder cannons, electromagnetic cannons, and many other powerful alchemy tools. Even if the whole empire is combined, it may not be able to win this fierce battle. "Your Majesty, what do you mean?" Monroe asked hesitantly. "We might as well speed up this process." Alvis was wise. His eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, "I think you should have noticed that the wizards' actions in the kingdom have caused dissatisfaction among some people." Monroe's thoughts turned slightly, and he immediately thought that the Pope was referring to the nobles of the kingdom. Although they betrayed the empire and the church, I think some of them were forced to choose the wrong path because of the coercion of the wizards. We might as well give them another chance to prove themselves. Alvis' eyes flashed a cold and sharp edge, and then continued to speak. "I will let another person handle this matter. You just need to continue to explore intelligence in the city of Fire Oil and cooperate with it while ensuring your own safety." "Yes, Your Majesty." Monroe nodded in response. He knew very well that the church would never send only him and Ivana to sneak into the kingdom. In fact, he knew that there were more than 300 spies caught by the wizards. Those who could still hide in the dark were the elite among the elite. If you can successfully cause chaos in the kingdom, then you will be the first hero. After defeating these blasphemers, I will personally baptize you, Alvis said approvingly. Monroe was so excited that he could not speak. In the past, only the top leaders of the church were qualified to receive the personal baptism of the Pope, which was equivalent to a guarantee to the pinnacle of power. With the plan to weaken the wizard kingdom, Alvis' worries for several months were suddenly alleviated a lot, and he continued, "Do you have anything else to report?" Monroe hesitated for a moment, and then he talked about many strange theories that he had heard in class these days, from geometry, the laws of celestial movement to planetary theory. Alvis listened halfway, raised his hand to indicate that Monroe did not need to continue, and then explained, "Obviously, they are trying to distort the Bible. I think Gustav must have warned you that all witchcraft books carry the power of the devil and are very deceptive. The best way to resist erosion is to not listen, not hear, and not ask." "I understand. Thank you for your warning, Your Holiness," Monroe agreed deeply. The words of these wizards are indeed very inflammatory. For example, the planetary theory, such a thing that goes against common sense, can actually make up many seemingly similar theories as evidence, confusing tens of thousands of people. Even after listening to it, I can't help but feel that there is a little bit of truth. It was not until now that Monroe suddenly realized that he was polluted by the knowledge of the devil and his soul was no longer pure. Perhaps this is why His Holiness the Pope wanted to baptize himself personally. Realizing this, Monroe was extremely moved, but soon thought of his companion Ivana. She might be more polluted than himself, because in the past 2 days Monroe found that the girl had even started taking notes in class. This is an extremely dangerous tendency, which made him feel deeply uneasy. But just as Monroe was about to ask for instructions, the image of the Pope in front of him suddenly went from clear to blurry, and the red light from the crystal ball began to flicker irregularly, and then went out directly. Monroe was immediately startled and turned his head to look around, thinking that the wizards had discovered him and interrupted his magic. Fortunately, Monroe immediately remembered that the cardinal who managed dangerous witchcraft creations had reminded him that the signal of this thing was not good, and the communication time should not be too long, otherwise the signal of this thing might be interrupted. Damn witchcraft creation, Monroe cursed, but there was nothing he could do. He was not a wizard, and he didn't understand alchemy. He could only wait for it to recharge itself before making the next connection. The only thing to be thankful for was that the key things had been said almost. Monroe quickly sorted out his emotions, put away the crystal ball, and pushed the door and walked out. Ivana was leaning against the wall in the living room, her right hand on the hilt of her sword, to prevent someone from suddenly breaking in and interrupting the call. When she saw Monroe coming out of the house, she asked curiously, "Is everything going well, Monroe?" "Very good. The Pope has recognized my ability and strategy," Monroe said complacently, and then looked around Ivana for a while, and immediately noticed the thick notebook hanging on the girl's waist. This place was originally used to hang the Bible, but now it is used to place notes on wizard knowledge, Monroe said dissatisfiedly. "You seem to be very interested in wizard knowledge these days, right, Ivana?" "You are too obvious, Monroe." Ivana's face did not change, but she reminded him, "Wizards have a strong desire for knowledge. People like you who never take notes in class are absolutely a minority, and it is easy to attract their attention. This is indeed my negligence." Monroe's face changed, and his tone suddenly slowed down. "You have to be extra careful, too. The knowledge of the devil has the power to bewitch people. In-depth study may distort our cognition." Ivana nodded hesitantly. "1 month. We just need to hold on for another month," Monroe said confidently. "According to my plan, with the help of those people, the huge magic kingdom will collapse in a month at most." 1 month? Ivana thought about what she had seen and heard in the past few days and sighed secretly. "I'm afraid the poor people in the kingdom will suffer again." Chapter 452 Nuclear Fusion Reactor, 2-in-1. In the afternoon, in the city of Kerosene, under a transfer order from the parliament, all the alchemists who were able to come to the stage gathered in the front hall of the former duke's mansion. They needed to draw the largest alchemy array in history. The scope was the entire mansion, with a total of 1.72 million runes. Before this, the elemental wizards had cast a spell to remove all the decorations and furniture, and hollowed out the underground to free up enough space. For the sake of confidentiality, the speakers did not reveal that this was a legendary promotion ceremony, but only said that Master Lin En had developed a new magic, and this was the place to experiment with magic. What kind of magic needs so many runes? Tick took his own drawing on the ground, and whispered to himself. He could see that the part he was responsible for seemed to be a formation for guiding magic. This thing is usually used to accumulate momentum to cast a certain kind of magic, but it is really imaginative to make such a big scene. Like Tick, the more than 500 alchemists involved couldn't help but guess what such a huge array was used for. I heard that Master Lin En is preparing to create a new sun on the ground. An alchemist said in a low voice. Sun? Charlie, this joke is not funny. The witch next to him sneered and shook her head. What is the sun? It is a star hanging above their heads, the source of light. According to the speculation of those prophet scientists, the mass of the sun is at least 1,000,000 times that of the planet under their feet. If it moves a little, the continent under their feet will be destroyed. That would be the real end of the world. I'm not talking about a joke. The wizard named Charlie was quite helpless. This was the top secret information he secretly inquired about. Stop chatting, be serious. This alchemical array is very important. We need to complete it as quickly as possible. Not a single symbol can be wrong, Vittorio solemnly ordered. This promotion ceremony was related to his life and property and the possibility of becoming a legend. Vittorio was naturally very concerned. He was not only responsible for the most core array arrangement, but also personally checked the arrangement of each rune when he was free. Under the personal supervision of the speaker, no one dared to be lazy. Tick and others worked hard and focused on the work at hand. When Lin En stepped into the manor, he saw a scene of hundreds of people gathered together to draw a picture. How is the progress, Lord Vittorio? Lin En asked softly. Not bad. Most of the problems have been solved. I used a duplex structure to form this alchemy array, so that even if there are errors in the array in one or two areas, it will not affect the overall situation. Vittorio took Lin En to wander around the manor, while explaining to him in detail the arrangement of the array and the prepared plans. Lin En nodded repeatedly. Vittorio's caution made him very satisfied. Once the nuclear fusion reactor gets out of control, it is no joke. No matter how much preparation is made, it can't be said to be completely safe. In short, we have done the best we can. Vittorio sighed. This time, he used all his life's knowledge and gathered the power of the elite of the entire parliament. If even this doesn't work, then even if the soul is annihilated by the energy rhine during the promotion ceremony, Vittorio feels that it is not unfair. Relax. As long as you make sure that all aspects are arranged properly, I think success should not be a problem, Lin En said, handing over a drawing of a nuclear fusion reactor. Creating a little sun on the ground is an extremely incredible thing for wizards, and they will think it is extremely difficult, but for Lin En, the construction of a nuclear fusion reactor is very sparse and common, and there are some technical difficulties in miniaturization. Vittorio admired the drawing carefully as if he had found a treasure. Building a sun is simply the greatest masterpiece in the history of alchemy. Lin En was thinking about how to use magic to solve some material problems. If the atomic bomb breaks the uranium element and splits a large element into several small elements, then nuclear fusion is the opposite, combining two small elements into a larger element. Of course, the principle of their energy generation is the same, that is, in the process of splitting or combining, there will inevitably be a loss of mass, and this loss of mass is the source of the terrifying energy of the nuclear explosion. There are many technical difficulties in nuclear reactors, but there are two real fatal problems. One is how to heat the fusion material to a high enough temperature. To promote nuclear fusion, you need to use the strong nuclear force, one of the four fundamental forces, so that the two nuclei will be tightly combined together instead of being repelled by the same charge. But the strong nuclear force has a very short range of action, and the two nuclei need to be very close to each other. This distance needs to be maintained at the order of 10-15 meters, that is, 0.000001 nanometers. This is undoubtedly a desperate number, but there is no way. That is high temperature and high pressure. Judging from the atmospheric pressure of the planet under our feet, the temperature needs to be raised to more than 100 million degrees to achieve this. The second question that arises is what kind of container can be used to hold fusion materials with a temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. After the mass energy equation was proposed, these two problems have troubled mankind for more than 100 years. Fortunately, there are relevant information and drawings in the database of 071. After careful consideration, Lin En plans to use laser focusing to achieve the high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees. It just so happens that they have developed laser magic before. As long as the magic power is sufficient, this should be achieved smoothly. The remaining question is how to restrain this force. Combining the abilities of the wizards, Lin En thinks that he can try to use magnetic field to restrain the core or gravitational restraint. As for which one to use, in theory, gravitational restraint is the most reliable. For example, the reason why stars can maintain their shape unchanged under violent fusion reactions is that the influence of gravity forms a balance with the internal fusion reaction. If they can replicate this, they can truly simulate a small sun. However, it is not easy to create a large source of gravity. He once asked of, but got negative answer. Moreover, the influence of gravity is very wide. At that time, let alone this manner, I am afraid that the whole city will be involved. So Lin En can only settle for the second best and use electromagnetic confinement to solve this problem. Use invisible magnetic field to restrain powerful energy? What a good idea. Vittorio just happened to see this and sighed at Lin En's exquisite idea. He has seen that this drawing is very complete, which proves that Lin En's artificial sun plan is not an unfounded fantasy, but has a set of rigorous magic theory as support. This makes Vittorio feel much more relieved. By the way, how is the Vatican recently? Is there any new situation? Vittorio handed the drawing back and asked. It has been a long time since they defeated the punitive army. The other party may be afraid of the deterrence brought by the large nuclear explosion and dare not invade on a large scale, but he knows very well that the Vatican will never let them continue to develop. Lin En recalled the information he received yesterday and explained. According to the spies' reports, 3 evil gods have occurred in the empire in the past few months. Coupled with the impact of witch hunting, the empire is not peaceful now. That's good news. Vittorio raised his eyebrows. What they are most worried about now is that the church will go all out and mobilize all its forces to fight them. No matter how fast the nuclear reactor is built, it will take 2 or 3 months. It will take about 2 months to extract heavy hydrogen. Without the same level of power to deal with the incarnation of the false god, they can only be forced to use nuclear explosion magic, which kills 10,000 enemies and injures 8,000 of their own. Strong energy waves cannot distinguish between enemies and friends. Last time, the land dozens of kilometers outside the city was destroyed. This time, it might be the kerosene city or the capital. Lin En also smiled. It seems that they have made a big fuss about the defeat of the expeditionary army, so that all the restless people who were hiding in the dark have come out. Although it is a pity that a large-scale witch hunt has been triggered, resulting in the tragic deaths of many wizards, the church is also busy at this time, and it should be able to buy them some time. As for those evil gods and their believers, Lin En did not have any good feelings. These most ancient psychic wizards had been eroded by the power of faith and lost their minds. It would be great if the church could successfully eliminate these people. In this way, they would not need to free up their hands to clean up these troubles when they took over in the future. Just as the two were discussing, a servant came in from the door with a file and interrupted respectfully. "Mr. Speaker, Master Lin En, it is intelligence about the Empire." Lin En took the paper and took a look, then frowned. "What a coincidence." "What's wrong?" Vittorio asked, puzzled. "It's about the evil god disaster." Lin En explained. According to the report of the spies, 3 evil god disasters occurred in the Empire, but strangely, they were eliminated one by one without causing too many casualties. You must know that only the 6-ring great wizards are qualified to step into the ranks of evil gods. After obtaining the power of faith, their strength can reach the pseudo-legendary level. which is definitely not something that ordinary clergy can handle. Generally speaking, once the believers awaken the evil god, it means tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of casualties. The local church alone has almost no ability to resist, and it must be handled by legendary clergy. This time is different. 3 consecutive evil god disasters were easily suppressed, as if the high-level officials of the Holy See had received the news in advance and ambushed there. This is indeed a bit strange. Vittorio stroked his white beard, wondering what the Holy See was doing. In addition, there is a second noteworthy intelligence. The wizard in charge of communication received a strange electromagnetic wave signal in the evening yesterday. Because the speed of electromagnetic wave transmission is too fast, they have no way to confirm the source, let alone the ability to decipher it. After careful consideration, they can only use electromagnetic magic to interfere with it. Has anyone developed the use of electromagnetic waves in magic? Lin En was very curious, but more vigilant, because the most superficial use of this thing is usually to transmit information. 3 days later, in a luxurious castle in the capital of the kingdom, dozens of nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes and with indignant expressions gathered together to hold a secret meeting. These damn wizards dared to occupy the territory in the east of the kingdom privately and punish and kill the nobles of the kingdom at will. Who gave them the right? Marquis Morton roared hysterically in the castle, attracting the echoes of other nobles. In the more than 1 year since the wizards occupied the capital, thanks to the substantial ruling benefits brought by driving out the church, many people have changed their attitudes and gradually recognize the status quo of wizards replacing the church. Even Morton, who claimed to be the most devout believer in the Lord, had to grit his teeth and admit the wizards' right to manage the kingdom after witnessing the explosion of the Phantom of God and hearing the news of the successive defeats of the Expeditionary Army. However, the basis of all cooperation is based on the fact that both parties abide by the rules. The rule is that the nobles rule the mortal world, and the wizards rule the extraordinary. However, the behavior of those wizards in recent times has made them feel deeply afraid. On the way of taking back the kingdom's territory and conquering the empire, a large number of nobles were hanged, their property was confiscated, and their children and servants were forced to become lowly laborers, doing the same work as the poor. How could they not feel angry and afraid? What about His Majesty? Did he just let the entire eastern territory of the kingdom be seized by wizards? A viscount of the kingdom said in disbelief. Your Majesty, Morton said mockingly. A fake king, just a puppet who was helped to come to power. He heard from a guard that the wizards did send people to ask for instructions after occupying the city, but it was just a request. The other party had already done the job. Does King Hatcher have any other choice besides agreeing? The nobles participating in the discussion were also getting more and more excited. If it weren't for their help and cooperation, how could those wizards manage such a large kingdom? The entire kingdom would have been torn apart by the impact of believers and mobs. Now it is obvious that the other party wants to cross the river and destroy the bridge. Today, the only ones who will suffer are the nobles in the eastern part of the kingdom who oppose the wizards. But if the wizards deal with all the opponents, then it will probably be their turn next. Chapter 453. Let those wizards see the wisdom and power of the nobles. We can't let this go on. Amidst the arguments and discussions, Earl Held stood up, slammed the table, looked at the people present, and said angrily, I think it is necessary to take some measures to stop these wizards from acting recklessly in the kingdom. However, Held's impassioned words failed to attract the cheers of the crowd, but instead received a round of ridicule. Measures? What are you going to do? Earl Held, Viscount SK sarcastically said mercilessly. Gather your guards and knights to go to the City of Fire Royal to seek justice. Now those wizards are in their heyday, defeating the crusade army of the church one after another, and fighting all the way to the empire. Even if they don't want to believe it, they have to face a fact. That is, the power of these nobles alone is not enough to shake the rule of wizards, and they can't even beat the guards of the kingdom. The fate of Grand Duke Rickman is the best proof. 3,000 musketeers, in coordination with that thing called aerospace airship, beat tens of thousands of elite troops of the kingdom into fleeing in panic. In SK's opinion, it is not a wise move to confront the wizards head-on. In SK's sarcastic tone, Held's face turned red, and he refuted angrily. Should we just sit back and watch these minions of evil demons get more and more aggressive and turn the entire kingdom into their private property? Don't forget, what reasons did those wizards use to punish the Eastern nobles? Hearing this, everyone present changed their faces slightly. It is true that the lords of the eastern part of the kingdom chose to stand on the side of the empire and the church when the situation was unclear, and made a big mistake, but no matter what, they should not be privately judged and convicted by wizards. Moreover, many of the evidences provided by the other party can only be described as shocking. When did it become a crime to beat a few serfs who made mistakes? And the so-called heavy taxes are also a complete joke. According to the laws of the empire, all the people in the territory are the private property of the lord. How much grain these people pay and how to punish them are decided by the local lord. Unless it involves the issue of faith, even the king and the local church cannot interfere. According to the other party's judgment standard, wouldn't they also be judged? Thinking of this, the nobles in the secret room felt a chill in their hearts. Held turned to look at Viscount SK and revealed his scars without hesitation. Don't think I don't know, SK. Your chief knight has betrayed his oath a few days ago and thrown himself into the arms of those wizards, right? The latter's face immediately became extremely ugly. A week ago, his chief knight suddenly disappeared. SK sent people to look for him for several days and finally found out that this guy actually ran to the workshop in the royal capital to burn glass for those wizards. This almost made him angry to death. A knight with a title actually did those menial jobs that only the poor would do. This is simply an insult to the status of a noble. Finally, after asking for the reason, he found out that the salary offered by the workshop was twice what he paid, and it also provided 3 meals and a room. The angry SK immediately wanted to have his chief knight taken back to avoid being embarrassed here, and was ready to severely punish the other party for tarnishing his noble status. However, the wizard who managed the workshop arrogantly rejected his reasonable request, because his chief knight was very talented. Although he had only been there for a week, he was the best glassmaker in the entire workshop and had now become the manager responsible for guiding newcomers there. Recalling the other party's arrogant and contemptuous eyes, endless anger and humiliation suddenly surged into SK's heart. A mere wizard, who used to be able to hide in the corners of the city like a rat, relying on the breath of these nobles to survive, now jumped over their heads and acted arrogantly. Held was relentless. After revealing SK's scar, he looked at the other nobles present and poked at the pain points of each of them. Although the power of the wizards has not yet expanded to their territory, the resulting influence has already threatened everyone's interests. Apart from other things, the frequency of minors and poor people making trouble has increased several times, and some territories have even seen a large number of people fleeing. That is why they gathered together today to discuss the future of the nobles in the kingdom. I have a plan, maybe it will work. Just as the crowd was excited, Marquis Morton suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention, and then vowed, "We may not be the opponents of those wizards in a head-on battle, but don't forget that we have something in our hands that can affect the survival of the entire kingdom." The nobles in the secret room were all stunned for a moment, and even Count Held was very surprised. Fortunately, Marquis Morton did not mean to keep them in suspense, and spoke directly. "Food, you mean?" Count Held suddenly felt his eyes light up, and he had already vaguely understood what the Marquis meant. The eastern part of the kingdom has just suffered from war, and it is not easy to resume production. I wonder if you have noticed that the wizards are buying wheat in large quantities, Marquis Morton said with a sneer. In order to please the lower-level people and disintegrate the foundation of the church, the wizard council used the looted wealth to hire the poor at high prices, and then used the novel alchemical creations they produced in exchange for high profits to maintain the status quo. It must be said that the wizards are very willing to spend money, and this is indeed a great move. In just 1 year, the people in the capital went from being terrified from the bottom of their hearts for those workshops with thick smoke to flocking to them now, and even proud to work for wizards. But there is a problem. The people have more savings in their hands, so they are no longer willing to starve. The black bread that used to be sold out is now not even eaten by dogs on the roadside. You know, This thing used to be the staple food of the poor. In order to reduce costs, merchants usually add some sawdust and grass to the food. It is not easy to chew but can fill the stomach. Nowadays, even the lowest miners in the capital will not hesitate to buy a piece of delicious white bread. This has also increased the consumption of food several times. The eastern territory of the kingdom that has just been conquered has a population of millions. It is not an easy task to feed so many people. The grain teams coming and going are enough to prove that the food in the hands of the parliament is not enough. At this time, as long as they buy wheat in large quantities, they can shake the grain trade of the entire kingdom, further reduce the already insufficient food on the market, and push up the price. The poor people with extra money will also start to loot out of fear, causing a chain reaction. The kingdom ruled by wizards now is like a castle that is solid on the outside and shaky on the inside. As long as we kick it hard, it will collapse, Marquis Morton said decisively. The nobles present were all horrified. This trick of exterminating the whole family can only be described as ruthless. But the Empire, SK hesitated. If the wizards could get food from the Empire through trade, then everything they did would be meaningless. Don't worry, there won't be a grain of food coming from that direction, Marquis Morton assured. The nobles present were not fools. They immediately realized that Marquis Morton must have gathered them here today to follow the instructions of the church. However, this made everyone feel relieved. After all, what they are best at is to get along with both sides and gain benefits from it. In the current situation, wizards are the only ones who are in power and have won over a large number of poor people. With their own strength, they don't even have room for resistance. Marquis Morton, your plan is indeed good, but what if those wizards attack us directly? Viscount SK said hesitantly. Wizards who master powerful magic don't care about the laws of the kingdom. If they annoy these people, it is not impossible for them to kill them all directly. Do you think those wizards will forgive us if we just wait and do nothing? Morton sneered. Don't be silly. They are just under pressure from the Empire and the Church, and they are temporarily unable to deal with us, and we don't need to do it ourselves. Morton had already made a plan. The purchase of grain and raising the price of grain would be done by the caravans under their command. All they have to do is use their own financial resources and influence to fan the flames behind the scenes. What's more, the main force of the wizards is now in the Empire, facing a fierce battle with the Church's crusade army at any time. If they completely fall out with these nobles, the entire kingdom will be at risk of overthrowing. After Morton's explanation, Held and others put aside their doubts. In this way, they don't have to confront those brutal wizards head-on. After that, whether to use food as a price to force the wizards to make concessions, or to completely disrupt the kingdom and return to the previous prosperity of the nobles and the church ruling the world together, it will be up to them to decide. Under the threat of their own interests and the temptation of regaining control of the kingdom, the nobles in the secret room made up their minds and prepared to unite to let those wizards who did not understand economics see the power and wisdom of the nobles. Late at night, the nobles who came to the assembly left the castle of Marquis Morton through the secret passage. They changed their sad faces when they came, and they were full of fighting spirit, excited, as if they had seen the dawn of victory. Jeff, who was mixed in, kept a smile on the surface, but was deeply worried in his heart. As a small baron, although Jeff had a fief of his own, he was not greatly affected by the wizard's rule because he was quick-witted and flexible. On the contrary, he benefited a lot. For example, 3 months ago, he rented out the operating rights of the mines and fields in the territory together with 20,000 people, and could get nearly 1,000 imperial gold coins every year, which was much more than what he had earned from running the territory with his life and death in the past. Jeff didn't have any lofty ambitions, just collecting rent, playing with those novel and interesting witchcraft creations, finding a few more beautiful maids, and contributing to the expansion of the family were his life ideals. The most important thing was that he didn't think highly of Marquis Morton's so-called plan to wipe out the family. Jeff knew very well that the wizards drove a large number of poor people into the workshop not to waste the land, but that farming didn't need so many people at all. He had returned to his territory before and saw something called a tiller. This alchemical creation was very terrifying. It could easily cultivate hundreds of acres of land by 1 or 2 people. So the Wizard Council was not as short of food as Morton and others expected. But Jeff knew very well that his words were not taken seriously. If he reported that the nobles of the kingdom were gathering and conspiring, he would probably not get much attention without evidence. Jeff thought for a moment and soon thought of his lord, as His Majesty's most capable right-hand man, one of the heroes who supported King Hatcher to ascend the throne, and the Grand Duke of Gad, who was privately called a wizard's running dog by many nobles. This was the highest-ranking person he could currently contact. Thinking about it, Jeff no longer hesitated. After leaving the Marquis's castle, he went to the Grand Duke of Gad's residence in the capital overnight. After informing the guards, he was soon received. Slowly entering the spacious inner room, Jeff waited for a while, and the Duke of Gad in a robe soon came in with several guards. "Please forgive me for disturbing your sleep, Your Excellency." Jeff bowed very respectfully. "Tell me, sir, you came to me so late. Is there something important to report?" The Duke of Gad did not mean to be polite, and asked impatiently, "Reporting to the Lord." "It's about the Marquis of Morton," Jeff reported truthfully, and told the whole story of Morton's secret gathering of more than 40 nobles of the kingdom tonight to conspire to plan a large-scale purchase of grain and artificially create famine. After listening to Jeff's narration, the Duke of Gad pondered for a while. "You did a good job, sir. I will report this matter to His Majesty Hatcher truthfully." Jeff didn't dare to take the credit, but before he could shirk it, Duke Gard asked again, "How many people did you tell about this?" "Only you, sir," Jeff replied hurriedly. "Very good, very good." Gard nodded with satisfaction, and then asked the servant to bring a bag of gold as a reward for delivering the message, and said encouragingly, "If it is confirmed that this matter is true, you will definitely get the reward you deserve." Jeff took it happily. The bag was heavy, with at least 200 imperial gold coins. "You can go back and rest." Gard waved his hand and said. Jeff turned around and put away the bag full of gold. For some reason, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. It was not until he was about to step out of the inner room that he suddenly remembered that after listening to his narration, the Grand Duke's performance was a little too calm, and his face did not show the slightest surprise from beginning to end. It was as if he had known the news for a long time. Jeff's inner uneasiness became stronger and stronger, and the moment he stepped out of the door, this strong uneasiness turned into an even stronger sense of crisis. Almost subconsciously, Jeff's right hand touched the hilt of the sword at his waist, but faster than him were the crossbows in the hands of the guards. The sharp arrow and the sound of the crossbow trigger arrived almost at the same time, and pierced Jeff's chest, arms and thighs in an instant. Then a long knife broke through the air, and Jeff's round head was chopped off in the gushing blood. His eyes were wide open and full of confusion. Gad threw away the bloody long knife in his hand, glanced indifferently at the guards around him, and said, "Clean up the bodies, and tell Morton to be more careful next time and not let such people get in again." Chapter 454 Lin En, have you ever heard of magic bread? In the morning of the capital, Susan woke up at dawn. After taking care of the housework as usual, she went out to buy food for the next few days. The streets were very lively, with caravans coming and going in an endless stream. Strong camels pulled wooden wheelbarrows loaded with various supplies on the widened cement road. Several wealthy merchants who went to the capital for the first time were commenting on the huge rotating water wheel in the distance, and bursts of exclamations could be heard from time to time, accompanied by a slightly piercing whistle. A gorgeously decorated alchemy car drove past quickly, and billowing steam gushed out of the chimney on the front of the car, attracting the envious eyes of the townspeople and merchants. This steam car that can run on its own without horses and camels is priced at hundreds of imperial gold coins. Only people with real status can own one. It is a new fashion for the wealthy merchants and nobles in the capital. As for the wizards, they ride on an iron box that does not need to spit steam and runs faster. It is said that witchcraft and magic are needed to start. Susan was thinking, when an oval shadow suddenly fell. It turned out to be a huge and imposing airship passing over their heads, covering the hot sun in the sky. On the street, groups of children were stepping on the shadows cast by the airship, chasing and playing happily. Even though Susan saw all these bizarre things every day, she still felt a little uncomfortable. In the past year, she felt as if she was living in a dream. First, in the propaganda of the church, the evil wizards led their troops to occupy the capital, brutally killed King Basil, razed the sacred church to the ground, and arrested a large number of devout believers. The people of the entire capital were in panic, fearing that the minions of the evil demons would target themselves. However, what happened next was beyond their expectations. The wizards did not hold evil human sacrifices, nor did they rush into their homes to rob money. Instead, they began to repair houses and roads, and opened many magic workshops, recruiting iron smelting, glass firing and musket making workers at high prices. At first, no one dared to join the workshop. There were even rumors that this was a trick used by wizards to confuse them. The magic workshop recruited workers on the surface, but in fact, it was conducting various evil human experiments. The wizards extracted people's souls, corrupted their bodies into skeletons, and threw them into the abyss. However, since the bold Haydn joined the wizard's workshop and lived a more affluent life, and was even allocated a new house, such rumors were naturally broken. Susan was very glad that she and her husband were the first few people to join the workshop to work. You know, even if the magic workshop has expanded several times, the number of workers that can be recruited is still limited. Those poor people who woke up too late can only go to build roads and mine. Although the salary is not low, it is indeed much harder than working in the workshop. Now she and her husband can get a full reward of 20 silver coins per month in the musket-making workshop. If it were a year ago, this would be unimaginable. It was also the first time that Susan knew that there was a day off every week. This place is simply the paradise described in the Bible, but it was built by wizards, Susan thought, and soon arrived at the most prosperous street in the capital. Her eyes could not help but look at a newly opened clothing store. Behind the glass wall were colorful dresses. The fabrics and colors were even more luxurious than those worn by noble ladies in the past. The price was not expensive. About 10 to 15 silver coins. Susan counted the coins in her pocket, but thinking that she still had to raise the expenses for her 2 children to enter the Wizard Academy, she gritted her teeth and walked to the bakery next to her. Still as usual, 3 bags of white bread and 2 servings of bean curd. Susan took out a small bag of copper coins from her arms and handed it over. The bakery owner shook his head. A total of 1 silver and 90 coppers. How can it be so expensive? Susan widened her eyes and looked at the other party in disbelief. She remembered that a week ago, the price of a bag of white bread was only about 15 copper coins, and a serving of bean curd was only 10 coppers. You probably don't know that the price of wheat has been rising recently, so the price of bread will naturally rise as well, Kim muttered. In just a few days, the price of wheat has nearly tripled, and he is already selling it at a cheap price. As for the reason, it may be because of the war. There are rumors in the capital that wizards have already entered the empire, and the people in the newly added territories can also work in the workshops like them and live a life of eating white bread every day. But where can so much bread come from? Although Kim heard from merchants from afar that wizards have created an alchemical creation that can automatically cultivate the land, it should not be able to supply the food for millions of people in the kingdom. What's more unfortunate is that several territories in the northeast of the kingdom seem to have suffered from a famine. So now there are rumors in the capital that there is not enough food to eat. Many savvy businessmen have begun to hoard wheat, and Kim is no exception. Then he reminded Susan that it would be better to buy more today, because the price might be higher tomorrow. Susan looked at the high price and hesitated a little, but thinking that the price of bread might continue to rise, she still counted out the coins and sighed. 5 more bags of black bread. 5 bags of black bread, a total of 60 coppers. Kim was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. After tasting the delicious white bread, not many people would be willing to eat the hard and difficult black bread again. Now, taking this opportunity, we can clear out the inventory. After paying 3 silver coins with great pain, Susan took the purchased ingredients and frowned. Not only did the price of bread increase several times, but it also became much smaller. Originally, a piece of bread was a standard 4-finger thickness, but now it has been reduced to about 3 fingers. Susan couldn't help but feel a little worried. Since the wizards took control of the capital, famine seemed to have become a thing of the past. But now the continuous increase in food prices made Susan quite worried. Even if she could barely afford it now, what about a week or even a month later? Susan clutched the last few silver coins in her hand, hesitating whether to buy more. With the joint efforts of a group of nobles and wealthy businessmen, rumors about famine quickly spread throughout the kingdom. The price of wheat was increasing almost every day, and the panic caused once affected the city of kerosene. Lin En, who was in the laboratory, thinking about how to change the large nuclear explosion technique to the large hydrogen explosion technique, was also forced to stop his research and was pulled into the conference room. After reading the report, Lin En couldn't help but frown. In just half a month, the price of wheat per kilogram in the kingdom has increased from the original 2 copper coins to the current 10 copper coins, which has increased to more than 5 times the original price. Such a big thing. Why didn't anyone remind me before? Lin En asked in confusion. He saw at a glance that someone wanted to disrupt the entire kingdom by manipulating food prices. The best way is to directly extinguish it when there is a sign. Once it evolves into a chain reaction, it will be difficult to deal with, because everyone will start to hoard spontaneously. Then no matter how much food there is, it will not be enough. Laud, who was in charge of grain procurement, complained helplessly. Due to the production of nuclear fusion reactors, all the speakers and great wizards were very busy. Unless it was a particularly urgent matter, there was no way to hold a meeting to discuss it. Moreover, successive wars often lead to higher food prices. It is very normal for wheat prices to fluctuate in the short term, or even soar to double. However, they have been controlling the price of wheat by collecting and releasing grain, so it has only increased by about 50% in the past year. Compared with the salary increase of the poor, it has not caused any waves. This led to Laud not paying too much attention to the increase in wheat prices at the beginning. As usual, he dispatched more grain to various places to stabilize the grain price. It was not until he found that the situation was completely out of control that he reported it as an emergency. Alva, who was in charge of trade, also added that the church suddenly set up outposts in the border cities of the empire the day before yesterday to strictly check the departure of caravans. The caravans coming from the empire suddenly decreased by 80%, which meant that they could no longer buy large quantities of food from the empire. 2 pieces of bad news in a row made all the counselors worried. Even though most wizards had no theoretical foundation in economics, they knew the importance of food. The people could wear torn clothes or not buy those novel alchemical creations, but they could not eat. After pondering for a while, Raphael proposed to implement a rationing system, stipulating how much bread each person could buy at most, and punishing those who exceeded the limit. Some counselors even thought that they could save some food by cutting the lunch supply in the workshop. He had heard the wizards in the alchemy workshop complain before that because the parliament stipulated that 1 meal should be provided every day, many extremely stingy poor people would deliberately skip breakfast and dinner and eat until they were full in the workshop. No, this will only cause greater panic, because we don't have enough food. Prov rejected the proposal directly. He knew very well that all the strategies to cut food supply would further lead to a surge in bread prices. Aurora turned to look at Lin En, and asked thoughtfully how much wheat they had left, and whether it was enough to supply the entire kingdom. Some time ago, she had received a report that large tracts of arable land in the eastern territory of the kingdom seemed to have been abandoned. It's not abandoned. In fact, I am planning to integrate these lands to grow some cash crops. Lin En explained. Hadjarata is known as the kingdom on the mine, which is its advantage, but sometimes it is also a disadvantage. Mountainous means that there are few plains suitable for large-scale farming. The scattered fields distributed within the kingdom cannot take advantage of too much mechanization. Lin En thinks that the cost-effectiveness of using it to grow wheat is too low. It is better to plant a fruit tree or something to enrich the diet of the townspeople and improve the per capita night blindness in the kingdom. In addition, it is also to allow some self-employed farmers to obtain similar benefits as the people who enter the workshop, otherwise who would go to farm? As for the supply of food, of course it is enough. Since the capture of the southern part of the kingdom more than a year ago, Lin En began to lay out, because this area has the only alluvial plain in the kingdom. He let the musketeers and the liberated miners reclaim a lot of new land there and develop a fully mechanized large farm model. Now more than 70% of the food in the entire kingdom is produced from this super farm. Although the members present did not know what the mechanized farm Lin En was talking about, they still heard one thing, that is, they still had enough food. Realizing this, Herve and others were relieved, and then asked in a rather strange way, since there is enough food, why do we still need to purchase a large amount of wheat from the empire? Of course, it is to prevent famine caused by a large number of refugees. Lin En said freely, it's always safer to have more food reserves, isn't it? Once they defeat the church, they will have to face tens of millions of poor people in the empire, so it's better to prepare early than late. Lin En did not expect that his actions of integrating the eastern arable land and purchasing a large amount of food from the empire would cause some people to misjudge and launch a food war. Lord, have you found out who is behind this? Lin En paused and asked. I suspect it's related to the nobles in the kingdom. Loud replied hesitantly, since there are so many people buying wheat on a large scale now, many vendors and even civilians have participated in it. In a short period of time, he can't determine who is the mastermind and who is just following the trend to make a fortune, but it is certain that a large number of nobles in the kingdom are involved. However, he has asked the psychic wizards to investigate, and I believe there will be results soon. Nobles. Lin En's face suddenly turned cold. Recently, he was busy dealing with the empire and the church, and he almost forgot that there was such a group of borers in the kingdom who relied on the territory and didn't work. He didn't solve them all before because he considered that the wizards had occupied the kingdom not long ago and had not yet gained the trust of the people. If he rashly took action against these people, it might cause the situation that had finally stabilized to deteriorate again. In addition, not all nobles are so unruly. Some noble children who are flexible and knowledgeable are still willing to embrace the new era, so it is not good to kill all of them. After thinking for a moment, Lin En gave the order, since they are willing to buy grain at a high price, let them continue to buy it, and release our stored grain in small portions. He did not intend to send people to arrest all the merchants who hoarded wheat. First, there were too many people, and second, there was no such law in the kingdom. But this did not mean that he had no other ways to deal with these people. It was also a good opportunity to let those merchants who wanted to follow suit and take advantage of the country's difficulties know that the freedom of trade was limited, and once they crossed the line, they would have to bear the consequences. 071. Help me adjust the artificial starch technology. Lin En muttered in his heart. He did not want to take out this technology so quickly. Chapter 455 Morton. We broke the myth of the wizard's invincibility. Lin En's move to let Loud sell grain in batches confused the councillors present. To solve the current crisis, the most reliable way should be to deliver a large amount of cheap grain to the market at once, so that the nobles and grain merchants will give up. Are you trying to take this opportunity to empty the savings of the nobles and merchants? Raphael guessed. You can say that. Lin En nodded. In his opinion, this might be a rare opportunity. If these people stay in the territory and be their landlords, it will be difficult for him to find a reason to clean up these remnants of the old times. But, in this way, the high grain prices may affect the stability of the entire kingdom. A councillor frowned and said, the price of a piece of bread has now risen to 5 times the original price. If it rises 10 or 20 times, there will definitely be trouble. Don't worry too much about this. As long as we increase the food supply of the workshop, mine and academy from 1 meal to 3 meals a day, it will be enough. Lin En said firmly, the kingdom can't be in chaos. Now most of the people in the kingdom have been incorporated into the city's magical operation system. The army, railway construction, various workshops and civilian colleges cover almost 90% of the population in the eastern, central and southern territories of the kingdom under the rule of wizards. The remaining nobles and merchants are not under their control. These people also have good assets and don't need them to worry about them. Lin En's bold universal rationing plan made Raphael speechless. If the workshop ensures 3 meals a day, who will buy wheat and bread? Of course, those who try to raise the price of food. Raphael suddenly thought of this. Lin En's approach is equivalent to controlling the intensity of the food war within a certain range. It can even be said that it is completely out of touch with ordinary civilians, and it has directly turned into a direct confrontation between the parliament and the nobles and wealthy merchants. Is the food we have really enough? The great wizard Herod said worriedly. The parliament is responsible for supplying the rations of the entire kingdom on the one hand, and on the other hand, it has to take out enough food to fight a price war with those wealthy merchants and nobles. Of course wheat alone is not enough. Lin En smiled slightly and then said, but fortunately, we can use magic to make bread. Use magic to make bread? As soon as this was said, all the parliamentarians present were shocked. Master Lin En, this is not the time to joke. Herod couldn't help but interrupt. Although magic can do a lot of things, even mimicking various elements, it can't replace real substances after all. Relying on magic to directly solve the food problem is simply a fantasy. Several speakers looked solemn. They all knew that the magic star was conducting research on the transformation of matter and energy. It was not impossible to use magic to solve the food problem. However, according to Lin En's own words, the energy required to transform 1 gram of matter is equivalent to a nuclear explosion. It seems unlikely to rely on this to feed the kingdom's 3 million people. In short, I already have a spell model for bread magic. In a week at most, I can completely perfect it. Lin En said confidently. In order to meet the requirements of star-level voyages, the Federation has invested a lot of energy in technologies such as artificial starch synthesis and cell-cultured meat. All the research is very mature, and it is not too difficult to turn them into magic. The raw materials are so simple that they can be found everywhere. Seeing Lin En's confidence, Raphael and others looked at each other. Using magic to create food, something that completely violates common sense, seems to be something that can be developed with a little research in the mouth of this magic star. Several speakers were also speechless. It can only be said that someone is developing new magic too fast. For example, the magic inversion equation for promotion to legend. From the time they captured the chief judge Joshua, it took more than a month, and they even took the time to make a blueprint of an artificial sun. I really don't know what his brain is like. Prov sighed secretly, and then spoke decisively. Since you have full confidence in solving the food problem, let's do it. On the second day after the meeting, under the operation of Loud, the first batch of 15 tons of wheat was sold at a price slightly lower than a market price, 8 copper coins per kilogram, and then it was swept away in just half an hour. Then it was 20 tons, 30 tons, 50 tons, and the price became higher and higher, and finally settled at 20 copper coins. But even so, the wheat would still be sold out after being transported to various cities, because the current market price of grain is much higher than Loud's selling price, and as long as it is resold, it will double the profit. The rich merchants and nobles of the kingdom were like crazy, and many people put all of their savings on it. In just a few days, 1 kilogram of wheat has increased to 50 copper coins, which is a full 25 times the original price, and the price of a bag of white bread has soared to 1 silver coin. Even the black bread that dogs wouldn't eat a few days ago cost 40 copper coins. That is to say, a laborer who worked hard in a magic workshop could only buy a few bags of white bread with his monthly salary, which was not enough to support himself. At the same time, in the fortress of the royal capital, Marquis Morton raised his wine glass and looked at the nobles who came to attend the secret meeting, and said in high spirits, "Everyone, we have now achieved a comprehensive victory. I guess the Wizard Council is now in a mess, right?" Count Held quickly echoed. "Lord Morton's wisdom is not comparable to those wizards who study evil magic. I'm afraid these peasants don't even understand what economics is." The other nobles also praised Marquis Morton's ingenious plan to wipe out the family. Some even secretly regretted that they were too cautious. If they had exchanged all their property for food earlier, it would have increased dozens of times now. Amid the flattery and echoes, Morton's face was filled with a smug smile. He sipped the red wine in the glass and then asked about the current situation of purchasing wheat. The attendant replied with a little excitement, reporting to Lord Morton, "We spent 70,000 imperial gold coins to buy food equivalent to 2 months of food for the entire kingdom. In addition, other merchants who followed the trend or wanted to make a fortune are also buying food in large quantities. Even with the most conservative estimate, they have now bought up enough wheat for 3 million people to eat for half a year. Very good, very good, Morton nodded with satisfaction. But, Lord Morton, unlike what we expected before, the peasants in the capital don't seem to have any intention of causing trouble, Viscount SK said hesitantly. According to their previous predictions, the poor who can't afford wheat now should have been restless long ago. In my opinion, even if they really starve to death, those untouchables may not really have the courage to stand up and resist the wizards who master evil magic. Even if they can't afford white bread, they can buy a few pieces of black bread mixed with hay to survive. At worst, they can just chew on the grass, right? Earl Bell shook his head. He felt that Morton and others underestimated the patience and adaptability of the poor. In the past, when there was a famine in the territory, he didn't give them any food, but didn't some people still survive? It seems that the price of wheat is far from high enough now. Morton shook the wine glass in his hand and said playfully, "Those poor people can actually afford black bread. How can this be possible?" Held and others clamored to raise the price of black bread to more than 1 silver coin, so that those untouchables could not afford to buy a few pieces even if they worked until they died. In fact, they had long been dissatisfied with the current situation in the capital. You know, white bread used to be exclusive to the nobles, but after the wizards came, even the dogs in the capital could eat it. Now they are just letting those mudlegs return to their previous lives. Amid the excited shouts of the crowd, the attendant hesitated and said, "Lord Morton, when I asked the caravan to purchase food, I got some information. I heard some workers say that the wizard's workshop is willing to provide free meals," the attendant said carefully. Morton paused for a moment, his brows slightly raised, but soon relaxed, and the mockery on his face became more serious. "It seems that the parliament has really thought of a useful way to stabilize the situation in the kingdom. But I don't know how long they can feed millions of mouths." The nobles present were not intimidated by the parliament's generous strategy of providing food for all the people. After all, from the other party's frequent sale of large quantities of wheat at low prices, it can be seen that the parliament still wants to lower the price of grain. Viscount SK also reported a good news at this time. "You may not know yet, the spies I sent found that after the wizards released a total of 100 tons of wheat in various cities in the kingdom in the morning, they began to secretly collect grain in the evening." "See, this shows that our guess is right. The parliament no longer has enough food." Morton laughed. The parliament did not have enough wheat, and wanted to balance the price of food. The only way was to secretly purchase food from outside and pretend to have sufficient reserves. "Then how much are they going to spend to buy it back?" Held asked with a sneer. "The wizards killed so many nobles in the eastern part of the kingdom and looted their property. It's time to take it back." "It's 25 copper coins per kilogram," Viscount SK said with a strange expression. Count Held almost thought he had heard it wrong. The other nobles were also shocked. "What a joke! Are these wizards crazy?" Count Held said in disbelief. "Now the price of a kilogram of wheat has already exceeded 50 copper coins, and even the grain price released by the parliament has exceeded 45 coppers. Now the other party actually wants to buy it back directly at half the price. Which fool would be willing?" "Most of the people who came up with this idea have problems with their brains. These wizards are really stupid, ignorant and greedy," Morton said sarcastically. "But it's normal to think about it. A group of mudlegs who originally hid in a dark corner suddenly took charge of the entire kingdom. How could they be comprehensive? That's why they think of one thing after another, and there is no logic at all." Realizing this, Morton was completely relieved, drank the red wine in the glass happily, and talked loudly about the future of the kingdom under the rule of the nobles. A few nobles vaguely felt that the abnormal behavior of the Wizard Council to buy grain at a low price might not be that simple, but in this intoxicating atmosphere of victory, they soon forgot some of their troubles. In any case, they have achieved an unprecedented victory and are not worried about being liquidated. Now it is not just the nobles who are buying wheat. The first batch of people who secretly promoted the increase in grain prices have been dealt with, and the wizards should not be able to find out about themselves for a while. Even in the worst case, the Wizard Council finally found out, At this critical juncture, when the kingdom is about to fall into chaos, dare they take action against so many nobles? Maybe they will have to rely on them to provide grain to save the country. To the glory of the nobles. The slightly drunk Morton raised his right arm and shouted passionately. Held also excitedly raised his glass and drank it all, shouting loudly, to the honor of the nobles. Just as the nobles of the capital were holding a celebration, in the city of Kerosene, Loud, who had just gathered intelligence, stepped into a large manor. This was once the residence of a local earl, and it was built very grandly, but its former owner had long been hanged on the city wall, and now it is the temporary residence of a certain magic star. Unlike the last time he came, there was an extra sign at the door, which read, "There is a vicious dog inside, no entry for idle people." When did Lord Lin start raising a dog? Loud muttered to himself, and his mind moved slightly, thinking about whether to send one over next time he came. He heard that some of the great nobles of the empire had a hobby of raising vicious dogs, and they were not ordinary dog breeds, but had some bloodlines of magical beasts, and they looked very grand. However, this idea was extinguished the moment he officially stepped into the manor, because Loud found that the so-called vicious dog on the sign was actually a blue giant beast that was more than 2 meters tall and more than 5 meters long. The most peculiar thing is that its body is translucent, and its surface has hair that keeps flowing like flames. The bricks and stones that its 4 legs touch are burned into lava by the high temperature. The terrifying aura it exudes makes Loud swallow his saliva. Fortunately, Mutos has no interest in a 2-legged beast that does not even have magic power in its body. Seeing that the other party is not threatening, he lazily closed his eyes. Loud wiped the cold sweat from his head, carefully walked around from the side, and after entering the inner room, he soon heard the noisy discussion inside, one of which was Lin En's voice. "What do you think food is? Why can it sustain the daily needs of a creature? And how does it grow?" Chapter 456. This is the cruel work of magic and technology, the ultimate secret of the food war. Bread making. In the afternoon, dozens of wizards from the Yaiata school were gathered in the spacious magic laboratory, pondering the deep meaning of the words of the magic star. However, the young and energetic Alok did not have so many concerns and answered immediately. "Food is of course sweet, beans and corn." Lydia also raised her hand high and answered, "We need to plant the seeds in the ground, then water and fertilize them, and repeat until it grows out of the ground." "Yes, you can say that." Lin En nodded, and then continued to ask with a smile, "Then do you know how plants transform various elements into nutrients that can be absorbed by us?" Alok and Lydia were speechless. Even a 3-ring wizard like Philip who focused on elemental studies was stumped by Lin En's question. They had never paid attention to how wheat absorbed various elements in the soil during its growth and finally became edible food. Fortunately, Lin En did not expect them to be able to answer, so he revealed the answer directly. It relies on photosynthesis. This is common knowledge known to everyone in the Federation in the previous life. At the bottom of the entire ecosystem, plants convert carbon dioxide and water into organic matter that stores energy through photosynthesis, which is the source of biological power. In ancient times, humans, like wild animals, obtained food through gathering and hunting. They were greatly affected by the environment, weather and luck, and were very unstable. Starvation was a common thing. It was not until the 2 skills of farming and animal husbandry were pointed out that they had the ability to obtain food stably, which laid a solid foundation for large-scale group living and forming a country. However, this stability is also limited. Perhaps a drought or a large-scale war can burn everything. Until the 21st century, humans used carbon dioxide, water, electricity, light, and a special catalytic enzyme to directly synthesize starch in the laboratory for the first time. This achievement is undoubtedly revolutionary. It means that from now on, food production will directly get rid of its dependence on land, light and environment, and can be produced directly in batches like assembly line operations. The efficiency has been improved by several levels. You should know that the natural photosynthesis of plants, converting inorganic matter into organic matter, requires dozens of extremely complex biochemical reactions, which takes several months, and the theoretical energy conversion efficiency is also very low. About 2%. Artificial starch synthesis only requires 11 processes, and the energy conversion rate has also increased to 7%. After entering the 22nd century, based on the needs of interstellar voyages and the establishment of nuclear fusion reactors, artificial starch synthesis has once again ushered in a technological blowout innovation, and the energy utilization rate has soared directly to about 20%, and the 11 steps have been reduced to 6 steps. In addition, there are also technologies for artificial synthesis of wheat flour, corn flour, etc. in the intelligent brain. After all, this thing is just a synthesis of some inorganic substances. Although the technical difficulty is higher, it is still the same. While explaining the principle of magic, Lin En stretched out his right hand. The water vapor and carbon dioxide in the air were quickly stripped out, followed by a strong flash of lightning, and various trace elements were integrated into it under the control of mental power. Using the void as a pot and magic as a shovel, he transformed inorganic into organic. Lin En demonstrated his artificial bread-making technique in front of dozens of wizards. About 15 seconds later, tiny particles of powder began to emerge in the void, floating and piling up, forming a spherical shape. This scene of creation from the void amazed the wizards of the Yata school. Water. Lin En spoke again, and more water vapor was transformed into liquid water and poured into the powder. Then, he kneaded the dough quickly with the mage's hand, and the sphere quickly deformed and twisted under pressure. Finally, he used microwave heating technology to bake it directly. The dough, which was only 1 finger thick, immediately expanded due to the heat and turned into a square bread brick that was 4 fingers thick. It took only about 3 minutes. "This is my magic bread." Lin En urged the mage's hand to put the bread brick on the square table. Alok, Kevin, Philip and others immediately gathered around, dozens of eyes staring at the bread bricks on the table, amazed at the magic work done by Lin En. "Can it be eaten?" Lydia poked it with her hand, and it felt soft, unlike the bread she bought in the market, which was hard enough to be used as a shield and weapon. "Of course," Lin En said with a smile, "otherwise why would he make these things?" Hearing Lin En's affirmative answer, Lydia immediately tore off a piece and put it in her mouth. "How is it? Does it taste okay?" Lin En hurriedly asked. Although he added a lot of trace elements to it to enhance its nutrition, it is hard to say how it tastes. Lydia frowned and thought for a long time before finding an adjective. "It tastes like clouds." The girl's evaluation made Philip and others feel extremely curious, so they also shared it and ate it one by one, and then they understood why Lydia said so. Because this kind of bread is soft and not hard at all, and the taste is even better than white bread. The only disadvantage is that it has no taste. If you can eat it with some bean paste, it will definitely be a great delicacy. "It seems that from now on, we don't have to worry about food anymore," Philip said excitedly. "Lin's bread-making technique is really great. This means that in the future, when wizards go out, they don't have to carry any food. When they are thirsty, they can extract water vapor from the air, and when they are hungry, they can cast a bread-making technique. It's so convenient. I don't know how many rings of magic this is. Can apprentices use it? How much magic power does it consume?" Kevin asked a substantial question, that is, the popularity. This is related to the scope of application of this spell. From the perspective of the difficulty of casting the complete magic bread spell should be considered a third-ring magic, Lin said in a deep voice. Kevin frowned slightly. There are only 2,000 three-ring wizards in the parliament. Even if all of them cast this spell together, they cannot supply the entire kingdom. Fortunately, Lin En spoke up quickly. "We can separate each process and build the corresponding alchemy array to make it, which will be much easier. If it's just synthesizing starch, it will be even simpler. Starch alone can't make bread, but it is absolutely no problem as a daily food for the poor. It only needs to consume carbon dioxide, water, electricity and magic power. The first two are everywhere, and the latter two require the Parliament's lightning-inducing stones and magic stone reserves." "But won't the consumption be too large?" Kevin hesitated again. "The daily rations of 3 million people. The energy consumed is definitely not a small amount." "Don't worry, It won't be long before we don't need to consider energy issues anymore. Lin En patted Philip's shoulder and said with a smile, "They discovered a new magic stone mine not long ago. As for electricity, isn't there a nuclear fusion reactor that is about to be built?" In fact, the Federation's artificial food technology was truly widely used after nuclear fusion, and positive and antimatter annihilation technology were developed. After dispelling Kevin and others' doubts, Lin En turned his head and looked outside the door, and said, "Lord, come in." After receiving the order, Loud, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time, walked in quickly with his artificial legs. After entering the door, his first glance was at the bread on the square table that was torn into half a piece. Loud, who had a very limited understanding of magic, thought that this piece of bread was made out of thin air by Lin En using magic. It was a miracle of the void creation. No wonder Lord Lin En dared him to sell nearly half of the wheat reserves in just a few days. "Come and try it too." Lin En stretched out his hand and stuffed the remaining half of the bread to Loud. The latter was also very excited, and directly broke off a piece and put it in his mouth. It was soft and melted in his mouth. "Sure enough, it's just like a cloud," Loud said with emotion. "If this kind of magic bread can be delivered to the market in large quantities, no one will buy wheat anymore. I wonder what the expressions of the wealthy merchants and nobles who are frantically buying grain will be when they see this thing?" Loud thought to himself, but he did not forget the business, and immediately took out a secret envelope from his arms. "Lord Lin, this is the list of people collected by the psychic wizards of the Parliament. They are the culprits who raised the price of grain this time and tried to pin the blame on the Cholera Kingdom. Those nobles hid themselves behind the scenes, relying on remote control of various caravans to purchase large quantities of wheat, and even killed many of their confidants in charge of operations, in an attempt to cut off their possibility of tracing the source. However, there is no secret under the soul search. Those psychic wizards spent several days and still followed the offline line all the way up. After all, the nobles still planned to continue to make trouble, so they had to continue to send people to contact the caravan. Grand Duke Gad, Marquis Morton, Earl Bell, Earl Held. This list is very long, covering almost all the great nobles in the northern part of the kingdom. If it were a year ago, each name on it would be enough to affect the stability of the entire kingdom. There is also information about that person. According to the investigation of the wizards, he seems to have participated in the plan of the Cholera Kingdom. Loud said very obscurely. Lin En nodded, not very surprised. Without the other party's acquiescence, how could the nobles dare to make such a big fuss? But it just saved him from finding excuses. "How much grain has been released now?" Lin En put away the file in his hand and asked casually. "About 90,000 tons of wheat, a total of 173,600 imperial gold coins," Loud reported excitedly. "This is simply robbing money. The most important thing is that this is just the beginning. They still have half of the wheat that has not been thrown out. That is the real big deal. After all, according to the current momentum, the price of a kilogram of wheat will increase by 100 or 200 times. Isn't it easy?" Lin En thought about it and felt that it was about time. Although the nobles had accumulated a lot of wealth over the generations, the cash they could take out was estimated to be about 1 million imperial gold coins, which might not be enough to buy all the wheat. After telling the happy information, Loud carefully reported a bad news. Due to the skyrocketing price of wheat, a large-scale famine has occurred in the western and northern territories of the kingdom. Although the parliament was in charge of the entire kingdom, it actually only had absolute control over the clean southern and central territories and the newly captured eastern territories. The rest of the territory was still under the control of the nobles. Now the nobles were busy buying wheat to make money, so naturally no one could care about the lives of the poor in the territory. Loud knew very well that the magic star was still very concerned about the poor, so he tried to be careful with his words when talking about the scene of starving people everywhere, eating grass and trees. However, to his surprise, Lin En did not show any anger or worry, but smiled and gave instructions. "That's right, let Redel do it. Bring some food over, and distribute the replaced flintlocks to them." This. Distribute flintlocks. Loud was shocked. He didn't expect Lin En to use such a rough method to solve the problem. or maybe from the time when he gradually released food to push those nobles into the game. The magic star should have planned the subsequent response strategy. Your wisdom is really vast. Loud hurriedly flattered him, but there was also some sincerity in his tone. The nobles messing around was equivalent to completely losing the people's hearts. In addition to the operation of releasing food and distributing guns, they can easily recover the kingdom's western and northern territories, and win the hearts of the people. Lin En didn't care about Loud's flattery, and continued to ask about the progress of the grain collection plan he ordered. It is true that a small number of caravans sold the grain in their hands, but more of them are the kingdom's subjects who sell grain to us at a low price. Loud replied truthfully, "This is really surprising to me." Lin En was a little amused, but this also proved that their strategy of improving people's living standards has achieved good results. You know, the price of wheat in the market is several times their purchase price, but the people are still willing to sell them food at a low price. Lin En showed a little smile on his face, and then suddenly said coldly, "Reduce the purchase price of wheat to 15 coppers per kilogram tonight." "Yes, Lord Lin En." Loud couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat from his head. He didn't understand why the magic star bought food at a price far below the market price. Now everything is clear. This is not the price of buying food, it is clearly the countdown to raising the butcher knife. Chapter 457 Worthless Wheat and the Collapsed Kingdom's Nobles. September has quietly arrived. The train station and the railway tracks connecting various places that were rushed to construction have finally been completed with the joint efforts of wizards and hundreds of thousands of workers. However, the wealthy merchants and nobles in the kingdom have fallen into madness because of the soaring food prices. In just 1 month, the price of food has increased by 500 times. Every morning, there will be countless caravans waiting outside the granary. The wheat shipped by airships will be snapped up without unloading, because as long as you grab the food, you can earn several times the profit in 1 or 2 days. Driven by such terrible profits, most people have gone crazy and lost their minds. However, such madness is also limited, because the food in the hands of the parliament seems to be endless. The food shipped every day is gradually being priced. Now thousands of tons of food are thrown into the market every day. It takes hundreds of thousands of imperial gold coins to completely eat all the food, but the coins in their hands have almost been spent before. Some wealthy businessmen have even mortgaged their entire fortunes. But everyone knew that they had to buy all the food, otherwise once the price of wheat collapsed, their wealth would vanish. This batch of food was finally forced to be bought in batches by dozens of grain teams. After buying the food, the wealthy businessmen and nobles could no longer sit still, and they sent people to check how much food the wizards had. It was obviously not an easy task to sneak into the granaries of major cities to find out this during magic monitoring. In the end, the spies came up with a way, which was to investigate in the workshops. Wizards need to supply 3 meals a day for the workers. If there is not enough food in hand, the supply will inevitably shrink. After some investigation, they did get a shocking news, but it was exactly the opposite of what they had imagined before. The magic workshops in major cities are planning to give those night shift workers a midnight snack to reward their hard work. The next day, the parliament directly threw more than 5,000 tons of wheat in major cities in the kingdom, and for a time, all the caravans that wanted to buy wheat were stunned. This is impossible. Where do they get so much food? Marquis Morton grabbed the collar of the reporting attendant tightly and roared angrily. Held and other earls of the empire no longer looked as determined and strategic as they did a few days ago. Their eyes were red and they couldn't believe this fact. In the past month, they have bought up enough food for 3 million people to eat for half a year. The rest of the wealthy merchants who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune bought no less than them. How could those wizards take out 5,000 tons of wheat in one go again? "Lord Morton, what should we do now?" Viscount SK said in a panic. In order to support Morton's plan to wipe out the whole family, he had spent everything he had. Otherwise, should we sell the food now? Count Bell suddenly suggested. Bell's suggestion undoubtedly made the nobles very excited. Now the price of 1 kilogram of wheat is as high as 500 copper coins. If they can sell all the grain they bought before, everyone present will be rich enough to rival a country. "Fool," Do you think we can still sell wheat now? Marquis Morton slammed the conference table heavily and roared angrily. Not to mention the market price of 500 copper coins per kilogram. Even if the price is reduced to 100 coppers, no one will look at it. Marquis Morton did not know what it meant to pass the parcel, but he knew very well that the Parliament provided 3 meals a day for the poor, resulting in the fact that now in the market, except for those who collected grain, no one would buy a grain of wheat at a sky-high price. The other merchants were not fools. In the current situation, who would dare to continue to buy grain? The fact that the Parliament released 5,000 tons of grain in the morning and it has been piled up until now without being sold is enough to prove this. If they release a large amount of grain again, the price of wheat will collapse instantly, and then it will cause a large-scale run, and even make the wheat in their hands worthless. Bell was also panicked, and hurriedly said, "But aren't those wizards collecting grain? We can sell all the grain to them." Morton looked at Bell coldly, and then turned to look at the servant who was lying on the ground and trembling slightly. "You tell me." As of last night, the price of wheat purchased by the Parliament was 1 copper coin for 10 kilograms, the servant said cautiously. Hearing this news, Bell almost fainted. What a joke. 1 copper coin for 10 kilograms. This means that the wheat he spent all his family wealth and spent a full 100,000 imperial gold coins to buy is now worth millions of imperial gold coins, and the wizards actually want to buy it back for a mere 200 gold coins. This is really crazy. No, I remember Viscount SK said a few days ago that the price they purchased wheat should be 20 coppers per kilogram. Bell shouted hysterically. If it was 20 coppers, although he would lose most of his property, he could still barely accept it. Under the cannibalistic gaze of Count Bell, the attendant stammered to explain that the price of grain purchased by the Parliament was decreasing almost every day, from 20 coppers per kilogram to 15 coppers, then 10 coppers, 5 coppers, 2 coppers, and the price last night had already dropped to the lowest point in the history of the kingdom. 1 copper coin for 10 kilograms. Viscount SK and other nobles simply could not accept this ridiculous price, which meant that their existing assets would instantly shrink to 1/5 of the previous price. Bell screamed even more hoarsely, "This is a naked provocation. It's a war. Where is their granary? I'm going to send people over to burn all the wizards' grain immediately." The nobles present were all furious, ready to overturn the kingdom. "Burn your ass," Held cursed angrily, pouring cold water on everyone. 5,000 tons of grain were scattered in more than 40 cities in the kingdom. Not only were they heavily guarded, but there were also many wizards in each town. What could they burn? Do you really think wizards can't use magic to put out fires? In fact, they can not only conjure up a lot of water out of thin air, but can even easily summon rainstorms and lightning. Thinking of the scene a year ago when someone called the wind and rain and brought down terrifying thunder in the capital, Held felt an unspeakable fear in his heart. He couldn't help but regret why he listened to Morton's words and fought against those wizards who mastered terrible magic. Bell, SK and others looked at Morton with more and more unfriendly eyes. The latter obviously noticed the increasingly subtle atmosphere on the field, and immediately said in a cold voice, "Don't forget, everyone, we are all tied together now, and my death will not do you any good. Now we only have one way left." At this point, Marquis Morton paused obviously, then opened his mouth and squeezed out these words almost from his teeth. "That is to continue buying food. As long as they can buy all the wheat in the Parliament, the initiative will be back to them. I don't believe that those wizards have endless food." The loud voice of Marquis Morton resounded in the castle. "Can they use magic to make wheat out of thin air?" The wizards occupied the southern and central regions of the kingdom for only more than a year. Even if they started to cultivate the land from that time, how much food could they grow? Morton firmly believed that these 5,000 tons of wheat must be the last inventory of the Parliament. Now it was released all at once just to scare them. The news of the workshop must have been deliberately released to make them lose their composure. After all, he had never heard of that midnight snack. How could those wizards suddenly be kind and let the workers have another meal when there was a shortage of food? This must be deliberately used to confuse them. After Morton's analysis, Bell and others seemed to have grasped the last straw. Whether they were willing to believe it or not, it must be true. But soon everyone realized another problem. 5,000 tons of food at the current price is a full 250,000 imperial gold coins. This is going to kill them. Now everyone's property has either been mortgaged or spent all on the previous grain purchases. Where can we find so much money? Thinking of this, Held and others all backed out. Morton knew that if he did not set an example, the noble alliance would fall apart today, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Mortgage my manor, and we should be able to collect 20,000 imperial gold coins." Everyone, now is a matter of life and death. Think about it, as long as we can cross this hurdle, the grain in our hands can be exchanged for countless wealth, but once we fail, the accumulation of several generations of the family will be burned to ashes. In Morton's encouragement, the nobles present also reluctantly cleared their remaining property. After all, if they took a step back now, they would fall into an abyss, and if they took a step forward, they might be able to have everything. They had to take this gamble. About half an hour later, more than 40 nobles used the land deeds to collect the 250,000 gold coins with great difficulty. Morton immediately asked his trusted confidants to take the airship to the major cities of the kingdom to buy all 5,000 tons of grain. After paying the only property in hand, no noble left the secret room. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the news. It took an hour to wait for the guards to come in from outside. "What's going on? Is the capital in chaos?" Held and others immediately surrounded him and asked impatiently. Morton knew that it was only an hour, and the confidants he sent to buy grain in various parts of the kingdom should still be on the way. It is also possible that the Wizard's King no longer hold on and plan to negotiate with them. The guard who came in to report did not answer the questions of the crowd, but handed over a newspaper with a trembling wrist. "Lord Morton, this is today's Magic Daily." Looking at the fearful expression on the guard's face, Morton felt a little uneasy in his heart, and he grabbed the Magic Daily from the other party and started to read it. When he saw the conspicuous and specially enlarged title on the front page, Morton's pupils shrank slightly, and the blood in his body surged uncontrollably. For a moment, he was so angry that he fainted on the spot. "Lord Morton." The nobles present were immediately shocked. Bell grabbed the Magic Daily. At the first time, after scanning it for a few times, he felt a chill from the soles of his feet to his heart, and shouted in fear, "Quick, send someone to bring back the people who bought grain for me immediately." 5 minutes ago, in the newly built Wizard Academy in the city of Kerosene, Ivana fished out about 10 kilograms of wheat from the wooden box where wheat was stored, packed it with a strong coarse cloth, and was about to go out. "Are you going to the granary to sell wheat again?" In the living room, Monroe, who was praying as usual, suddenly opened his eyes and called the girl who was about to go out. "Yes, those wizards lowered the grain price again yesterday." "I think this may have some deep meaning," Ivana replied freely. "Deep meaning? I'm afraid the parliament is short of funds, right?" Monroe sneered. Thanks to Ivana's secret investigation, he also understood the reason why those wizards could persist in the food war until now. The parliament is operating to buy back all the meager food reserves in the hands of the poor at a very low price to support this food war and maintain the most basic decency. But this is only a stopgap measure after all, and it won't last long. Monroe even thought that today was the day when those wizards would show their true colors, and 5,000 tons of wheat should be the last stock. Ivana pursed her lips. She had different ideas from Monroe, but she didn't mean to refute. After taking the 10 kilograms of wheat, she went out. No one stopped her or questioned her along the way. After all, it was not her first day to sell grain. They were not the only ones who bought and sold wheat during this period. Many wizards saw this as an opportunity to make a fortune, but there was not enough space to store wheat and grain, and they could not compete with the wealthy merchants and nobles in terms of financial resources. They could only buy low and sell high to make a profit. When Ivana arrived at the granary, there was a long queue. Although the price of wheat purchased by the parliament would be reduced every day, the number of people who came to sell grain increased instead of decreased. This also surprised Ivana. "You know, the purchase price of wizards is 5,000 times higher than the market price. In other words, if you sell 10 kilograms of wheat to the parliament, you can only get 1 copper coin. If you are willing to sell it to major grain merchants, It will be worth a full 50 silver coins. After keeping silent for nearly a month, Ivana finally couldn't help but ask. After hearing the girl's question, the townspeople who were waiting in front of the granary looked at Ivana with great envy. When the girl was about to ask again, Susan, who was holding a few old grains wrapped in tattered clothes, sighed and said, "You have never experienced famine, have you, Master Wizard?" Chapter 458. Ivana, creating food from the void. That is something only God can do. Susan's sudden question stumped Ivana. She had been in the north for 2 years, the most wild area of the empire. Naturally, she had seen famine and even participated in the church's relief operations, but she had never experienced that feeling in person. Susan sighed and said without waiting for Ivana to answer, "Just 11 years ago, the west of the empire suffered a large reduction in grain production due to successive wars. Then, the nobles and wealthy businessmen began to purchase large quantities of grain, just like today. Although it was not as terrible as this time, it was not something we could afford. At that time, she and her husband earned a meager income by carrying goods and other odd jobs in the slums. After deducting the gang's deductions, they could not even earn a silver coin a month. With the soaring grain prices, they could not buy a few pieces of black bread even if they spent all of their savings. Then the church and the empire did not intervene or rescue?" Ivana frowned and asked in confusion, but soon realized the inappropriateness of her words and quickly corrected it. "I mean, don't those bishops always say that the Lord has mercy on the world? How can those high-ranking bishops care about us?" A dark-skinned middle-aged man shook his head in self-mockery. 11 years ago, precious materials such as kerosene had not yet been discovered, and this city was not as important as it is now. It was just an ordinary small town in the western border, and they were the most inconspicuous poor people in the city. The empire did distribute some disaster relief food, but it was exploited by the local nobles and wealthy merchants halfway through, and the remaining little could not reach their hands at all. Susan also choked up and said that one of her children was starved to death not long after being born, because she was so hungry that she could not secrete enough milk and water, so she could only grind grass roots and tree bark into soup and feed a little bit. As a result, her child did not even last 2 days. Grass roots, tree bark. Can these be eaten? Ivana said in astonishment. As for grass roots, most of them are fine, but tree bark depends on what kind of tree it is, the middle-aged man muttered. Because Ivana's identity as a wizard has won a lot of favor from everyone, coupled with Susan's crying and complaints, the more than 100 townspeople gathered in front of the granary couldn't help but share their experiences of surviving the famine. Some people denounced the cold-bloodedness and inaction of the nobles, and some people collapsed and told Ivana that their younger brother was snatched away and eaten alive by a group of hungry townspeople. A teenager who was no more than 20 years old even shared that he survived the most difficult days by eating a kind of loess. It's a pity that his father didn't make it. If you don't want to gnaw on tree bark or eat soil, you can only risk your life to go deep into the jungle and get food there, but it is more likely to be used as food for some ferocious monster. Listening to more than 100 townspeople discussing which tree bark is the most delicious and which grass is non-toxic and filling, Ivana was greatly shocked. As a noble since childhood, she had never thought that grass, leaves, or even soil could be eaten as food. Although there had been famines in the north where she lived, and she had even witnessed the scene of cannibalism, Gustav once told her that these people were corrupted by the power of evil demons, and their souls were about to fall into hell, so they would do such evil and terrible things. Only the wizards would consider whether we can eat enough. An old man in the territory said with a slight tremor, carrying some wheat grains. For Lin En, ensuring 3 meals a day is a normal welfare for the workers, and it can also stop the unrest in the kingdom, but it is different for the poor. They have never received such attention. In Susan's view, the wizards who are in charge of this kerosene city suddenly announced the supply of 3 meals because they knew that they could not afford the rising wheat prices. This kindness made her and her husband grateful. Only after experiencing famine can you understand how terrible it is. They survived by luck last time, but what about this time? So after discussing with her husband, Susan decided to sell part of the rations to the parliament. When the food prices were high, thanks to the reminder they received at the bakery, They took out all their savings and bought hundreds of kilograms of wheat. Half of it had been sold before, half was for her and her husband, and the other half was for the 2 children. Susan didn't plan to sell it, but she suddenly heard yesterday that the parliament had to keep lowering the purchase price because the reserve funds were not enough. So she took out another part. She could only do her little bit. Maybe the bread they ate in the workshop had their share of wheat. The rest of the people also spoke about their own experiences. Like Susan, they felt valued for the first time. It turned out that there were really people who cared about them. The poorest people at the bottom. Everyone boasted about the power of magic and the kindness of the wizards. Since Ivana was also a wizard, many praises were pushed to her. Ivana fell silent. Those words of praise were like sharp knives piercing her heart, because no one knew better than her that the so-called food war was invented by Monroe, and the rumor that spread the kingdom was also spread by them. If only there were no nobles, this place would be like heaven. Susan couldn't help but say, heaven? Ivana didn't know what expression to make, and she didn't expect that this word would be used in the territory ruled by wizards. Just as Ivana hesitated, the tightly closed door of the granary finally opened. Susan and others immediately surrounded it and spoke anxiously. Master Wizard, how much has the price of wheat dropped today? Is the food reserve of the council enough? This is some wheat I saved myself. Although it is not much, please accept it. More than 100 townspeople gathered in front of the granary talked at once, and handed over the wheat wrapped in various cloths and leathers in their hands. Some people even felt that the 3 meals provided by the council were too much. In fact, it was not a bad idea to eat 1 meal a day, which could save a lot of food. Amid the enthusiastic expectations of the crowd, Pierce did not take the wheat, but said very apologetically, "Thank you for your help, but from today on, the council is no longer going to purchase wheat." "Why, Master Wizard? Is it because the reserve funds are not enough?" Susan asked hurriedly. The faces of the other townspeople were full of worry. "No, it's not what you think." Pierce shook his head with a smile, and then a bit of pride appeared on his face. "In fact, Dean Lin En has completely solved the problem of food shortage. From now on, no one has to worry about famine." Lin En, the magic star? Ivana was quite surprised. In the city of Fire Oil, she had heard this name countless times. It seemed that all the changes in the magic world could be related to the other party. Now it was even more exaggerated. This magic star dared to say that he had completely solved the famine problem. Ivana could not be sure for a moment whether this was fake news released by the parliament or it was true. Susan and others also looked shocked, and they were a little bit unbelievable. "If you are interested, you might as well go and see it yourself." Pierce pointed in the direction of the train station and said in suspense, "The train is running today." Ivana left the granary in confusion, and walked towards the original church, which was the direction of the train station, with Susan and others who were also confused. There were already crowded people there. Tens of thousands of people gathered in the square inches front of the station, tiptoeing and looking up to see what was going on inside. Ivana was also extremely curious and wanted to go in and take a look. With the wizard medal hanging on her chest, the people along the way would spontaneously make way for her. Soon, several huge silver-white trains appeared in front of the girl. They were more than 3 meters high and stretched for 70 meters, like a giant snake entrenched in the city. The streamlined body made every wizard and town resident who saw it for the first time sigh from the bottom of their hearts. What a beautiful creation! What shocked Ivana even more was the piles of cargo boxes in the train station. She had good eyesight and could clearly see that the boxes that had not been sealed were filled with pieces of bread and a pure white powder. Ivana, who didn't know starch, mistook it for wheat flour ground from wheat. The first 10 huge carriages were already full. The workers in the station were still working hard to transport more cargo boxes to the last few carriages. The wizards actually had so much food. Everything she saw in front of her was completely beyond Ivana's expectations. The noisy discussions and exclamations around her kept coming into Ivana's ears. Some people were amazed at the wizard's new creations, while others were crying hysterically at the piles of bread and food. However, more voices were praising the new invention of the magic star. Holding the magic daily in their hands, they discussed how to use magic to make bread. Ivana frowned. almost doubting whether she had heard it wrong. Using magic to make bread out of thin air? What a joke. Even the Pope couldn't do this. Perhaps only the moon goddess could do this miracle. Sir, can you let me see this magic daily? Ivana couldn't help but ask. A wizard who was interrupted in the discussion turned his head with dissatisfaction. After seeing the girl's good looks, he immediately changed his attitude and said generously, "Of course, no problem, I'll give it to you. Anyway, I've already read it and taken note of it." Ivana thanked him politely. After taking a look at it, she was immediately stunned by the title above, Research and Analysis of Plant Photosynthesis, on the Feasibility of Bread Making. The signature was the magic star Lin En. As for the paper that took up an entire page and had thousands of words, Ivana couldn't understand it at all. Fortunately, the wizard next to her explained it to her diligently. The first half of the paper was about how plants perform photosynthesis and convert various elements into nutrients that can be absorbed by the human body. The second half was about studying how to restore this process through magic. Probably due to confidentiality, no specific magic model was given above, but the importance of three things was emphasized. The simplest way to make food is to rely on water, carbon dioxide and electricity. Master Lin En is really worthy of being the magic star. He can actually think of such a method to solve the problem of food shortage. The wizard said with great admiration. Ivana did not expect that wizards could actually use magic to make food. She had also taken chemistry classes and knew very well what carbon dioxide was. It could be said that everyone was a machine that produced carbon dioxide in batches, and there was no need to worry about the shortage of raw materials. Not to mention water. The kingdom was not short of water, and wizards could also control lightning, which meant that as long as they wanted, they could continuously produce a large amount of food. The mountains of cargo boxes in the station were evidence. However, the one who reacted the most to this was not Ivana, but the nobles and wealthy businessmen who had purchased a large amount of food before. They either collapsed and sat on the ground, or shouted hysterically. Everyone knew that once this batch of trains transported the carriages full of bread to the major cities of the kingdom, the wheat in their hands would instantly become worthless. Even if it was the best result, their assets would inevitably shrink by hundreds of times. A wealthy businessman even had the idea of blowing up these trains and burning all the piles of bread. However, the 20 airships, 5 fighter planes and more than 50 armored vehicles responsible for the escort, the black muzzles were enough to dispel everyone's restless thoughts. The desperate cries of the nobles and wealthy businessmen did not attract the slightest sympathy, but instead received waves of mocking and contemptuous eyes. Even many townspeople were cheering the name of the magic star and celebrating the victory. 500 meters away, Lin En, who was being talked about by everyone, stood on the roof of a residential house, watching the huge trains roaring away. The 7 trains were a total of 6,000 tons of starch and bread, plus the 5,000 tons of rations released in front, which was enough to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Notify Lord and let them start collecting debts, Lin En ordered. Yes, Dean Lin En, a lock beside him said in admiration, and then sent out the electromagnetic wave signal for debt collection. Over the past month, the parliament has used dozens of caravans as white gloves to mortgage tens of millions of imperial gold coins to the wealthy merchants and nobles. The money lent out was the savings that these people used to buy food. In the end, the money went back to their hands, and it was accompanied by the other party's assets, manors, slaves and even people. Gambling is not good, Lin En sighed secretly. Once you get too excited, you will end up bankrupt. Hundreds of times the profit is enough to make people crazy and lose their minds. They voluntarily increase the stakes and bet everything they have to get a victory that does not exist. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 459 Why do you want to rebel, Your Majesty? In the luxurious fortress of the capital of Hadra, Morton suddenly woke up from his bed, his whole body soaked with cold sweat. He dreamed that the wizards used magic to make a lot of bread, and then the wheat in his hand became worthless. But how could that be possible? Using magic to make bread is simply a fantasy. Morton wiped the sweat from his head with trembling hands, and sat up from the bed with difficulty, but soon realized that something was wrong. Bacchus, Bacchus! Morton kept shouting the name of the manor steward, but there was no response. After a long time, a knight came over. "Lord Morton, are you awake? Where is Bacchus? Where did he go?" Morton grabbed the knight's arm and asked anxiously. "He left half an hour ago. And he also took your favorite glass wine jug." The knight stammered for a long time before he dared to tell the truth. What he didn't say was that many valuable items in the fortress were taken away by the fleeing servants. They had no time and no ability to stop them. "Bacchus, I raised him for 40 years. How dare he?" Morton was so angry that he almost fainted again. What made him feel even colder was the meaning behind this. "Where is today's Magic Daily?" "Go and get the newspaper for me," Morton said anxiously. "Also, send someone to the city of Fireoil immediately and do everything possible to check for me. I want to know if those wizards still have food." In Morton's scolding, the knight did not move, and spoke carefully. "Lord Morton, I'm afraid there's no need to confirm it now. Just an hour ago, the train from the city of Fireoil had already arrived in the capital. At the station, the unloaded grain had already piled up like a mountain, and some workshops had officially implemented the system of 4 meals a day. All the evidence showed that the parliament was not without food, and it had as much as it wanted. Now the nobles and wealthy merchants in the entire capital were going crazy. Many people wanted to sell their stored grain, but because the parliament provided 3 meals and lodging, no one was willing to buy grain on a large scale. The price of wheat instantly dropped from 500 copper coins to 1 copper coin for 5 kilograms, and no one would even look at it. There were rumors everywhere in the market that wizards could make bread from air and turn lake water into strong liquor. The grain in their hands was worthless, because from now on, the parliament would take care of the food and lodging of everyone in the kingdom. And the trade route to the empire had been blocked in both directions, and they did not have enough transportation capacity, let alone hide it from the parliament and transport so much grain out of the kingdom. Every word of the knight was like a long sword, piercing Morton's chest. He knew that he was finished. Everything was over. "Gustav, you lied to me," Morton roared angrily. But the commander of the God's punishment army he mentioned was obviously no longer able to help him. At this moment, there was a sudden noisy sound outside the fortress, followed by a fierce argument. Morton's face suddenly changed and he almost fell off the bed. The knight took the initiative to speak without waiting for Morton to ask. "It should be those merchants who came to collect debts." Morton's anger surged in his heart. When did a few lowly merchants have the courage to break into the manor of a kingdom's marquis? He couldn't deal with a wizard, so could he not deal with a few wealthy businessmen? Morton, who was furious, drew out the sword from the knight's waist, and rushed out angrily without even wearing shoes. In the front hall of the fortress, dozens of loyal guards were confronting a group of uninvited guests who rushed in. The leader looked amiable, about 40 years old, with narrowed eyes and a very wealthy appearance. "Stanford, who gave you the courage to break into my manor?" Morton said coldly as he stepped into the lobby of the fortress barefoot with a sword in hand. "Your manor?" Stanford's face showed a slightly surprised expression, and then he took out a deed from his arms and said amiably, "You may be a little forgetful, Marquis Morton. This manor is already mine. Of course, you can also choose to take it back for 30,000 gold coins." Stanford said indifferently, seeing the other party directly take out the deed. Morton choked for a moment, and had to suppress his anger and refute. "I remember the deadline should be 1 month. This is 30,000 imperial gold coins. Marquis, you may not be able to pay this money within a month, so in order to avoid some accidents, I have to come to collect the debt in advance," Stanford said very apologetically, and then pointed to the tiny words on the contract. "It's clearly written in the contract." Morton was so angry that he laughed. He had never been insulted like this before. He was a marquis of a kingdom, but someone thought he couldn't even afford 30,000 imperial gold coins. Even though he had no savings now, his territory still had a lot of land, mines, slaves and even people. But before he could speak, Stanford seemed to have guessed it in advance. One voucher after another appeared in his hand, and finally piled up into a booklet. That was the pledge certificate of various assets in the Marquis's territory. Morton's face changed instantly. He was not surprised by these pledge certificates. After all, he had them pledged by himself. What really shocked him was that so many certificates appeared in Stanford's hands alone. "You are from the Wizard Council." Morton's pupils shrank slightly. He immediately understood why Stanford dared to break into his manor, and why those merchants were willing to let him pledge the mines and assets in the territory at a high price. Morton, who was dazzled by the huge profits before, did not think so much, and thought that the other party knew that he had a large amount of valuable wheat, so he was willing to pledge it at a premium. Now it seems that this is a complete trap. "Of course, Marquis, haven't you all been working for the wizards all the time?" Stanford did not intend to pretend and admitted it openly. Morton almost bit his teeth to pieces, but he did not dare to make a rash move, so he had to speak again. "In addition to these assets, I have countless wheat." "Don't laugh. Wheat is not worth much now," Stanford interrupted Morton's words in a cold voice. "Now the kingdom is full of grain vendors, and there are millions of tons of grain in the market. Apart from the parliament, who can accept it? Who can transport it away? But it can at least make up for it. As for the price, let's just use 1 copper for 20 kilograms. Stanford said with a smile. "You have a total of 200,000 tons of grain in your hands, which is 1,000 imperial gold coins according to the current market price." The guards behind him took out money bags and threw them on the ground. "Yes, they are all here." "You are talking nonsense." Morton was almost mad to death on the spot. Stanford wanted to buy back wheat worth tens of millions of gold coins with just one sentence. 1 copper for 20 kilograms is simply nonsense. Even if no one buys grain in the market, he can brew it into beer or use it as livestock feed, or even sell part of the grain to the empire to make up for the slight deficit. However, it is obviously not possible to earn enough money in the first 2 cases in 1 month. There are no fewer people who have the same idea as him, and there may even be a phenomenon of mutual run. As for selling to the empire, it can only be done in private. Morton is not stupid enough to say it openly. If he refuses, he will be charged with treason again. "It's a pity that I can't give you these 1,000 gold coins, Marquis." Stanford shook his head, and asked the guards to take back the 10 money bags, and said with a sigh, "You have borrowed a total of 5 million imperial gold coins from various caravans, but even if you sell all the mortgaged assets, you can only pay back 70%, and you still owe a lot." Morton's face was red, and he knew that he was afraid that he would be in danger today. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that although the guards brought by Stanford were numerous, they did not seem to carry the alchemical creation called muskets. With his own strength, he might not be able to keep all these people here. Thinking of this, Morton suddenly raised his hand and made a gesture, and the guards who were originally confronting Stanford and others immediately rushed up like wolves and tigers. They were all guards raised by the Morton family since childhood. They had long put life and death aside and would not question the orders of the Marquis. However, what was faster than their sword drawing was the gun drawing technique. The guards behind Stanford, in the horrified eyes of the knights and guards, pulled out short-barreled muskets from their waists. This more sophisticated and easy-to-carry firearm was made by Lydia a year ago, but usually only the secret sentries performing special tasks are qualified to be equipped. After all, when performing infiltration and espionage tasks, short-barreled muskets are easy to carry, and they are extremely secretive and sudden. Many secret sentries have mastered the art of drawing guns. The best of them can complete the actions of holding the gun, aiming, and shooting within 0.1 seconds. The next moment, sharp gunshots rang out in the front hall of the fortress. Although dozens of guards were wearing sophisticated armor, how could they resist the invasion of armor-piercing projectiles? They were even beaten into sieves without being able to make an effective resistance. Morton was even more scared. Even though he was a blood knight, he was not sure that he could rely on his body to resist the attack of so many muskets. He was soon hit by several projectiles in the arms and thighs, and fell limply in a pool of blood. "Heal his wounds. Don't let him die. I suspect he has betrayed the kingdom. Let's go back and let someone give him a thorough trial." Stanford put away the musket in his hand. It was he who broke the opponent's limbs with his superb gun skills. A group of secret sentries began to deal with the scene very skillfully and disposed of all the bodies. Stanford took out a magic radio and passed the news. Earl Bell died. Viscountess K was imprisoned. Marquis Morton was captured alive. A large amount of information was transmitted to Laud through electromagnetic signals. Due to the sudden collapse of grain prices, these nobles and wealthy businessmen who were captured by them were often immersed in the fantasy that they were rich enough to rival a country in the previous second, and the next second their homes were all confiscated, and they had no chance to react at all. This also led to the fact that most of the capture operations were very smooth, with only one exception, that is, Grand Duke Gad ran away. In this regard, Laud was also very helpless. In the past month, they needed to monitor hundreds of targets and act at the same time, and there were not enough people. Moreover, most of the people they were dealing with were wealthy nobles who had certain power in their hands. It was not easy to catch them all. Fortunately, the one who escaped was just a duke of the kingdom who had lost his territory and wealth. He could not cause any trouble. Their most important target was always unable to run away. Let's go to the palace. Laud collected the intelligence on hand one by one, and then led a large number of musketeers to kill directly to the capital. Along the way, there was no obstacle. Although the guards of the capital surrounded them, no one dared to take action. They just let Laud pass through most of the capital and stepped into the main hall. At this moment in the palace, King Hatcher was sitting on the throne, discussing with a group of ministers the sudden surge in the price of grain in the kingdom, and then suddenly fell to the bottom, and Laud suddenly broke in with a large group of musketeers. The huge palace was suddenly silent. The ministers who had been talking loudly before fell silent as if their vocal cords had been cut off. Laud did not speak either, but respectfully took out the special ring of mysticism in his hand and placed it in his palm. A blue light flickered on the ring, and then a familiar figure appeared in front of everyone. "Long time no see, Your Majesty." Hatcher looked a little dazed. This scene seemed to be a replica of the war in the capital more than a year ago. The wizard in front of him did not seem to have changed at all, and was still so polite. However, the one sitting on the throne was no longer the old King Basil, but himself. Hatcher held the hand of the throne beside him, sweating faintly, but still spoke with forced calmness. "Long time no see, Master Lin En. Is there anything you want to tell me when you come to the palace this time?" "You can say that." Lin En nodded, then clapped his hands, and the bound servants were brought over one by one. Hatcher's face turned pale. Of course, he recognized these servants who were brought up. They were all his trusted subordinates who were responsible for secretly contacting Grand Duke Gad and letting him remotely control the actions of those nobles. But he remembered that these people had been dealt with. Chapter 460 Lin En. In the magnificent palace of the Kingdom of Hadra you can hear a pin drop. More than 100 ministers of the kingdom with distinguished backgrounds stood on both sides of the hall, but they were blind and deaf, turning a deaf ear to the offensive actions of Lin En and Laud and others. Everyone knew that the kingdom was no longer the balance of royal power, divine power and nobles in the past. This was the world of wizards. The silence of the crowd also made Hatcher's heart sink to the bottom, but he still pretended to be surprised and asked, "I don't understand what you are talking about, Master Lin En. Is there any misunderstanding here? These people are indeed my servants, but I always thought that our cooperation was pretty good, Your Majesty." Hatcher. Lin En did not give the other party a chance to defend himself. He interrupted Hatcher's words with a sigh and continued to speak. "It's a pity that you betrayed our covenant, and also betrayed the entire kingdom and all the people in the territory." Although the existing feudal system of the Kingdom of Hadrada was not really what he wanted, and it was even more inconsistent with the promotion system he wanted to formulate with knowledge and magic as the core, but considering the stability of the kingdom, Lin En was not prepared to take action against the nobles and wealthy businessmen in the kingdom at such a critical time. After all, a year and a half was too short. Although they controlled a large area of the kingdom through various means, and even relied on the methods of releasing grain to recruit workers, complaining meetings, and clearing the nobles to win the trust and goodwill of the poor, there was indeed a great shortage of management personnel. According to his idea, The cleanup of the nobles should be carried out after the parliament has cultivated a part of trustworthy management personnel, and has broken through the legend to gain an absolute advantage over the church, so that it can be safe enough. Unfortunately, there are always some people who don't know what to do. The sudden food war launched by the nobles also made Lin En realize that the termites in the kingdom have reached the time to be cleaned up. Such an extremely unstable factor, if it suddenly erupts during their decisive battle with the empire, it would be really fatal. Lin En's sighing words angered Hatcher. Betray the kingdom? ! How dare the other party use such words to describe himself, a legitimate king? Enough. This is my kingdom. It used to belong to the Basil family. Now, and in the future, I will never allow anyone to take it away. Hatcher stood up from the throne like an angry lion, staring at Lin En in front of him, and said angrily, perhaps realizing that all his excuses were meaningless. Hatcher, who had tolerated for a long time, completely tore off his disguise and gushed out all the anger in his heart. More than a year ago, when he just ascended the throne of Hadjarata, Hatcher was completely immersed in the excitement of holding power, and even felt that without the constraints of the church, he would be able to make great plans and establish a career that was not inferior to that of his father, King Basil. However, this excitement lasted for less than a month. Hatcher soon found that he, the new king, had no power at all. Many nobles, wealthy businessmen and ministers of the palace were like loyal dogs, trying their best to please the new masters of the kingdom in their eyes. The wizards of the parliament, any of his decrees would be secretly sent to the wizard council after being issued. Hatcher's carefully planned plan to expand the army by 100,000 was directly rejected by the other party for various far-fetched reasons. Due to the aggressive attack of the church and the fear of the wizard's magic, Hatcher felt humiliated, but he did not show it on the surface. He even secretly comforted himself that after repelling the offensive of the church and regaining the territory of the kingdom, the wizards who lacked management ability would definitely need to rely on the power of him, the king and the nobles, to manage such a large kingdom. However, the facts were completely inconsistent with his expectations. After the wizards took back the territory in the east of the kingdom, they took the initiative to kill the local nobles and took these territories for themselves. The king only received a so-called report afterwards. This is simply a shame. The other party even tried to prevaricate with a light-hearted statement of happy cooperation. What frightened Hatcher even more was that these wizards from overseas seemed to be able to manage the various territories without their help at all, and they also created a brand new management method that was different from the previous feudal system. This is undoubtedly shaking the foundation of the kingdom's survival. Hatcher's hysterical roar did not make Lin En angry, but instead looked at the ugly appearance of King Hadjarata with disappointment. No wonder Basil too was reluctant to appoint a crown prince. How could such a temperament, scheming in mind be a good king? Lin En waited for Hatcher's scolding to end, and then spoke slowly. You are wrong. No territory absolutely belongs to anyone, Hatcher. More than a year ago, you just snatched the crown from your father Basil's head. And this so-called throne was only taken from the former king by your ancestors 100 years ago. Since you are not suitable to take on the heavy responsibility of the king, there is no need to continue to be the king. Lin En stepped forward and said indifferently. The indifferent words were like a basin of cold water poured on his head, instantly extinguishing the courage that rose in Hatcher's heart due to anger. The figure that was approaching step by step brought a kind of unspeakable sense of oppression, and the air round him condensed. How dare you? I am the king of Hadjarata. Hatcher showed a look of horror on his face, and subconsciously wanted to open his mouth to scold, but his body seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and even opening his mouth became a luxury. An inexplicable chill spread from deep in his spine. Hatcher fell down on the throne in a mess, and could only watch the other party's right hand reaching towards his head. Uncontrolled power will sooner or later bring disaster to this kingdom. At the moment when the hand was approaching, Hatcher's mind flashed with King Basil's warning before his death, and a strong regret suddenly surged into his heart. You are right, father. Hatcher regretted why he had cooperated with these evil wizards and ruined the kingdom, but it was obviously too late to regret now. Under the suppression of a great wizard's domain, even as a blood knight, He had no ability to resist. Lin En smoothly placed his hand on his crowned head. Genetic magic, memory retrieval, various complicated memory fragments surged like a tide, and the other party's anger, humiliation, and unwillingness were all presented to Lin En without any concealment, and a lot of secret information followed. "Gustav," Lin En murmured in a low voice. Although he had long guessed that the church must be behind the whole thing, he did not expect that a high-ranking member of the church would secretly sneak into the kingdom and plan all this behind the scenes. This is also the oversight of the airship crews as a protection system. It can only detect large-scale entry of people. If the other party is only one person and is powerful and knows how to disguise, it is not an easy task to catch him. They also cannot cover the entire border area with a magic barrier that detects the fluctuation of divine arts. Of course, the new king thought more and did not act completely according to the orders of Gustav, the commander of the gods' punishment army. In the eyes of the other party, the church and the wizards are both standing on the top of the king's head and obstacles that need to be removed. If the few wizards and the church can fight each other to a loss, then naturally there will be no ability to manage such a large kingdom, or even the entire empire, and the king's power will be able to return to its peak. It must be said that this idea is quite beautiful, but it's a pity that the other party's ability to plan and lay out is really poor. Hatcher thought that he was hiding behind the scenes, letting the most trusted Grand Duke of Gad contact Gustav, and using Morton and others as pawns, so that he would not be affected even if he failed. Little did he know that several of his close attendants had been bribed by them. Lin En slowly withdrew his hand. Such violent memory extraction completely destroyed Hatcher's brain. The king of Hadra drooled at the corners of his mouth, and fell limply from the throne, and soon there was no sound. The palace suddenly fell into a deathly silence. No one could have imagined that the young wizard in front of him would dare to really kill a king in public. And it was so easy and carefree, just like pinching an ant to death. Lin En looked at the body of the new king and shook his head. If the other party was willing to accept the transformation, it might not be impossible for him to be like someone, from a supreme king and emperor to a citizen. No, to be precise, he should be a wealthy businessman with endless savings. However, considering Hatcher's temperament, this probability is really pitifully low. Just as he was thinking, an inappropriate voice suddenly came into his ears. "Your Majesty." Lin En, the one who spoke, was a shrewd minister of the kingdom. After a brief shock, he quickly knelt down and shouted loudly, "Uncrowned King of Hadra, we pay our sincere respects to you." Then more than 100 ministers of the kingdom also woke up and knelt down on the ground. Some shouted in unison to celebrate the new king's ascension to the throne. Some actively expressed their firm stance, and even loudly denounced the incompetent rule of the former King Hatcher. In just over 10 seconds, the palace hall, which was originally so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, became very lively. "I think you have done something wrong?" Lin En's voice slowly rang out in the hall, suppressing the noisy flattery. The ministers who knelt on the ground looked at each other, not quite understanding the meaning of these words. Could it be that the Wizard Council was going to support another obedient noble to take office as before? Just when some people were thinking, Lin En's words came again. "From today on, the kingdom of Hadra will no longer need the so-called king." As soon as these words came out, everyone present was horrified, and they couldn't react for a long time. They couldn't understand what a kingdom without a king would be like. Wouldn't everything be messed up? "Master Wizard, who will manage the kingdom in the future, and who will appoint them?" a minister of the kingdom said tremblingly. "From now on, all major matters in the kingdom will be voted and agreed upon by the parliament." Lin En replied casually, "As for the appointment of local grassroots managers, let's do it by examination." Although the examination selection system has been criticized in the previous life, it must be said that it does provide a relatively fair way for the bottom to be promoted. At least in this dark world, the examination selection system is enough to be replaced by light. When the parliament conquered the southern and central regions of the kingdom, he had already started to build schools for commoners. Although he could not learn much in a year, Grassroots managers did not need to have profound knowledge. It was enough to be able to read and understand orders and know how to handle some daily affairs. With the cooperation of those small nobles who were willing to accept transformation and embrace the new world, the kingdom could barely be maintained. The next thing will be left to you to finish, Lord. The magic projection erected on the palace hall left in order and then dissipated on the spot. Seeing the king-killing plague god disappear, the ministers of the kingdom who were kneeling on the ground in the hall were relieved, but they soon found that they were too happy too early. Lord waved his hand, and the wolf-like musketeers immediately rushed up and tied them up and dragged them away. According to the intelligence of the spies, many of these ministers participated in this food war. The few ministers who were not arrested were also scared to the point of peeing their pants. They lay on the ground in fear and dared not speak. They all understood that from now on, the kingdom would change. The massive debt collection operation lasted for a whole week before it ended. There were countless nobles and wealthy businessmen who were arrested, killed, or bankrupted. The people of the kingdom looked at the piles of grain that had been seized and applauded. The previous high grain prices made everyone live in fear of famine. Although the workshops and schools provided them with 3 meals a day for free, no one knew how long this situation would last. Once the parliament stopped providing 3 meals a day, they might not be able to afford even a few bags of white bread with their savings. In addition, there was another very shocking news, that is, King Hadar of Hadarata suddenly died suddenly, and the Basil family, which had lasted for 100 years and passed down for 3 generations, was extinct. From now on, all affairs of the kingdom will be voted on by the parliament. As for the reason for the king's sudden death, it is rumored that it is related to the fugitive Grand Duke of Gad, who colluded with the church and some of the kingdom's nobles to provoke the kingdom's food crisis and even attempted to assassinate the king in an attempt to disrupt the entire kingdom and bring the 3 million subjects back under the dark rule of the church. Chapter 461 Praise to the Lord of Famine and Plague. My fellow countrymen who have suffered so much, those greedy nobles and wealthy businessmen used shameful means to rob us of our only food rations in order to satisfy their own selfish desires, and allowed famine and plague to spread wantonly in the kingdom, causing our children to die of hunger and pain. And those culprits are staying comfortably in the manor, in front of the warm fireplace, served by slaves, enjoying fine wine and delicious food, and laughing at our difficult situation in the most vicious tone. For hundreds of years, those nobles have been high above us, stepping on our heads, trampling on our dignity like cattle and horses. My fellow countrymen, the kingdom of Hadrada should not be like this. Now it's time to take back what we have. On a 3-meter-high boulder in the northern border of the kingdom of Hadrada, Riddle was giving an impassioned pre-war speech. Below was a mass of ragged poor people. As Riddle kept talking, anger gradually emerged on everyone's face. As Riddle said, the wheat they had worked so hard to grow was forcibly taken away by the nobles at a very low price, and then sold at hundreds or thousands of times the price. Even if they spent all of their wealth, they could not afford a few pieces of black bread, and could only rely on eating grass roots and tree bark for a living. The people who caused all this made a lot of money and hid in the manor to enjoy themselves. Seeing the anger gradually burning in the eyes of the people, Riddle continued to work hard and widely publicized their successful experience in resisting the tyranny of the nobles in other places. For example, the miners in the Southern Territory, under the oppression of the nobles, had to stay in the dark mines all day long, and had to endure the beatings and exploitation of the supervisors, and even faced the risk of mine collapse at all times. But with the help of the wizards, they bravely stood up, killed the supervisors of the mines, defended their rights with blood, and then arrested the local barons and tried their evil deeds in public. Good. That's how it should be. Let those despicable nobles get the retribution they deserve. They should be thrown into hell. Listening to Riddle's vivid description of the nobles being hanged and the fear before execution, the poor people present all vented their anger and cursed loudly, but many people showed hesitation and couldn't help asking, Lord Riddle, I heard that wizards have built many workshops in the capital. Not only are they paid several silver coins every month, but they also provide 3 meals. Is this true? Of course it's true. I promise you that as long as everyone works hard, "No one will starve," Riddle said very confidently, and then explained to everyone the various welfare policies formulated by the parliament to the poor people. This was as beautiful as a paradise in a dream, which was really too unreal. Fortunately, due to the smooth flow of trade, many people have heard the merchants who transport goods boast about the grand occasion of the capital in the tavern, and they have confirmed that Riddle's words are not fabricated out of thin air. One step back to hell, one step forward to heaven. Seeing that the time is ripe, Riddle immediately ordered people to send hundreds of flintlock rifles, and then shouted at the top of his lungs, "Now, everyone, pick up your weapons and take back what belongs to us. Let those bastards pay the price. Send them to hell." Thousands of people shouted slogans and rushed to the marquisate closest to them, and this scene was repeated in almost every territory in the northwest of the kingdom. Riddle broke up 10,000 elite musketeers into hundreds of teams and spent a month to encourage the local people who suffered so much to revolt and resist, just to start a rebellion today. Although the weapons in the hands of the poor were only obsolete flintlock rifles, and the average training time per person was only about a week, they were in large numbers. With the blessing of hatred and anger, they were unstoppable and even instigated some of the regular troops under the nobles to rebel. Mobs, these damn mobs. In the city of Helder in the northern border of the kingdom, Grand Duke Guard hid in a sturdy fortress, looking out the window at the poor who were clamoring to hang him, his face full of fear and anger. He finally managed to avoid the capture of the wizards with the help of a family's inherited holy artifact and fled back to his territory in a hurry. As a result, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he ran into this group of damn mobs and was directly blocked in this fortress. Fortunately, the mobs lacked powerful enough siege weapons, which gave him a chance to breathe. "Send out the letter for help immediately. These damn mobs, I will skin them alive one by one," Grand Duke Guard gritted his teeth and ordered. There were several gray crows in the castle for communication. They were the only living creatures that could fly out of the castle. The holy weapon in his hand had been used once before and was not suitable for fighting against groups of enemies. The only thing he could do now was to hope that the small nobles under his command could lead their troops to rescue him. However, this only hope was broken by a sudden voice in the castle. "No need. The entire northern border of the kingdom has probably already fallen. The lords of various places are already busy with their own affairs. No one will come to rescue you." Gad turned his head suddenly and looked over. A familiar figure slowly emerged in the darkness. "Gustav?" Gad immediately recognized the person. A bit of joy first appeared on his face, and then turned into a strong anger. "Is this the foolproof thing you told me about? The food in the hands of those wizards is simply inexhaustible. They can even use magic to make bread. The wheat in our hands is now worthless. Now it's over. Everything is over." Gad's ferocious face was full of resentment. If the other party had not instigated him to provoke this food war, they would not have ended up like this. "Do you think that if this hadn't happened, those wizards would have let you go?" Gustav said with a sneer. "Look at those rioting people outside your castle. The wizards have been secretly planning to seize your territory. I just gave you a chance to take back the power in your hands." Gad stared at Gustav with a gloomy face. Although he was angry in his heart, he also knew that the commander of the God's punishment army in front of him was not someone he could contend with. He could only suppress his anger and ask the other party's intention. "Of course I came here to save you," Gustav said slowly. "Your current strength is probably not enough to fight against those mobs." There was no trace of joy on Gad's face. It was easy for the leader of the God's punishment army to deal with a group of mobs, but the other party chose to sneak into the fortress to meet him. The meaning was obvious. "Tell me your conditions," Gad said solemnly. "There are no conditions this time, only gifts." Gustav took out a strange-looking statue from his arms. "It will give you new power, enough for you to take back the territory." Statue of the evil god? Gad couldn't help but take a step back, and a chill ran down his back. Of course he recognized what this thing was. He also understood how terrible this thing was. This is not a so-called gift at all, but a sacrifice. Gad immediately took out the ancestral holy weapon, and a strong divine light immediately appeared in the fortress, but to his surprise, the holy weapon did not attack the enemy in front of him at all. Gustav looked at Gad with a mocking expression. This holy artifact was originally given by the church 100 years ago, but the other party tried to use the power of this holy artifact to fight against him. It was simply nonsense. Use your last value. Gustav stepped forward, holding the statue of the evil god with his right hand and pierced through the chest of Duke Gad. No blood flowed out. Gustav's hand seemed to have passed through a layer of illusory obstacles and placed the statue in the position of the other party's heart. The next moment, a lot of voices drilled into Gad's mind. Praise, Lord of famine and plague, you bring disaster to the world, punish all those who do not worship God, and drag the mortal world into hell. Lord, punish your enemies with plague. The high, continuous prayers and the terrifying and evil memories constantly impacted Gad's will. His face was becoming distorted, his body was shaking constantly, and he fell limply to the ground, suffering from severe pain from both his mind and body. If he had not been a blood knight, he would have completely collapsed in the first round of consciousness shock. This is exactly why Gustav came here specially. The flesh of ordinary people is not capable of bearing the power of the evil god, even if it is only a statue that bears part of the evil power. The servants in the room knelt on the ground and trembled, not even daring to look up. Gustav listened to the other parties wailing with a grim face, and was not moved at all. Since those wizards had already made a plan and provoked the rebellion of the mob, these nobles would lose the value of continuing to exist. The news that the people who rebelled against the tyranny of the nobles and won victory after victory in the northern border of the kingdom soon spread back to the City of Fire Royal through various channels. Very good, so that the entire kingdom has been accommodated under the rule of the parliament, without exception, Prov said very happily. This is the second year since they set foot in the wizard land, and the results achieved are obviously far beyond their expectations. Not only have they successfully established a foothold on this continent, but they have also directly entered the territory of the empire. This is certainly an honor worth celebrating, but now is not the time to relax, Vittorio reminded. Although they have removed the biggest destabilizing factor in the kingdom in one go, arresting and imprisoning so many dignitaries at once and confiscating their property, even if there are sufficient reasons, has caused a lot of panic. Coupled with the lack of management personnel, the entire kingdom will inevitably face a period of management chaos. Master Lin En, I heard that you are conceiving a new method of selecting a large number of grassroots managers to manage the entire kingdom. Do you have any ideas? Aurora asked curiously. Since the parliament ruled the kingdom, they have been thinking about how to rule such a large territory. At present, there are two mainstream voices in the parliament. One is to cooperate with the nobles and implement management through the means of involvement as in the past. The nobles are responsible for managing secular affairs, and the wizards are responsible for managing the mysterious and extraordinary. This path is obviously not feasible, because they are taking the route of the poor, thereby disintegrating the faith of the church, which seriously conflicts with the interests of the nobles. The second is to be governed entirely by wizards, such as what they did in the wizard land. However, in Lin En's opinion, this is an alternative wizard involvement system. Its main purpose is that the school led by the great wizard directly manages a city. This is slightly better than the hereditary inheritance of the empire's nobles. After all, being able to be promoted to this level itself means being excellent enough. But there are also many disadvantages. After all, being strong and having a good brain does not mean that you are necessarily good at management. In fact, many great wizards don't put their minds on managing their territories at all, and they are all managed by the wizards of the schools below. The level can only be described as uneven. Not to mention that there are so many cities in the kingdom, and there are even more if the empire is included. It is impossible to manage them by wizards alone. Lin En didn't mean to hide it, and soon he told about the examination selection system he was going to implement. The speakers were naturally not unfamiliar with the examination selection. For example, in the wizard land, the promotion of formal wizards is evaluated through tests. Lin En optimized this system again when he was in the port of Yaida, so they also had some understanding. Relying on grades to judge and select the best candidates, then what specific subjects should be tested? Vittorio asked thoughtfully. First of all, literature, If the manager can't even read basic words, how can he understand the orders we issue? Lin En explained one by one. Then there is Mathematical Olympiad. The application range of numeracy is very wide and it is also necessary. Finally, some occupation-related content will be tested. For example, agricultural managers must understand the climate, farming and the operation methods of various alchemical instruments. In this way, managers who pass the exam only need to adapt to the work a little bit before they can get started. However, high-level managers should be mainly wizards. After all, a civilian cannot manage a wizard with powerful power. Lin En is still very clear about this, so only wizards who are good at management can be selected from them. As for those wizards who are extremely powerful but not good at management, they will be pulled into the parliament and given identities and status that match their strength, so that they will not cause dissatisfaction. In addition, all managers only have administrative management rights. For example, the local city lord is not qualified to form and command the army, and the replacement is appointed by the parliament, completely abolishing the hereditary system. Lin En described his ideas as concisely as possible and also included the corresponding prosecution and reporting systems. He was just short of taking out a code of law. Chapter 462. The solution to nuclear radiation is to drop another hydrogen bomb with a larger equivalent. Lin En talked about his ideas. He did not blindly promote the theory and strategy of equality for all in this alien world. After all, the world is different, and many situations are completely incompatible. It is not necessarily effective to rashly apply a certain system. Moreover, this world has powerful individuals called wizards. The best of them can fight against an entire army alone, which represents a kind of advanced productivity. Under such circumstances, the concept of equality is obviously not suitable. So the plan chosen by Lin En is to optimize the existing wizard parliament system and give the poor at the bottom a relatively fair channel for promotion. This new examination and promotion system has attracted the attention of all the speakers present. They can all see that this is a plan that is completely different from the previous feudal and recommendation system. It sounds very feasible and can completely get rid of their dependence on the previous aristocratic management, prevent the local from becoming bigger, and gather most of the power in the hands of the parliament. It can be said that there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Just as Herve and others were thinking about the pros and cons, Lin En asked about the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor. This is the most important thing in the near future. According to the current progress, it will be completed in 10 days at most, Vittorio said with a beaming face. He was undoubtedly the one who was most looking forward to the completion of this thing. Although the parliament had previously mobilized some thunder wizards to make artificial starch to solve the food crisis created by the nobles, the overall progress was not greatly affected by the efforts of many alchemists day and night, and there were even signs of completion ahead of schedule. We must strengthen protection during this period, and there must be no accidents, Herve said with a serious face. Once this fusion reactor was damaged during activation, the consequences would be disastrous. Lin En also nodded. He had thought about whether to build this thing somewhere outside the city, so that if there was any emergency, the destructiveness could be minimized. But in order to carry out this cross-era nuclear fusion project, they can be said to have mobilized the power of the parliament. The daily mobilization of personnel and resources was too frequent, especially the operation and consumption of massive water resources. No matter where it was placed, it was unlikely to be hidden from the spies of the church. The other party may not know what they are doing, but they will definitely try their best to stop it, and even become the fuse of a new round of war. Even in the city of fire oil, the parliament has to keep releasing false information to explain, such as transporting a large amount of raw materials to expand the city, transporting a large amount of water, because of radiation pollution, etc. The construction of the entire city is also to some extent concealing the construction of the reactor. At least, except for those who have been promoted to true legendary wizards, they try their best to avoid conflicts with the church, so secrecy is naturally the top priority. You don't have to worry too much. The nuclear fusion reactor I designed is relatively stable. In addition, with the emergency plan prepared in advance, even if it is severely damaged, the damage will be limited to a controllable range. Lin En said comfortingly. One of the advantages of magic civilization over technological civilization is that it can relatively easily control this terrifying energy through gravity and magnetic fields. Moreover, the place where the fusion reactor is built is underground in a noble manner, covering a large area and located in the corner of the city. The underground facilities are built completely according to the strength of the nuclear bunker, which can also minimize the damage caused by the accident. In fact, the most important reason why nuclear accidents are so terrifying is the nuclear radiation problem of the older nuclear fission reactors. Not to mention the explosion. Even if the radiation is just leaked, it will affect the land within a radius of dozens of kilometers, causing extremely bad effects. However, fusion reactors use clean hydrogen fuel, so there is no such concern. Even so, we need to pay more attention. We have spent so much manpower and material resources, and we must not make any mistakes. Under Lin En's explanation, Prv did not relax at all and took out a secret intelligence. According to the report of the spies they planted in the empire, the church seems to have been carrying out a new round of troop mobilization in recent times, and the possibility of a tentative attack cannot be ruled out. They may want to take advantage of the outbreak of civil unrest. Aurora guessed. The shadow of the church is behind the food war provoked by the nobles, and it is not impossible for the other party to take the opportunity to launch a large-scale attack. Although the dispute has been perfectly resolved by the parliament, cleaning up these termites inevitably involved a lot of parliamentary forces. Now there are less than 20,000 people stationed in the entire city of Kerosene. This is also thanks to the poor uprising that Lin En asked Redel to start. Otherwise, if you want to recover all the territories in the western and northern territories in a short time, you have to pull most of the parliament's main forces over. In addition, the maintenance of the railway also requires manpower to prevent the road section from being damaged by someone with ulterior motives, causing a tragedy of car crashes and deaths. Unknowingly, the forces they can mobilize have become less and less. The church is so frequent in probing, I'm afraid it has become suspicious. Vittorio frowned and said, it has been more than 2 months since they defeated the Imperial Expeditionary Army. The lack of an offensive will indeed arouse the other party's suspicion. Then why not teach them a lesson? Lin En took the initiative to propose. Prv and others were all shocked. They all understood that this learning a lesson naturally meant using the nuclear explosion again. Are you planning to attack the holy city directly? Aurora asked with great interest. That would definitely leave a deep impression on the bishops. Lin En rolled his eyes. If they blew up the land of faith, the church would have to fight them to the death. An incarnation sent down by Ella could beat them up, so it was better to be careful. Where do you want to use it? Aurora asked in surprise. Throwing it on other cities in the empire would not have any good effect, and it would also affect a large number of poor people. It's not good to just find an empty place to blow it up, right? Lin En shook his head and said with a smile, aren't those elemental wizards always worried about how to eliminate the radiation problem? This time we can solve it all at once. How to solve the problem of the spread of nuclear radiation most efficiently? Of course, it is to drop a hydrogen bomb with a larger equivalent on the spot and purify it thoroughly. After a 10-day cleanup operation, the price of food, which had been rising and falling like a roller coaster, gradually stabilized. The parliament finally began to recycle the extra wheat grains on the market, at a price of 1 copper per kilogram, which was only half of the price before the food war, but at least it left a way out for some grain merchants, so that they would not really go bankrupt. The most important thing is that it is more cost-effective to sell the grain to the parliament on the spot than for the grain merchants to secretly transport the grain to the empire at the risk of being caught. As for the extra wheat, it was put into the newly opened workshops and made into spirits and maltose to enrich the civilians' diet. It can be said that everyone is happy. However, sadness and joy are relative, and usually only transfer from one person's face to another. Monroe is naturally the one who bears the pain for the kingdom's people. A few days ago, looking at the sky-high grain prices, Monroe was still looking forward to the plan of exterminating the whole kingdom, which would cause famine and chaos in the entire kingdom, and become the greatest contributor to the church's elimination of wizards and recovery of the kingdom. However, heaven and hell are just a matter of seconds. The wizards seemed to have endless food. They threw out hundreds of thousands of tons of food within a month, but there was still no sign of collapse. They even changed the 3 meals a day supply of the workshop to 4 meals. It was as if they were deliberately mocking the food war they had provoked. Monroe's heart was full of confusion and puzzlement. It was not until Ivana brought back a magic daily that he realized that the wizards had been using magic to make bread. When Monroe got the news, he was dumbfounded. He almost thought that this was another fake news released by the wizards. After all, using magic to make food out of thin air is unreliable, but the goods that filled several trains could not be faked, and the huge amount of wheat that the wizards had released before was also real. Even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to admit that the wizards might really have a way to use magic to make edible food. It is said that the Parliament is considering promoting this bread-making technique, and in the future, any formal wizard can learn it. Monroe endured endless anxiety and panic for several days, and finally waited for the day when the energy of the communication crystal ball was fully stored. Although he knew that he would definitely be punished most severely, based on his most devout belief in the Lord, Monroe still did not hesitate to start the communication and told the whole story. The more Monroe talked, the more excited he became. In the end, he even accused the wizard of being insidious and cunning, and the bread-making technique that appeared inexplicably. To sum it up, it can be said that the enemy is very cunning and has external plug-ins. It is really not a war crime. Staring at Monroe, who was kneeling and crying, Pope Alvis was so angry that he had nowhere to vent for a while. For Monroe's plan to collapse the kingdom, they mobilized countless people and exposed the kingdom nobles who had just rebelled in advance. Originally, this force could be used when the empire launched a large-scale war of conquest to incite rebellion in the western and northern borders of the kingdom, thus forming a pincer attack and making it impossible for the wizards to take care of both ends. Now everything is ruined. However, Alvis knew very well that the failure of this plan could not be entirely blamed on Monroe. After all, using magic to make bread was completely beyond common sense. Not to mention Monroe, Alvis still couldn't believe it was true. But whether it was from the City of Fire Oil or spies from all over the kingdom, they all sent back confirmed news. Many people saw with their own eyes that trains loaded with boxes of wheat flour and bread drove into various cities in the kingdom, and even spent money to buy a few so-called magic breads. They were indeed very special, softer and more delicious than normal bread. If they could be paired with a dish of bin material, it would be a rare delicacy. Considering this, Alvis did not easily burst out his anger. It was not a wise move to overpunish an insider who was carrying out a hidden mission. Alvis directly dropped the topic and turned to ask about other information, such as the place where Chief Judge Joshua was imprisoned. I haven't found the specific place yet, but I'm sure that Lord Joshua is bound in the City of Fire Oil, because the Parliament has placed most of its power here, and they dare not transfer the Chief Judge to other places. Monroe hurriedly told the information he had collected these days one by one. There are several places in the City of Fire Oil that are worthy of suspicion, and the defense is very tight. He suspects that Joshua is imprisoned in one of them. However, this little information alone is obviously not enough to satisfy Pope Alvis, and it can't make up for the blow of losing the important chess piece of the kingdom's nobles. Monroe gritted his teeth and decided to gamble again to prove his worth. Your Holiness, I found an important piece of information that I have not been able to confirm until now. Tell me about it. Alvis tried to raise a little interest. Monroe talked freely. In the past month, I have come into contact with more than a dozen wizards in the council, and learned a lot about the deeds of the magic star from them. A few years ago, he and another witch named Johnny took a boat from the harbor town to Deida. After the evaluation of the council, he was only a 3-ring wizard. A 3-ring wizard can kill thousands of elite guards and destroy half of the harbor city? Alvis couldn't help but interrupt Monroe's words. It is rumored that he used a special powder that can cause explosions. Now those wizards use this technology on airships. Monroe hurriedly explained. Alvis nodded. He did receive intelligence that the wizards' air and space airships can project a large amount of hellfire from the bottom, which makes sense. In addition, I also found out that the magic star had just broken through the realm and became a great wizard a year ago. Every wizard in the council is very clear about this. There is no mistake in their description. It is definitely not made up, Monroe said confidently. That is to say, the magic star is only a fourth-ring great wizard now. How could he master such a terrifying magic that could wipe out a mountain in an instant and turn an area of dozens of kilometers into a doomsday scorched earth? It must be a natural disaster. The wizards may have just guided and utilized this power. Otherwise, if a fourth-ring great wizard could master such magic, the entire empire would have been blown to pieces by the parliament long ago. Chapter 463 Monroe: I'm really not an undercover agent sent by the wizard. Under Monroe's constant explanation, all of us nodded in approval. Such a powerful destruction comparable to natural disasters, even he couldn't do it. A mere great wizard could never release such powerful magic. However, if it was a natural disaster, there were some things that didn't make sense. Within the empire, common natural disasters can be roughly divided into earthquakes, thunderstorms, hurricanes, droughts, floods, and meteorite falls. The first few obviously don't correspond, only the scene of the meteorite fall is barely similar, but he sent people to ask the imperial soldiers who escaped back. It was night. If there was a meteorite falling in the sky, it should be very clear. I suspect this may be caused by an underground volcanic eruption, Monroe speculated. In order to collect intelligence during this period, he read all the previous issues of the Magic Daily, and keenly noticed that the Magic Star had published an extremely important paper on it a few months ago, on the causes of earthquakes, the impact of continental plates and underground magma activities. Although Monroe didn't understand it at all, it mentioned a natural disaster called volcanic eruption. It is said that due to the movement of the Earth's crust, the magma in the abyss of hell flows out along the cracks on the surface, causing a terrible disaster that can turn a radius of dozens of miles into a lava hell. It's very possible, Olivis said thoughtfully. In recent times, those wizards have obviously taken the advantage but still shrink back. This abnormal phenomenon really confuses him. If it is according to Monroe's guess, it immediately makes sense. The other party is bluffing, so as to delay time to create more war weapons. Thinking of this, Olivis felt it necessary to launch a tentative attack to determine the other party's strength. Seeing that the Pope agreed with his opinion, Monroe was also deeply inspired, and soon revealed the second important information, that is, the loopholes in the wizard's defense line. It must be said that the Parliament's method of monitoring the entire kingdom by deploying a large number of airships as eyes is indeed very difficult. It is almost impossible to enter the country on a large scale without being discovered. But there is an exception. That is the death zone outside the city of Kerosene. There are no guards in this area, and only a few airships will pass by from a distance. As long as they use the cover of night and divine magic at night, they can avoid the detection of wizards. But I heard that this death zone has radiation that even former wizards cannot resist, and it has not been completely dissipated even after several months. Pope Alvis frowned and said, "This point is also explained in the paper." Monroe hurriedly explained that when a volcano erupts, a large amount of toxic gas will be emitted, accumulating in the sky to form a terrifying dust cloud, which can sometimes last for several months. This may be what wizards call radiation. There are naturally ways to deal with it. You need to wear a mask or goggles to cover your fragile eyes, and then use a wet cloth to cover your mouth and nose, etc. Of course, if you go too deep or stay too long, even if you have protection, it will inevitably cause serious damage to your body. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest place, and Alvis naturally knows this truth. The other party would never have thought that they would launch a surprise attack from this place. You did a good job, Monroe. Although there were some problems with the last plan, you can't be blamed entirely on you, Alvis said comfortingly, and praised Monroe's intelligence collection and analysis capabilities, and asked him to continue to pay attention to the situation inside the kingdom. The 3-minute time limit soon arrived. After ending the communication, Alvis did not rush to issue orders, but turned to look at St. Randall on the side. "What do you think of Monroe's guess? How credible is it? I don't think those wizards have the ability to cast such powerful magic, Saint Randall said decisively, but such a major matter needs to be considered even if there's a slight possibility, otherwise once a misjudgment is made, the consequences will be disastrous. So after a pause, Randall continued to speak. Hasn't Her Majesty the Saint faced this so-called nuclear explosion technique? She should know it best. The fastest and most accurate way is naturally to ask. Pope Alvis was silent for a while and did not reply. Or is Her Majesty the Saint not in the Holy City now? Randall realized this immediately, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Such important news, Alvis did not reveal it to him at all, and just let the Lord's incarnation leave the protection of the Holy City. You know, the Lord has just changed the carrier of consciousness, and it is hard to say how much power he can exert. Her Majesty the Saint has her own plans, which are not for you and me to interfere. We just need to do what we should do. That's enough. Alvis said indifferently to stop Randall's idea of continuing to ask, and soon made a decisive statement. Give the order, use the fastest divine spell to send a message, and let Theseus, who is stationed at the border of the Empire, lead the team to test whether those wizards are bluffing. Randall opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but finally nodded. I understand. On the other side, in the Fire Royal City, in the school station of the Wizard Academy, Monroe, who had stopped communicating, walked out of the room quite tiredly. Outside the door, Ivana was still leaning against the white wall like last time, watching the wind for Monroe, but her energy was focused on the magic daily in front of her. When she saw Monroe coming out, she put down the newspaper in her hand and asked if the Pope had any new orders for this communication. Monroe hesitated for a moment. In fact, Ivana's recent performance as a partner made him somewhat dissatisfied. She actually began to study the experiments of those wizards, saying that she wanted to replicate the free fall and pendulum experiments done by the magic star to see if they were true or false. This is an extremely dangerous signal. It is not fun to study the knowledge of wizards in depth. If you are not careful, you will easily be confused by the taboo knowledge. However, he and Ivana are not in a superior-subordinate relationship. Monroe has no way to force the girl to give up these unrealistic ideas. Moreover, in the academy, he still has to rely on Ivana's knowledge in the taboo field to complete the annoying course assignments. Monroe sighed secretly, and finally decided to trust this partner. After all, she was recommended by Lord Gustav. She had sold grain to the Parliament on her own initiative before, and indeed got some useful information, so she briefly told the content of the discussion. When Monroe said that the so-called nuclear explosion technique of wizards was probably just the movement of underground magma causing volcanic eruptions, and that the magic star was probably just bluffing to buy more time to prepare for war, Ivana's face suddenly became very strange. What's wrong? Monroe keenly noticed the change in the expression on the girl's face, frowned, and asked. Ivana handed over the newspaper in her hand. This is today's Magic Daily, which was just delivered by the Goblin a minute ago. Monroe suppressed his uneasiness, took the Magic Daily, and glanced at it. Ivana also started to explain at this time. Those wizards have not launched a large-scale counterattack for more than 2 months. They are trying to improve the nuclear explosion. It is said that it has been completed. The power has increased by about 8 times compared with the past, and the radiation problem caused by the nuclear explosion has been eliminated. Monroe had just seen the report in the Magic Daily about the magic star's improvement of the nuclear explosion, and was shocked by Ivana's words. How much? The power has increased by 8 times? Monroe's mind was confused, and then he couldn't help but speak. Ridiculous. This must be a rumor spread by those wizards to intimidate us. Although he had not witnessed the power of the nuclear explosion with his own eyes, he could get a glimpse of it just by looking at the deathland created by its aftermath. It is definitely still unimaginably powerful. You are telling me now that its power can be increased by 8 times? They have no need to lie, because the magic star who developed this spell is preparing to test this spell in public and eliminate the radiation problem of that deathland. The time is tonight, Ivana said solemnly. The parliament didn't need to tell a lie that would be exposed in a few hours. Monroe's face suddenly changed. Could it be that his guess was wrong? Could those wizards really cast a magic that was terrifying enough to destroy a city and a country? Wait, Monroe suddenly realized a more serious problem. He grabbed Ivana's shoulders eagerly and asked with red eyes, "You just said that those wizards were going to experiment with this magic tonight, and in that place of death?" "Yes," Ivana nodded, not understanding why Monroe suddenly became so excited. Before she could ask, Monroe had already rushed back into the house like the wind and found the crystal ball for communication. "Quick, quick, connect it for me." Monroe's face was extremely anxious. He grasped and even shook the communicator in his hand. He knew nothing about alchemy and electromagnetism and didn't know how to charge this thing at all. In a hurry, he could only infuse all the magic power in his body into the crystal ball. Before going to the city of Fire Oil to become the insider, Lord Gustav had injected the power of the devil into their bodies through a strange magic potion so that they could pass the wizard's test. Only after completing the task can the power of the devil be completely removed during the baptism ceremony. Under the continuous infusion of magic power, the crystal ball trembled slightly, and Monroe's face immediately showed a trace of joy, and he immediately increased the strength. About 3 minutes later, the crystal ball that was forcibly infused with a large amount of magic power finally exploded. Just when Monroe fell into an endless collapse, the streets of the city of Fire Oil were already crowded with people who came to watch the excitement. "Have you heard? The wizards are preparing to pull down the sun in the sky, just like more than 2 months ago," a short and fat man said excitedly. The knowledgeable vendor beside him sneered and said, "This is Master Lin En's magic. It should be called the Great Nuclear Explosion. It has nothing to do with the sun in the sky." "That's the sun. My grandfather saw Master Lin En fly to the sky and knock down the scorching sun in the sky," a young boy corrected confidently. "It's ridiculous. Where does the sun come from at night?" The vendor was immediately angry and laughed. "That's because the planet under our feet is round. He must have flown to the other side of the continent." The boy still insisted on his own opinion, thinking that the wizards must have dropped the sun from the sky. Discussions and disputes rang out in every place in the city of Fire Oil. With the publicity of the Magic Daily, almost everyone in the city learned that Lin En, known as the Magic Star, was going to experiment with new magic tonight. Naturally, there were many people interested in this. Whether it was wizards or the people of the city of Fire Oil, as long as they could spare a little free time, no one would want to miss this grand event. Even many people from the kingdom took the train to watch it. In order to avoid the tragedy of hundreds of thousands of blind people in the city of Fire Oil, the alchemists of the parliament slightly improved the protective barrier covering the entire city, increasing the isolation of dangerous radiation and greatly reducing the impact of strong light. "It's Master Lin En." A few hours later, someone suddenly shouted loudly in the crowded crowd. Everyone present tiptoed and looked up to see the charm of this magic star. Lin En was still wearing his usual wizard robe. He did not make much preparation for the grand scene this time. He just took some time during the experiment to do a small cleanup of the death land outside the city of Fire Oil, and to deter those who had bad intentions. A rather strange monster followed impatiently behind him, its hair fluttering in the wind like flames, and proudly swaying its tail. It was very dissatisfied with the inexplicable noise made by these two-legged beasts. Mutos naturally had no interest in such a scene. In comparison, it preferred to stay on the grass of the manor, lazily waiting for the two-legged beasts to deliver delicious snacks in fear. However, seeing that it was too lazy and had not listened to orders recently, Lin En forcibly dragged Mutos out and prepared to beat him up. Lin En walked up to the wall step by step. The wizards along the way gave way one after another, looking at the magic star with reverence. The nuclear explosion created by the other party was the most powerful magic today, which could only be described as a man-made natural disaster. And today they finally had the honor to witness this extremely powerful magic with their own eyes. Chapter 464. The sun is falling. Lin En walked slowly up to the high wall of the Fire Oil City. "This is the best place to watch the explosion. Only wizards and some guards are qualified to climb here. Are you ready, Speaker Vittorio?" Lin En did not rush to cater to everyone's expectations and show his new magic. but asked cautiously, "The formation you asked me to set up has been completed." Vittorio's expression was just as solemn. "That's good." Lin En nodded. "Although hydrogen bombs are different from nuclear bombs and there is no so-called critical point, in theory even 1 gram of heavy hydrogen can be detonated, but before breaking through the legend, he obviously cannot control it at will." The hydrogen explosion technique this time also uses an ancient and simple method, using an atomic bomb as a fuse to detonate the hydrogen bomb. This means that the equivalent of the hydrogen explosion cannot be too low, which is about the power of 300,000 tons of TNT explosion, which is 15 times that of the previous atomic bomb. Its killing radius, even the most optimistic estimate, exceeds 20 kilometers. That is to say, if it is not restricted, the entire Kerosene city will be engulfed by the powerful energy wave. Because of this, he asked Vittorio to set up an alchemical array at the center of the expected detonation point to restrain the power of the nuclear explosion, or to artificially limit the spread of the energy wave, so that most of the power of the hydrogen explosion is released at the core. This is also related to a new magic that Lin En envisioned using hydrogen explosion. If the experiment is successful, then maybe next time there is no need to use this almost mutually extinct method to kill the enemy. While thinking, Lin En slowly rose into the sky under the attention of everyone. The surrounding kingdom leaders talked about it. Some people thought that this magic star was going to fly to the sky to knock down the sun, and some people thought that Lin En was summoning meteorites to fall. Only such power can form a terrible place of death. Several speakers and dozens of great wizards were concentrating. They needed to be responsible for stopping the terrifying energy aftermath in the worst situation. The most leisurely person on the scene. Oh, no, the energy beast was the Muto. It didn't care what these two-legged beasts were doing. After climbing up the tower, it found the best and most spacious place to lie down. The scorching heat on its body made the surrounding wizards retreat spontaneously, and the already crowded space on the tower became even narrower. Yoland and others dared not speak out. After all, the other party was Master Lin En's pet, and it was rumored that it could chew several extremely hard and extremely dangerous radioactive elements as beans. Any wizard with a little bit of brains knew that this strange monster was definitely not something they could deal with. After a short delay, Lin En had already flown 100 meters high. This time, he did not choose to use the clone blasting method for the hydrogen explosion, but prepared to project it directly. Lin En opened his hands, and his domain as a great wizard instantly expanded to 100 meters around him. Then the uranium, deuterium and tritium elements stored inside began to gather rapidly, and then a large amount of magic power surged up, mimicking the elements to form an elliptical shell. In just a dozen seconds, a hydrogen warhead appeared in front of Lin En, and the uranium-235 and deuterium and tritium elements close to the critical mass inside were placed at the two centers of the elliptical warhead. Thunder! Lin En spoke slowly, and strong lightning flashed around. Yes, his long-range projection method refers to the electromagnetic gun. Although due to material limitations, the maximum attack range of this thing is only 25 kilometers. But this only is compared to the range of thousands or even tens of thousands of kilometers of missiles. In this alien world, a strike from 25 kilometers away is already extremely terrifying. But there is a prerequisite, that is, it must hit the target. Such a long distance, such a fast speed, if there's a slight deviation, the final landing point will inevitably be very different. Fortunately, for Lin En, who has the assistance of an intelligent brain, this level of computing power will never cause any problems. After everything was ready, Lin En raised his right hand and made a finger-snapping motion. The hydrogen warhead turned into a dazzling stream of light in a piercing sonic boom, heading towards the core of the land of death, the crater caused by the last nuclear explosion. The speed is Mach 25. 7,000 meters per second. Under the gaze of the people of the City of Fire Oil, the stream of light had just appeared and disappeared from their sight, and then they heard the deafening sonic boom. Only a group of great wizards could barely see it clearly, but this speed has exceeded the limit of their reaction, unless they can avoid it in advance or are 1,000 meters away. The moment they are pointed at, it is equivalent to declaring death. However, An electromagnetic cannon of such strength is only a tool for throwing, at 25 times the speed of sound. The hydrogen warhead, which originally had a silvery sheen on the outside, has turned red. In just 2 seconds, the outer insulation layer has quickly dissolved, and the core of the land of death is already within reach. The uranium-235 stored in the hydrogen warhead was detonated first, and thousands of neutrons began to hit the radioactive uranium element, shattering it. Then, under the action of the chain reaction, more neutrons were produced, and the process was repeated over and over again. Within 1/10,000th of a second after the fission occurred, before the explosion rose, light had already been produced. A large number of high-energy rays generated in the collision rushed in all directions, and then touched the solid reflective layer. According to the ellipse law, any ray emitted from the focus will be focused on another focus after being reflected by the ellipsoid, and the fusion fuel is placed at the center of the circle on the other side. A more terrifying force emerged from the inside of the nuclear explosion, swallowing the fire produced by the fission, and then burst out with a posture that is 10 times more powerful. 10 minutes ago, at the border of the empire, Theseus led 20,000 imperial soldiers to quietly set out, detouring through a valley under the cover of divine magic, and then stepped into this land of death cautiously and fearfully. Hurry, follow me, the land of death is ahead, everyone wear protective gear, everyone pass through here as quickly as possible. The voice of Theseus, which was blessed by divine magic, rang in everyone's ears. In fact, there was no need for him to remind them, as the imperial soldiers were all worried. Under their feet was cracked wasteland, and the surrounding area was devastated. Huge tree trunks that were burned and destroyed fell in the blood-stained soil. It can be foreseen that before it was destroyed, this place should have been a dense forest, but now it has been flattened. The closer they got, the more frightened the imperial guards were. There was nothing inside the land of death, and even the wreckage could not be found. It was as if they had entered a desert, but what they stepped on was not sand, but pieces of broken glass shining in the afterglow of the setting sun. After walking for a few minutes, the morale of the legion showed signs of collapse. In the past 2 months, various rumors about this land of death have spread throughout the empire. There are rumors that wizards have opened the gate to hell, right in the center of the land of death. Some people also think that wizards have pulled down the stars from the sky. Theseus's heart was also beating, but he still spoke calmly. Don't be afraid. According to our spies' report, this is a natural disaster called volcanic eruption, not the magic of those wizards. The protection bestowed on you can resist all evil. Remember that God is with me, Theseus said in a high tone. This was not only to comfort the soldiers, but also to strengthen his own confidence. And just as Monroe said, after entering the land of death, he did not feel the slightest discomfort in his body, nor did he see any guards or cruising airships. Everything was so smooth. As long as he passed through here, he could bypass the wizards' protection, enter the kingdom, harass, force those wizards to split their forces and return to support, and create a favorable situation for the empire to launch a general offensive. Just as Theseus was fantasizing, a divine punishment knight beside him suddenly spoke. Lord Theseus, it seems to be a meteor. Theseus looked up in surprise, but saw nothing. The divine punishment knight hurriedly spoke. Its speed is too fast. It was just in my sight. Theseus did not question the other party's words. A hint of uneasiness rose in his heart, and then this uneasiness continued to intensify. The warhorse under him began to neigh angrily. In the distance, the afterglow of the sunset slowly fell on the horizon, and then another bigger sun rose in front of them. Everyone present was horrified at the incredible scene before their eyes. The sun was so huge and majestic that it could not be described in any words. The strong light occupied all their vision in an instant. The magic that was originally used to protect the eyes of everyone was instantly torn apart. The eyes of an imperial guard were directly burned blind at this moment, but he could no longer feel the pain and shouted in fear. The sun fell. Theseus only felt a chill running straight from the soles of his feet to his heart. No, 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 this is not the sun. This is the wizard's destructive magic. Retreat, run, Theseus shouted at the top of his lungs, and then without hesitation urged the warhorse under his feet to flee madly in the direction they came from. The 20,000 neatly lined Imperial legions instantly became a mess. At the moment when the sun rose, all those who looked up at the sky became blind and could only flee in all directions. The number of soldiers who were hit and trampled to death by their companions was incalculable. For a time, screams and cries were heard one after another, and the smell of blood filled the entire land of death. But no one cared about the lives of these people anymore. Everyone was running desperately. However, no matter how fast they ran, they could not compare with the shockwave of the nuclear explosion. The distance of 5 kilometers was reached in an instant. The first to be swept into the flames were the Imperial soldiers who were knocked down and trampled by their companions. The whole process was painless. In less than 1/10 of a second, their bodies were evaporated by the high temperature, and then torn into pieces by the high-energy shock wave. Theseus waved the whip in his hand frantically. The warhorse under his feet almost waved its 4 hooves out of after-images under the blessing of divine arts. But even so, he could still feel that death was approaching step by step. There was no feeling on his back. It was probably roasted. Monroe, Theseus kept cursing a spy of a certain church with the most vicious words. Is this the natural disaster you are talking about? Theseus was so angry that he almost fell off his horse. Compared with the intelligent sir, he believed that this was a complete trap. Monroe must have betrayed the church and the great lord, and planned this conspiracy with those evil wizards to destroy himself and tens of thousands of elite soldiers of the empire. The gods' punishment knights who were galloping on horses like Theseus were also racing against the god of death, and then were swept into the terrifying flames one by one. Faster! Faster! Theseus kept hammering the body of the warhorse under him with a crazy look. In front of him was the valley they entered, which meant that he had left this land of death. Suddenly, the warhorse under his feet let out a painful neigh, but his body had reached its limit in the endless galloping. The whole horse twisted and fell to the ground, and Theseus also rolled to the ground in fear. Monroe, before being completely swallowed by the shockwave of the nuclear explosion, Theseus's angry roar spread several kilometers away, but was then covered by the explosion like a landslide. The strong flames covered everything, annihilating them all. More than 20,000 Imperial legions just disappeared in the hydrogen explosion without causing any ripples. After everything was gone, a scorched warhorse was moved away with difficulty on the periphery of the hydrogen explosion zone. Miller, the adjutant of the God's Punishment Army, was covered in blood. His hands were burned red by the scalding ground, and even his brain was shaking constantly from the violent shock wave. Dead, all dead. Miller sat on the ground with his mouth wide open, looking at everything around him, extremely collapsed and desperate. Tens of thousands of people just disappeared in front of him, and he was able to survive only because he was the last supervisor in the queue, and he began to flee the moment he found something wrong. No one could have the thought of resisting after seeing a sun rising in front of them. Miller was no exception. With a safety distance far beyond that of others, plus the protection of the divine shield and the warhorse as a meat shield, he barely managed to stay alive. But this was only temporary. The frightened Miller felt that the wind in the air was thorny, and it rushed into his lungs like a blade. Now it was too late to mourn his boss and many colleagues. Miller did not hesitate at all and fled to the direction of the holy city. He had to bring this news back. Monroe, the spy of the church, had been corrupted by the wizard. He betrayed the faith of the Lord and led the Empire's legion into the trap of the wizards. As a result, tens of thousands of the Empire's legion were completely destroyed. Chapter 465, which warrior came up with the idea of physically crossing the nuclear explosion zone? At the moment when the hydrogen bomb was detonated, a warning sign rose in the hearts of everyone in the city of Kerosene. The camels pulling the carts crouched down one after another, anxiously trying to break free from the restraints of the ropes. This is the dangerous instinct of living things. Even the sleeping mutos suddenly opened their eyes and jumped up from the ground. The sunset in the evening had gradually sunk into the horizon, but a stronger light emerged from the end of everyone's vision. The sun. The sun is rising again. Susan, who was in the crowd, said in horror. In her sight, a huge and terrifying sun was hanging high in the void. Even though it was more than 10 kilometers away, It was still clearly visible. This huge sun had a diameter of more than 1 kilometer. It condensed in the air for a full minute before the surging flame suddenly exploded and turned into a pillar of fire that soared into the sky. In an instant, the area of hundreds of kilometers was bright as day. Everyone was stunned to watch the scene of the sun breaking apart. The terrifying energy wave began to spread rapidly in all directions. Wherever it went, the earth turned into rolling magma. Countless gravel and soil were caught in the flames and burned to ashes under the high temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees. And this strong flame was attacking the city of Kerosene at a very fast speed. This doomsday scene, like dark clouds pressing down and the earth cracking, made the wizards standing on the tower tremble. "It's coming! It's coming!" Raphael swallowed his saliva and his legs became weak. If it weren't for the speakers and Master Lin En who cast the spell, he would have run away long ago. Lin En was not very nervous. The moment he saw the fire column, he knew that this experiment was successful. The alchemy array they arranged suppressed the power of the hydrogen explosion to a certain extent. It was restrained for about a minute. This minute was also when the explosion was the most violent and the energy wave spread the fastest. Just as Lin En expected, the energy wave that was originally propagating at supersonic speed began to slow down rapidly after crossing the 10-kilometer boundary. When it reached their visible range, the energy contained had been reduced to 1/10,000,000th of the original, and it collided with the magic barrier that protected the Fire Royal City. Ripples continued to jump up on the virtual magic barrier, and it only lasted for 3 seconds before it burst open with a bang. The faces of several great wizards present suddenly changed, and they wanted to stop the aftermath, but seeing that the several speakers did not move at all, they gave up the idea. In just a moment, a fierce hurricane swept over the entire city, and the ground under their feet began to shake violently, but it was only a few aftershocks, which did not cause any damage. But it made the people in the Fire Royal City come back to their senses from the wonders of the sun flying in the sky and the pillars of fire burning the sky. Several vendors fell to the ground with limp hands and feet, and were so scared that they peed their pants. The rest of the people did not laugh at them. At the moment when the scorching sun rose, they almost thought that the end of the world had come. Is this the great nuclear explosion? What a terrible magic! As a wizard, Ivana naturally had the right to stand on the tower, and witness the entire process of hydrogen explosion from manufacturing, delivery to explosion, and her face turned pale. In the 2 years of fighting wizards and evil gods in the north, Ivana had seen the magic and weirdness of magic, but no matter how powerful the enemy was, she could always fight with her outstanding swordsmanship and the body that had taken the god's grace potion. Even if it was an evil god, Ivana knew she was no match for him, but she was not afraid at all. However, after seeing the power of hydrogen explosion, this concept was completely broken. Ivana understood that her swordsmanship, which she was proud of, was meaningless under such power. Monroe on the side was even more pale. He watched with the last bit of luck, just to expose the lies of those wizards. However, right in front of him, the doomsday messenger Lin En reproduced the so-called big nuclear explosion technique, and the power was even stronger than before, and the aftermath spread directly to the city of Kerosene. At this moment, his only hope is that the stowaways sent by the Pope have not had time to step into the land of death, otherwise the information he gave will become a death warrant for them to go to hell. Because time is too urgent, Monroe can't even notify the spies in the city and pass the news back to the Holy City. The other imperial spies, wealthy businessmen and nobles who have ill intentions are also trembling. Horror, it's really too terrifying. Magic can be so powerful. Although they have seen the horror of the land of death before and heard countless terrible rumors, no matter how much fantasy, it is not as shocking as facing this power. Our revenge plan, or forget it. A businessman who went bankrupt because of the food war winked at his colleague beside him with a pale face. The latter nodded hurriedly. Because the parliament had marked the food price to 0, many merchants who speculated on the food price had lost a lot of money. They could only hold their noses and sell the wheat they bought for hundreds of copper coins at the price of 1 copper. Many angry merchants secretly formed a small group and secretly planned this revenge action, such as sabotaging the railway, or simply surrendering to the empire. However, before this plan started, Most of the grain merchants had already retreated. In their opinion, the empire was afraid that it could not save itself. Who can stop this electromagnetic cannon that can travel thousands of meters per second? Who can resist such a terrible attack? I'm afraid that the wizards will be able to control the entire continent in a short time. No matter where they run to, they will be caught and brought back. Lin En's figure slowly fell from the sky above the city of fire oil. Raphael and others immediately surrounded him, and all kinds of compliments were heard. Even Rav said with emotion, "What an amazing magic! I didn't expect that the power of your nuclear explosion can be improved again." When Rav heard Lin En say that he had improved the nuclear explosion and increased the power by 8 times, he was still a little skeptical. Now it seems that this is more than 8 times? The power has obviously increased by more than 10 times. If they hadn't set up a magic circle to bind energy in the land of death in advance, which slightly blocked it, the entire city of fire oil would have been reduced to ruins now. Lin En smiled and didn't explain much. What he said was that the mass loss rate caused by the explosion of a hydrogen bomb was about 8 times higher than that of an atomic bomb, not just referring to the maximum power. After all, the power of hydrogen bombs has no theoretical upper limit. If you want, it is not impossible to produce a hydrogen bomb with an equivalent of hundreds of millions of tons. The maximum equivalent of an atomic bomb is only a pitiful 500,000 tons. Let's go and take a look. Lin En stared at the destroyed area in the distance, called several speakers and a group of great wizards, and flew to the core of the explosion. This land of death was plowed twice by the nuclear explosion energy wave, and the destruction was very thorough. Originally, you could see charred trees or half-melted armor and iron swords on the periphery, but this time they were all bombed to pieces. The terrain of the entire area also changed from high to low. The closer to the center, the more serious the depression. In the end, what appeared in front of everyone was a bottomless abyss with a diameter of 3 kilometers. The river water flowing from the west was constantly pouring into it along the terrain. Because the heat brought by the nuclear explosion had not completely dissipated, the alternation of cold and heat caused billowing steam to rise continuously, gradually covering this area. "There should be a new lake here in the future," the great wizard Arad said in astonishment. It was hard to imagine that this magic star was a great wizard like them, changing the topography with one blow. "Let's call it Starfall Lake." Lin En touched his chin and named this landmark Lake of the Future Kerosene City. In fact, using hydrogen bombs to open up lakes was not a new thing in the past life. People liked to do this a long time ago, but it is still a trendy thing in the other world for the time being. In addition, Lin En also named this hydrogen explosion magic, called Skyfall. Previously, the firing principle of the atomic bomb was used to create the great nuclear explosion technique, and this time the hydrogen bomb was created. It can't be called the great hydrogen explosion technique again, right? This is somewhat suspicious of revealing one's past when meeting. Although the fusion reaction uses hydrogen isotopes, deuterium, and tritium, it is better to be cautious. Let's test it and see how much radiation is in the air now. Lin En turned to look at Raphael and reminded him. Raphael then remembered the business and quickly took out a disc-shaped alchemical instrument. Due to the limited technical level, they could only use the property of fluorescent materials to emit light after absorbing high-energy rays to detect the amount of nuclear radiation. They could not get a very accurate value, but fortunately it was enough. About a minute later, Raphael solemnly stated that the radiation content had returned to normal levels. Lin En was very satisfied. It seemed that the cleaning was very clean. In this way, the oil extraction work could be put on the agenda. This hydrogen bomb test explosion experiment was successfully completed. Wait. That's just as Lin En and others were about to return to the city of fire oil, the sharp-eyed Aurora seemed to have discovered something. She suddenly called out to everyone and then flew to the other side of the falling star lake. About 5 minutes later, Aurora stopped on a piece of glass wasteland. In front of her was a silver condensed small river. It was not until they got closer that everyone saw clearly that it was not a river at all, but a large amount of melted and condensed molten iron. Trav realized something in an instant and said playfully, "It seems that your magic is not without gain." Lin En also frowned and murmured in his heart, "No one is really so unlucky, right? You know, The land of death has long been spread in the kingdom and the empire. The rumors can be as terrifying as they can be. Normally, no one should approach here. Could it be a group of stowaways who are not afraid of death and want to smuggle goods? In Lin En's mind, only merchants who are overwhelmed by the trend of interests would do such a stupid thing. The curious people flew along the direction of the molten iron for a while, and a large number of weapons that had not been completely destroyed and half-melted armor soon appeared in front of them, and their owners had obviously turned into ashes in the terrible high temperature. So many people actually want to sneak through the land of death. Lin En took a quick look. Judging from the distribution of the wreckage, the number of people who died in the hydrogen explosion should be more than 10,000. And so many weapons and armors are definitely not something that a caravan can have. This seems to be the church's border army. Raphael picked up a hot, half-melted badge from the ground. It can be vaguely seen that the holy light emblem is engraved on it, but how come they just happened to appear here? Herve and others were puzzled. Are these people crazy? They actually plan to invade from the land of death. Which warrior came up with this idea? Lin En was a little amused and helpless for a while. It seemed that he had killed an imperial border army inexplicably. The most important thing was that he had not figured out why. Just as Lin En and others were checking the results of the battle, the impact caused by the hydrogen explosion was sweeping across the entire empire at a very fast speed. The huge destructive power was so great that even the holy city, which was 300 kilometers away, could feel a slight vibration. Pope Alvis stood on the sky tower, staring at the aurora that suddenly burst out in the distance. His anxiety had accumulated to the extreme. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the communication crystal ball and prepared to contact Monroe in the City of Fire Oil again. Although it was less than half a day, the communication device had not yet stored enough energy, but it was still possible to make an emergency contact. However, Alvis stood there and waited for 3 minutes, but there was no reply from the other end. The light from the crystal ball made his thoughts gradually sink to the bottom. At this moment, the door of the prayer room was suddenly opened, and an archbishop reported anxiously, "Your Holiness, this is top-secret information from the City of Fire Oil." "Speak." Alvis suppressed his anxiety and spoke calmly. "Those wizards, the minions of the evil spirits, used doomsday magic again. Just half an hour ago, many people saw another sun rising in the sky," the archbishop said in horror. Not only that, dozens of cities in the western part of the empire felt the violent shaking of the ground. Alvis' back was immediately soaked with cold sweat, and he asked hurriedly, "Answer me, where did those wizards release this magic?" The archbishop replied cautiously, It seems to be in the land of death. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 466 You are destroying the foundation of the kingdom, right? In the land of death? Alvis' brain was confused for a moment, and he almost lost his balance and bumped into the altar behind him. "Your Excellency the Pope!" the archbishop shouted in horror. Pope Alvis reached out to stop the archbishop from supporting him, and then spoke with a trembling voice. "Immediately cast a spell to contact Theseus and let him leave the land of death. Immediately." But Lord Theseus went in an hour ago. I'm afraid he has already," the archbishop stammered. In fact, when they received the news, they immediately used the communication magic, but did not receive any response. 99% of them have been destroyed under the attack of the doomsday magic. Alvis obviously understood this, and his face became extremely ugly. "Monroe," Alvis growled, and then he suddenly realized that this church spy selected by Gustav and personally assigned by himself must have rebelled. What food war, volcanic eruption, all fart. This is clearly a conspiracy planned by wizards. I foolishly believed it. I even believed it twice in a row. A strong sense of humiliation suddenly surged into Alvis's mind. Before, Monroe was just a small adjutant of the God's punishment army. Being able to take on this important task was enough to prove his trust and appreciation for him. Not only did he fail to live up to this trust, But he also dared to play tricks on him again and again. Alvis's chest rose and fell, his eyes full of anger and murderous intent. If the other party was not in the City of Fire Oil, under the protection of the wizards, Alvis would have wanted to pull out his tendons and bones, extract his soul, and throw him into the endless purgatory. It may not be Monroe, maybe he has been captured by the wizards. St. Randall suddenly proposed a hypothesis. According to Gustav's advice, Monroe is a warrior with firm faith and an extremely devout believer. It should be impossible for him to be turned against the enemy in just 2 months. It is also possible that the spies they sent over were captured by those wizards, and the images seen before may also be disguised. Those shaping wizards have good camouflage ability. It is not impossible to hide from their perception by using shaping magic to transform into Monroe's appearance at a distance of hundreds of miles. Alvis sneered. He sent quite a few spies to the Fire Royal City, and they would report the internal situation to him every week. Monroe has been staying well in the Wizard Academy for the past 2 months, and his travels are very regular. He does not look like he is being coerced or captured. I can only say that I have misjudged him. Fortunately, he had considered the possibility of traitors inside before, so he divided the spies sent to the kingdom into several non-interfering systems. Even if there is a problem in any aspect, it will not destroy all of them. However, a whole 20,000 elite legions of the Empire were sent to heaven just because of his credulity. Thinking of this, Alvis felt a burst of heartache. Most importantly, the wizards' use of the doomsday magic again overturned all their previous speculations, just like a sword hanging over everyone's heart. While Alvis was thinking hard about countermeasures, he suddenly seemed to sense something and his expression immediately became serious. Randall on the side was no exception. It was the Lord who sent down the oracle. The impact of the hydrogen explosion lasted for 3 whole days and could not be completely quelled. Just as Lin En had expected before, the kingdom's opposition that emerged due to the previous food war seemed to be silenced in an instant, and even the public security in various towns improved a lot. No one dared to jump out and offend the parliament at this time. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the Wizard Council once again announced a major news. That is, each city in the kingdom will hold a grand exam. As long as you know 200 common languages and can read, you can participate, and the parliament will select managers from each city. For this, Lin En needs to thank the church for its hundreds of years of rule over the continent. Although the language systems in various places are different, they have basically unified in terms of writing, saving them a lot of trouble. Such a heavy news naturally caused an uproar in the kingdom. Selecting officials from various places through so-called exams is simply unheard of in the hundreds of years of history of the empire. Moreover, the parliament did not restrict the origin of the candidates. There were only 2 basic requirements: proficiency in writing and being able to speak the common language. This means that even the offspring of a poor family has the opportunity to pass the exam and become a local lord. However, in the wizard's territory, there is a new title, called the mayor. Although it cannot be inherited and has a term of office, and if you don't do a good job, you have to get out. But it still makes countless people excited. After all, having the management rights of an entire city, isn't that the former noble lord? Susan looked at the big notice posted on the wall and couldn't help but fantasize in her heart. Her 2 children are in the civilian academy, and it is said that their grades are very good. In the past, Susan only thought that her children would be able to enter the research workshop of the wizards after graduating from the civilian academy, and help out. At least it would be much easier than her and her husband in the glass and musket workshops. Now it has allowed her to see a new path. Susan dared not even think about the mayor, but there is still a slight possibility of becoming a township head or town head. You are destroying the foundation of the kingdom. An Earl of the kingdom looked at the black and white words on the notice board, almost unable to breathe, and shouted in collapse. He understood that from now on, the noble lords who were bound by blood ties have become a thing of the past. There are many nobles in the kingdom who can feel threatened like him, but those great nobles who are not very smart have basically been cleared out in this food war. Most of the remaining ones are new-style nobles who stand in line very quickly and have strong adaptability. It's just an exam. Their knowledge and management experience far exceed that of ordinary poor people. If they can't win this exam, they might as well go to the workshop to blow glass. Many people even regard it as a shortcut to family revival and ascending to the pinnacle of power. It took only half a day for the notice to be issued, and the applicants came in an endless stream, and soon it exceeded 10,000. Even many wizards were a little tempted. Compared with the boring magic learning, they are more willing to enjoy the wine called power. Monroe, who had been depressed for several days, saw a glimmer of hope again. If he could pass this so-called assessment and become the manager of a kingdom, he might be able to make up for his mistakes by working from within. Otherwise, let's not bother about it, right? Ivana hesitated. Sometimes she couldn't understand her colleague's thoughts, let alone which side he was on. But under Monroe's repeated insistence, the two still signed up. Although Ivana didn't hold any hope, she also had some interest. The exam was set on September 1st, which was also the time when the nuclear fusion reactor was completed. Lin En wanted to use the cover of the exam to attract everyone's attention. After all, when this thing was started, it was the most dangerous time. If you were not careful, everyone in the city would be in trouble. Of course, the importance of this selection exam is self-evident. It is related to the alternation of the old and new orders, and you can't be careless at all. Lin En had to take some time to select some suitable public exam questions from the database of the intelligent brain as the assessment content. A few days passed quickly, and a learning craze broke out in the kingdom. All the Enlightenment books published were snapped up, and even street vendors would flip through a few pages in their spare time. However, even if they crammed at the last minute, they could not change the current situation of illiteracy among the people of the kingdom. Just the fact that they could write 200 common words and read a document word for word eliminated 99% of the people. In the end, there were less than 2,000 people in the entire Kerosene City who were qualified for the exam. Monroe was naturally among them. Before joining the God's Punishment Army, he was a baron of the empire, so this kind of entry test was naturally not difficult for him. After officially receiving the test paper, Monroe glanced at it nervously for a few times, and then his expression relaxed. It doesn't seem to be very difficult. The entire test paper was divided into 2 pages. The questions on the front page mostly tested basic calculations and the ability to understand official documents, while the questions on the back page were mostly practical questions. For example, this question: Dachshund is a devout believer of the false god. He refuses to cooperate with ideological transformation and has strong resistance. If you are the local affairs officer and govern this territory, how should you properly handle this matter? What else can you do? Of course, you have to arrest him. Monroe sneered. He knew that the wizards must be testing their obedience to the parliament. He must show how disgusted he is with these devout believers who are loyal to the Lord. After thinking for a while, Monroe decided to use his own methods of arresting wizards and evil god believers in the northern border of the empire, set them up as examples, punish them in public, and use severe punishments to curb this trend. Not only that, but also encourage mutual denunciations in the local area, give higher rewards, and catch everyone who disobeys the orders of the parliament. After Monroe finished writing, he nodded with satisfaction, and then sighed at the brutal rule of the wizards. He had to pretend to give advice to the other party. Ivana was also looking at the test questions in front of her, but it was just another question about food and poverty. Peter is a poor farmer. His ancestors have been farming wheat in the fields for generations. He is unwilling to try anything new. Now that the price of wheat continues to fall, how can he rent out the land, enter the workshop, or buy new farming machines to plant more economical crops to get rid of the poverty of the past? Ivana pondered for a long time, and soon answered on the test paper. The other party is stubborn and it is definitely not feasible to persuade him. You can start with his neighbors. If these people enter the workshop, their living standards will be visibly improved. If they build new houses, there will be a comparison and gap. You don't even need to talk too much. This poor farmer who has been farming for generations will change on his own. If this doesn't work, you can start with your family and change the other party's thinking step by step. Ivana believes that as long as this poor man can see the tangible benefits, change is a matter of time. Similar things have happened countless times in the kingdom. Ivana has chatted with many workers in her spare time, so she naturally knows some strategies commonly used by the parliament. The rest of the questions were also very interesting, including how to solve neighborhood disputes, how to improve the living standards of the people, and how to promote social stability. There were a total of 12 questions on the back, and none of them were repeated. The last question surprised Ivana, which was about the conflict between wizards and the poor. As an official, she needed to choose to punish wizards according to the law or let the poor swallow their anger and eliminate the conflict. Ivana wrote down each answer carefully, and gradually understood the significance of the examination to select local officials. Those who can answer these questions and give satisfactory answers can also handle government affairs with ease. The examination lasted for 3 hours in total, and every minute and every second was very precious. Even some experienced noble children with rich management experience could hardly give perfect answers to these tricky questions. The most important thing was that they had to figure out the basis for the parliament's questions and what kind of answers they wanted to get. Time is up. Collect the papers. The great wizard Arid, who was the temporary examiner, glanced at the magic hourglass and said indifferently. After the words fell, the field quietly activated, and the test papers in everyone's hands flew over spontaneously. The wailing in the examination room suddenly became 1, and 3 hours was too short. The basic questions in the front were okay. As long as you could read and count, you could finish them in no time. But the practical questions in the back were not so easy. Many people needed to think about a question for more than half an hour, and it took several minutes to write the conclusion on the test paper. Seeing the wailing in the examination room, Monroe was more confident. Fortunately, his hand speed was relatively fast, and he had finished writing all the papers in the last minute. Be quiet, everyone. There is one last test to be carried out. After Arid waved his hand to put away all the test papers, his eyes paused on Ivana and others, and spoke again. All the official wizards, come with me. The rest of you stay here. Someone will be in charge of setting questions for you later. Hearing this, more than a dozen wizards present stood up one after another, showing complacency on their faces. They were not surprised. With their status as wizards, how could they take the same test as these poor people and small nobles? Some special treatment is normal. The rest of the poor people have long been accustomed to this inequality. Only a few nobles have complaints, but they dare not say it openly. After all, the kingdom is now the world of wizards. Lord Arid, what is our exam? Is it to assess the level of wizards? A wizard asked flatteringly after going out. He guessed that the parliament might assign positions according to their wizard levels. He had already inquired about it. At least there were no great wizards in the city of Fire Oil participating in this exam. In other words, he, a 3-ring wizard, is likely to be qualified for the position of Lord. Arid glanced at him and did not reply. After leading a few people into a room, he took out 5 exquisite rings from his backhand. Here are your test papers. Put them on, and the 5 of you go first. Arid pointed around casually, and among the people he pointed out were Monroe and Ivana. Chapter 467. This is not just the life of a poor man, but also the majesty of the law. Looking at the ring in Arid's hand, the wizards present were a little strange, but they still took it as he said. Ivana buckled the ring on her ring finger according to Arid's instructions. After inputting a small amount of magic power to activate it, her consciousness seemed to sink into the endless deep sea. In a trance, Ivana felt as if she had forgotten something, and then she heard a series of shouts in her ears. Mr. Officer! Mr. Officer! Ivana opened her eyes suddenly, and there were 7 or 8 poor people in simple clothes around her, looking at her with surprise. Mr. Officer, are you awake? It was an old farmer who spoke. Officer! Ivana hesitated for a moment. Her mind was still a little confused, but she soon remembered that she had passed the parliament's selection and became an officer of the eastern territory of the kingdom. Today was her first day in office. She was inspecting the territory with the townspeople, and then volunteered to help everyone farm. As a result, she was probably too tired and fainted. Strange, with my physical fitness, this shouldn't be the case. Ivana frowned, but before she could think about it, the slight doubt was dispelled by the enthusiasm of the townspeople. She quickly calmed down and started her life as an official. In the first week, Ivana did not do anything rash. but spent all her time in contact with the townspeople to understand the current situation of the village. Just like the other recovered kingdoms, everything here exudes a conservative and dilapidated atmosphere. The local lord who often oppressed the poor was hanged on the crooked tree on the top of the city a week ago. Only a group of illiterate farmers who only knew how to farm and hunt all their lives were left, which formed a sharp contrast with the vibrant and ever-changing kerosene city. Moreover, there are not a few local people who devoutly believe in Allah. After hundreds of years of propaganda by the church, the people have a strong defense against wizards. This is based on the fact that the musketeers have solved the local nobles who oppressed the people, and have used all means such as suing for land distribution and beating local tyrants. Her mission is to disintegrate the beliefs of these people and get them out of the old life of hunger and clothes. Ivana felt that her responsibility was great, and the first thing she did was to let all the people stop growing wheat. After all, the price of grain has reached the lowest point in history. With magic bread, it can be expected that the price of wheat in the kingdom will be difficult to return to its original level for a long time to come. In fact, if the parliament had not been buying grain at the price of 1 copper, the wheat would have been worthless now. So it must be changed. After visiting, Ivana soon learned that the local viscount who was hanged owned a winemaking manor, specializing in brewing a unique blue fruit beer, which had been selling well among the nobles before. In view of this, Ivana immediately found several winemakers from the winery and carefully asked whether this blue fruit could be planted on a large scale and what the yield was. After getting a satisfactory answer, she began the first step of her village transformation plan. In the autumn of this year, the original wheat planting will be changed to blue fruit, and more wineries will be built. Ivana believes that those kingdom residents who have entered the workshop and received higher salaries will never be so simple as to stick to eating a few pieces of bread. This blue fruit beer has a unique taste and is not available in other places. This is their advantage. Moreover, the price of wheat is very low now. They can take advantage of this in turn and get enough raw materials for brewing without spending much money. Ivana's idea is undoubtedly good, but it has been spontaneously resisted by a large number of townspeople. No one knows whether planting so many blue fruits can be sold after brewing wine, and whether it can achieve the expected benefits. If it fails, won't everyone starve to death? The townspeople who had been farming for generations were not very willing to make experimental changes. They were already very satisfied to get the land back from the nobles. No matter how low the grain price was, at least growing wheat could give them a bite to eat. In this regard, Ivana did not waste any words to persuade them one by one, but directly spent a lot of money to rent all the fields and made a generous promise. Everyone do as I say. If you make money, I want 70% of the profit. If you don't make money, all the losses will be mine. With the guarantee of real money and Ivana's promise, the strategy of changing crops was barely implemented. In order to ensure that everything is foolproof, Ivana even specially invited an elemental wizard who is proficient in farming to use magic to fertilize the land, remove insects and increase production. Ivana's bold and radical strategy has undoubtedly achieved very good results. It has transformed a poor village into a production base for blue fruit beer. Everyone in the village participated in it, responsible for every link from planting to brewing to sales. Ivana also successfully passed the assessment and became the local mayor. However, the girl soon discovered that after becoming the mayor, the troubles not only did not decrease, but increased. Ivana was almost too busy to stop. Every day, there were all kinds of weird or strange things that needed to be decided by herself. Today, a farmer's camel was stolen, and tomorrow, 2 villages fought for water sources. These were only minor problems. What made Ivana feel the most difficult was that a former wizard had a dispute with someone in the tavern and killed a townsman with magic. According to the laws of the parliament, the murderer shall be sentenced to death or imprisonment for more than 20 years of hard labor depending on the severity of his behavior. The special thing this time was that the murderer was a wizard, and he belonged to the school of a great wizard. Both the newly recruited affairs officer and the village chief advised her that it was just a poor man who died. There was no need to judge a wizard for such a small matter. To annoy a school with a great wizard, and to let the other party pay some money to settle the matter. Wizards are the masters of this kingdom, just like the nobles in the past, and they also master powerful magic. Their value and status are far from being comparable to those of a poor person. No, that's not right. A wrong trial will gradually destroy the trust that the parliament has built up among the common people, and make more wizards bold and reckless, thus disintegrating the order of the entire kingdom. Ivana said firmly, "This is not only a question of who is more valuable and whose life is more important between the poor and the wizard, but also represents whether the majesty of the kingdom's laws has been lost." In view of this, Ivana personally arrested the man. Troubles followed one after another. Many wizard schools accused and scolded her for making a big fuss about a wizard for the life and death of a poor man, and even some members of parliament proposed to remove her as the mayor. In order to deal with these harsh accusations, Ivana was exhausted, but she still withstood the pressure and finally got the approval of the parliament. She was tried in the capital, sentenced to 15 years of forced labor, and paid a large amount of compensation. Although Ivana felt that the sentence was too light, she also understood that it was unlikely to ask the other party to pay with his life. At least enough compensation could save a family. With these achievements, Ivana was soon promoted to the mayor of the Iron City. Then her incompetent and long-lost brother came to her and begged her to make things easier for him and to make some adjustments in this year's affairs officer examination so that she could be successfully elected. Ivana looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar face and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Where did her brother come from? At this moment, outside the examination room, all the answer sheets had been sent to the conference room for evaluation and correction by 8 great wizards. The basic questions in the front were fine, with standard answers, and only needed to consider right or wrong. The application questions in the back were different. There were no fixed answers. They had to evaluate whether the other party's decision was effective. It was highly subjective, and discussions about various strategies continued. For example, a great wizard admired Monroe's answer very much. This kind of swift and resolute means of dealing with the enemy without mercy is not suitable for an official, but it is still very good as an investigator. The most controversial issue is naturally about the punishment of wizards who kill the poor. The 8 great wizards almost showed a split trend. The resources consumed to cultivate a formal wizard are not a small number. It is necessary to select those with magical talents from the people in the territory. After several years of learning and drinking the source of magic, there is less than a 40% chance of promotion. Not to mention relying on magic, a wizard is equivalent to dozens of laborers and combat forces, no matter from which aspect. It is much more important than a poor person, and it is even more impossible to sacrifice his life for it. The kingdom is the kingdom of wizards. How can we judge wizards because of a poor person? In my opinion, according to the standards of the wizard land in the past, a fine of 20 is enough, the great wizard Sanchez said with a sneer. He believes that as an official of the kingdom, he must understand this point. Those who make judgments or even severely punish wizards for their answers must carefully consider their abilities. Why don't you take a look at this answer sheet? Raphael didn't mean to make any more excuses, and directly handed over a test paper. Sanchez curled his lips and took it. After all, the value of a wizard is far from that of a poor man. After just a few casual glances, his brows could not help but frown. This answer sheet did not judge whose life was more valuable, but from the perspective of maintaining the majesty of the parliament's laws. It believed that if this matter could not be handled impartially and the wizard was easily let go, it would cause extremely bad negative effects, damage the trust that the parliament had finally established among the civilians, and even cause similar things to happen frequently. Whose answer sheet is this? Sanchez pondered for a long time before asking. It's a witch named Ivana. Raphael replied briefly. I think her answer sheet is very good and should be the first paper this time. After reading this answer sheet, several great wizards nodded repeatedly. Ivana gave relatively reasonable answers to most of the application questions, and her style was very consistent with the previous decisions of the parliament. Or maybe the other party had learned about the various strategies they implemented in the kingdom, so they gave similar answers. The last question was able to think from the perspective of maintaining the law, which was already a step higher than others. Even Sanchez, who advocated a lighter punishment, could not say anything against it. While Raphael and others were discussing each test paper fiercely, Lin En was watching the former wizards who were pulled into the magic field to see how they would deal with the various questions they had just answered. How many people say one thing and mean another, and how many people can stick to their principles? Some things are much more difficult to do than to say them. Vittorio, who was also the invigilator, said with emotion, "It's also thanks to you that you were able to convince the Secret Law Society to use the microcosm in such a place." Lin En smiled and did not reply. After all, it was the first selection test of the parliament, so he naturally had to take it seriously. Not to mention that the kingdom is now full of spies from the church, and there are also many internal opponents. The selection of senior managers must be very cautious. The principle of this magic is somewhat similar to dreaming. The person who is under the spell will be in a state of blurred memory in the magic field. It has no effect on the great wizard for the time being. Former wizards also need to use the secret ring as a medium. The rest of the poor don't have to spend so much effort. They can be handed over to those psychic wizards. A dream guidance spell can solve it. Compared with taking the test in a conscious state, the answer measured by this method is obviously more credible. Everyone will face their own choices in the dream, which can basically eliminate the possibility of lying. Of course, this is not a once-and-for-all measure. After all, people will always change. Maybe the other party can keep their original intentions within 3 to 5 years, but in the long run, in the face of the temptation brought by power, there will always be people who can't help it. At that time, a relatively complete supervision and reporting system will need to be established. Anyway, he had done his best in this election exam, and even secretly added some materials to expand the computing power network of the intelligent brain. And then he made an unexpected discovery. Among the 17 wizards who participated in the exam, there was one who was particularly special. That was Monroe. The intelligent brain could not decipher his mental fluctuations at all, which surprised Lin En very much. You know, even Vittorio and others could not resist the mental power deciphering of the intelligent brain, and Monroe was just a former wizard. Is he possessing some kind of strange treasure, or is someone providing him with some kind of shelter? Information about Monroe popped up in Lin En's mind. The other party belonged to the White Dove School destroyed by the church. Together with Ivina, he followed the Wizard Mutual Aid Association to the City of Fire Oil. His performance in the Wizard Academy was mediocre, and it could even be said that he was a little bad. On the contrary, Ivina's grades have always been very good. The intelligent brain had no problem deciphering the girl's mental power, but because the time was too short, there was no way to spy on her memory. Lin En hesitated for a while. It seems that we need to pay more attention. Chapter 468 Nuclear Fusion Reactor, Ignite. In the afternoon, in the temporary examination room of the Wizard Academy, as the magic was lifted, Ivana and others broke free from the magic field in a trance. What happened to me? Am I dreaming, you mobs? I am the lord of this place, this mayor. It doesn't matter if he is not the mayor, because everything constructed in the magic field was too real. After the magic disappeared, many people were still immersed in the constructed scenes and couldn't extricate themselves until their memories gradually recovered. The 5 people present had different expressions, but they quickly realized that everything they had just experienced was part of the exam, and these scenes were also answered on their test papers. However, compared to sitting in a seat and thinking about various strategies like talking about war on paper, practice is obviously much more difficult. Some people stopped at the initial town, and used their shallow management level to make the people of the entire territory complain. Some people made rapid progress all the way, but they could not resist the pleadings of their relatives when they were in high positions, and frequently promoted relatives, abused their power, and finally went to jail. The management of the territory is really troublesome. It's better to continue to study magic. A wizard sighed and said, obviously knowing his own fate. The faces of the other few people were not good either. Everyone, your exam is over. Go back and wait for the news. The great wizard Arid waved his hand, and then asked the next batch of people to come and put on the ring. When he walked out of the examination room, Monroe couldn't help sweating on his back. He didn't expect that these wizards actually had the means to make people lose consciousness without knowing it. Fortunately, it was just a test, and the other party did not take the opportunity to interrogate him in this magic, otherwise the consequences would be unpredictable. Ivana followed Monroe out of the examination room, but her mind was still recalling the various experiences in the magic field. "Don't worry too much, Ivana. This test is not easy. I'm afraid that no one can pass it perfectly. You and I may have a chance," Monroe said comfortingly. Monroe had to admit that the assessments of these wizards were well designed. It was not easy to be comprehensive. There were countless traps. If you were not careful, you would fall into the trap. Fortunately, I have been practicing in the north for many years. A village is naturally governed safely. I successfully caught every opponent hidden in the townspeople and dismantled several riots of the poor. Such performance should also be regarded as top-notch, right? This selection test that affected the entire kingdom attracted everyone's attention as Lin En expected. Whether it was wizards, subjects, nobles or merchants, they were all discussing how many people could pass the assessment of this parliament and who would become the new lord of the Fire Royal City. Lin En himself and several speakers had quietly moved to the underground of the Duke's Manor. After nearly 3 months of expansion and renovation, the underground of the entire manor has been completely hollowed out, forming a square of about 100 acres. Hundreds of sturdy pillars stand around to support this huge underground space. Deep inside is a place similar to an altar, which is covered by circles of rings made of mithril and extends to the outside. Each ring is engraved with dense alchemical runes. Vittorio was quite complacent in telling Lin En the operating principle of the magic reactor. The drawings given by someone before were filled with a large number of delicate and complex instruments. The alchemists of the parliament could not make them at all, but they were able to reproduce the effects of these instruments with magic and alchemy. "If it is suitable, I think it can be started tonight," Vittorio said solemnly. Lin En also nodded. Since Vittorio is so confident, it is naturally better to start sooner rather than later. Herve and Aurora are also looking forward to it. Maybe they can complete the legendary promotion ceremony tonight. Several people walked to the outside of the huge altar together. Tick and others who had been working all night to build the fusion reactor gathered around Master Lin En. All the speakers, "Now you can tell me what this thing is used for, right?" Tick asked curiously. In order to build this underground space, the parliament mobilized countless manpower and material resources. They even drained most of the lake just to extract 2 new elements from the water. Such a big battle is the first time in history. It's nothing to say, just use magic to create a sun to provide us with inexhaustible energy. Lin En said with a smile. "Create a sun?" Tick was stunned for a moment, almost thinking that this magic star was joking with him. Although there are rumors in the kingdom that someone has developed a new magic that pulls down the scorching sun in the sky, any wizard with some knowledge of astronomy knows that it is impossible. The sun above their heads is millions of times larger than the continent under their feet. If this thing is really pulled down, everyone will be finished. Or do you plan to experiment with your new magic here? Tick immediately thought of this possibility. "You can say that." Lin En nodded without comment, and then explained again. "You should have seen my new magic, Skyfall, which contains extremely powerful energy, but it lacks guidance and cannot be used effectively. It can only be roughly released. The purpose of this experiment is to control and use this energy. In fact, a star can continue to emit light, and the same principle applies. So what we have to do is to replicate the operating principle of the sun." This is really. Tick was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. He didn't expect that the rumors in the kingdom were true. Although this magic star failed to knock down the star in the sky, it can be said that it did make a small sun explode on the ground. No wonder it has such terrible destructive power. Now someone is even preparing to build a magic sun underground. The wizards present also had horrified expressions on their faces. They had all seen the power of Skyfall, which destroyed an area of more than 10 kilometers in an instant. Would it really work to control and utilize such a huge amount of energy? They were even more worried that if the experiment failed, this power would burst out and destroy the entire city. Lin En was naturally aware of its dangers, but the parliament had been preparing for this for nearly 3 months and had made all the preparations it could. How could it be stagnant now because of some potential risks? Even if he was willing, Vittorio and others would not be willing, because the fusion reactor was related to the legendary promotion ceremony. Let's get started. Lin En took a deep breath and said solemnly. Tick and others returned to their posts with both worry and excitement. Vittorio had already assigned them tasks. The ignition of nuclear fusion required the help of a large number of wizards. Of course, once the ignition was successful, this thing could run automatically. Vittorio and Aurora also stood at 3 positions of the altar respectively. Vacuum stripping. Vittorio stretched out his hand, and a large number of runes at the bottom of the reactor and in the mithril ring lit up one by one. All the elements in the area with a diameter of about 300 meters were stripped away, forming a vacuum area. Then, under the control of the Master's hand, performed by hundreds of wizards, a large amount of deuterium and tritium fuel was put in. Some of them were in liquid form, forming a tiny sphere and suspended in the center of the reactor, while the other part of the deuterium and tritium elements were distributed in the gaseous state inside the mithril ring. Then everyone looked at Lin En. Now it was the most critical moment. Ignition, Lin En said slowly. A series of dazzling and strong laser beams immediately shot out from the ring, targeting the liquid heavy water suspended in the center of the reactor. These are all 5th-level laser beams running at maximum power. A large number of magic stones responsible for energy supply collapsed one by one, and the area where hundreds of lasers were focused was also rapidly heating up. 10,000 degrees, 50,000 degrees, 100,000 degrees, 1 million degrees, 10 million degrees. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the temperature inside had already exceeded the threshold. Under such a terrifying high temperature, the deuterium and tritium elements had already turned into a violent plasma state, and then were tightly bound in a smaller area by a strong magnetic field. High temperature and high pressure are the most important factors that promote fusion. Soon, perhaps in an instant, a light more dazzling than a laser beam flashed in the center of the reactor, instantly lighting up the entire underground space. Even though Lin En and others had already set up protective magic and were prepared to face the strong light, they still couldn't help squinting their eyes. The temperature of the entire underground space was also rising sharply, and soon it reached a point that ordinary people could not bear. This was just a little bit of energy leaked out under the strong magnetic force. Endless flames broke through the constraints of the strong magnetic field in an instant and gushed out from the core of the reactor. There was no oxygen in the vacuum field, but the flames were still burning, because this was a plasma flame, which was energy transformed from matter. The rings made of mithril all around dissolved in 0.1 second, and the whole space seemed to be boiling. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Tick suddenly felt a great fear, and the instinctive death warning of the creature occupied his mind. His face was full of horror. In this underground space, they didn't even have a chance to escape. Just when the plasma flames were about to step out of the range of the reactor, they suddenly began to rotate and circle like a stream in a vortex, spiraling up into the sky, and finally formed a huge fire tornado with a diameter of hundreds of meters, which was extremely spectacular. It was not until then that Tick discovered that although the ring made of mithril had been dissolved, the alchemical runes on it were still suspended in the void, forming a unique protective circle, guiding the direction of the surging flames. The hands and feet of the alchemists were trembling slightly, and their backs were soaked. Is it force field magic? Lin En turned his head and looked at Vittorio, who saw some clues. Not bad. Fortunately I used double insurance. I didn't expect that the power of the fusion explosion could break through the magnetic field I set up. Vittorio was also a little nervous. If this thing exploded, they were not sure they could stop it. As he spoke, Vittorio changed a few hand seals and increased the power of the magnetic field. The huge fire tornado slowly disappeared, and a more spectacular scene appeared in front of everyone. Inside the reactor was a plasma ball that was constantly surging and rotating, emitting huge light and heat all the time. It was like a bound sun. All the wizards present were intoxicated by the scene in front of them, and Tick said with a sigh, "If you tell others that we trapped a sun in the underground of the City of Fire Oil, no one will believe it." This is definitely the most amazing monument in the history of magic, an alchemist also said excitedly. Purve stared at the fusion reactor in front of him, shining like a star, but suddenly thought of something. No wonder he felt like he was facing a star when he met the legends of the secret society in the microcosm. It turned out that the other party had revealed the way to become a legend to him a long time ago, but he didn't realize it until today. Among all the people present, Vittorio was the most excited. He had put a lot of effort into building this magic fusion reactor. He hadn't slept well for several months and relied entirely on energy potions to maintain his condition. This miraculous masterpiece was completed in less than 3 months. Of course, Aurora and Purve also contributed a lot. For example, the laser beams that burst out from the ring were the work of Aurora, and the force field magic used for insurance was Purve's masterpiece. This nuclear fusion reactor can be said to be built with the wisdom and strength of everyone. Lin En also raised his mouth slightly. The establishment of the nuclear fusion reactor also meant that they had initially mastered the power of the galaxy level, the power of the star. Although the energy it contains is as small as a speck of dust compared to a real star, it is undeniable that the principles of their existence are no different. As for how to use the energy of the reactor, generally speaking, in the early days, the method of boiling water was used, converting water into steam, and then using steam power to generate electricity. However, with the convenience of magic, there is naturally no need to be so troublesome. You can directly use the photoelectric effect for conversion or magneto-hydrodynamic power generation, or even directly use plasma itself as energy. The intelligent brain has many complete technologies. In the past few months, Lin En has not been idle at all, just to turn some technologies into magic. Chapter 469, The Body of Magic and Energy, the Ceremony of Promotion to Legend. The so-called nuclear fusion refers to the combination of two lighter nuclei to form a heavier nucleus, which is a nuclear reaction form opposite to fission. For example, the magic fusion reactor they built this time creates a high-temperature and high-pressure environment to allow hydrogen isotopes deuterium and tritium to combine and fuse into helium. Theoretically, as long as there is a strong enough high-temperature and high-pressure environment, it can continue to fuse according to the periodic table, but even the high temperature and high pressure at the core of the Sun can only fuse to iron. The rest of the elements with larger mass and heavier weight are usually born in cosmic wonders such as supernova explosions and binary star mergers. Around the reactor, the strong laser beams gradually extinguished. After the fusion process began, this method was no longer needed to heat up. The high temperature generated by itself was enough to maintain the formation of the fusion reaction. A steady stream of energy gushed out from the core, and was absorbed by the energy storage runes that covered the entire underground space under the action of the transformation and guidance array. Can we prepare for the ceremony now? Vittorio could hardly suppress his excitement, and his voice trembled faintly. It should be okay. Lin En nodded, then looked at Vittorio, who had very obvious dark circles under his eyes, and spoke carefully. Are you sure you don't want to take a break? Speaker Vittorio, you don't seem to be in a good condition now. No, I'm fine. Very good. Vittorio was particularly excited and said without hesitation, he had been waiting for this day for more than 200 years. Now the time is ripe, and he doesn't want to wait any longer. Vittorio stepped forward with a fearless attitude and walked to a platform about 300 meters away from the reactor. Then he took out bottle after bottle of legendary potion and drank it, just to increase the probability of promotion even a little bit. What is Lord Vittorio going to do? Tick was confused and couldn't figure out what was going on. This is the ceremony of promotion to legend. Purve glanced at him and explained with a serious expression. Oh, Tick nodded first, and then he was stunned. Promotion to legend? But aren't the speakers legendary wizards? Why do we need to be promoted again? The other alchemists were also confused. Purve did not give a long explanation. He just felt that Tick and the others were lucky to be able to watch the promotion of the legend and touch the most fundamental power of magic. About 10 minutes later, the effect of the potion had reached its peak. Vittorio opened his eyes again and had recovered to the most perfect state. Lin En actually felt a strong vitality from this old body. Come on. Vittorio took a deep breath. Let everyone back off far enough, and then activated the spell. The next moment, dozens of illusory pillars made of magic suddenly rose up, and in an instant they isolated the inner and outer worlds. Then, all the alchemical runes used to accumulate energy lit up one by one, and through the guidance of magic, they were all gathered on the platform where Vittorio stood. A huge amount of energy was materialized in the form of thunder, and the flashing arcs were transmitted along the runes, and finally poured into Vittorio's body. Electric arcs as thick as a thumb surrounded Vittorio's body, destroying him from the cellular level. Even though the physical fitness of the legendary wizard was not comparable to that of ordinary people, and every cell was completely infiltrated by magic, it was not an exaggeration to describe it as a humanoid beast, but it was still collapsing rapidly under such a huge energy impact. Such pain was definitely not something that ordinary people could endure. Vittorio's forehead was exposed with veins, and his body was shaking continuously. The terrifying thunder washed over every inch of his skin, every drop of flesh and blood, and even penetrated into the tissue cells. The body soon began to disintegrate, and the epidermis began to peel off piece by piece, followed by the muscles and blood vessels that had been electrolyzed. But after all, he had lived for hundreds of years, and the road to promotion was right in front of him. Vittorio endured the pain brought by the dissociation of his body. He did not try to cast a spell to stop it, nor did he cry out in pain. Instead, he silently felt the subtle changes from life to death. Under the horrified gaze of Tick and others, Vittorio's body was shrouded in fierce arcs, peeled off layer by layer, and the scattered body tissues turned into ashes before they fell to the ground. In just 30 seconds, Vittorio had completely disappeared in front of everyone. He was dead. From a biological perspective, this is true, but the soul of a great wizard can survive for a short time even if it is separated from the body. In the constantly surging and flashing lightning, a blue shadow loomed. Congeal. After his body was completely destroyed, Vittorio finally spoke. A huge amount of magic power was instantly drawn out. In order to complete this ceremony, he prepared a full 100,000 magic stones, which was all the savings of the parliament. The concentration of magic power on the entire platform rose rapidly, with Vittorio's computing power far exceeding that of a six-ring wizard. The huge amount of magic power quickly poured into the soul body, and was quickly and orderly transformed into various human elements. Constructing a mimicking magic body is not a simple matter. There are dozens of elements that make up the human body, among which oxygen, carbon, hydrogen and nitrogen are the most critical. There are about 9 essential minerals, which constitute 99% of the body tissues of the human body. In addition, there are many trace elements. Fortunately, Vittorio has recorded all the data of the body in advance and developed a technique called shaping, body reconstruction, so in just a few seconds, the flesh, bones, and internal organs have quietly taken shape. Did it succeed? Aurora, who had been paying attention to the promotion ceremony, whispered to herself. However, the next moment, the body that had just been formed was submerged, torn apart, and destroyed by the violent power of thunder. The body constructed by magic power is as weak as paper under the impact of powerful energy. Vittorio obviously had no intention of giving up, and continued to increase the mobilization of magic power. Regeneration and destruction were almost at the same time, and the cycle continued. Such a horrific scene made Tick and others tremble with fear. They keenly noticed that the spirit of the speaker began to become increasingly dim. The soul is inherently fragile. Even at the level of a great wizard, it cannot be separated from the body forever, let alone put it in a violent energy shock. Should we slow down the input of energy first? Aurora said worriedly. Why not wait for Vittorio to complete the construction of the magic body first? No, there is no need for this, and we can't do this. Lin En shook his head. Thunder and water are the basis for the birth of life. The input power is carefully calculated by them. If it is lower than this level, there is no way to fill the interior of the construction element with energy. He is too eager. He should do it step by step. Prv couldn't help but sigh. As the saying goes, those who are involved are confused, but those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. Prv can naturally see some problems, Vittorio wants to build the body in one go and then inject energy. But now it seems that it is obviously not feasible. It is better to do it step by step from the inside out. This is also the disadvantage of the first promotion. All the difficulties encountered in the whole process are unknown. Once you make a mistake, you will waste precious energy and a lot of time. And Vittorio has less than 5 minutes. This is the time that the spirit of the 6-ring Great Wizard level can survive in the high-intensity energy impact. If it exceeds this limit, it may be severely damaged or even completely annihilated. In fact, the situation is worse than they expected, because Vittorio dispatched a lot of computing power when constructing the magic body, and the state of the spirit body was almost deteriorating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, Vittorio soon realized that with his own ability, he could not directly construct the entire body under the energy impact. After a while, a heart slowly emerged in the center of the spirit body. It was shaking rapidly and regularly, but it was not blood that was swallowed and spit out but energy. Then came the blood vessels connecting the heart and the bones in the chest. The strong current went straight through the spirit body, as if it wanted to destroy it again. But this time the speed of growth and repair was much faster than the speed of collapse. Just like Anthony relied on the baptism of electric current in his body to improve his perception of electric current, the electric current would be weakened after passing through the spirit body, and the remaining electric current would be tainted by soul power, which was the energy suitable for integrating into the magic body. Try to increase the power, Lin En said thoughtfully. And increase it. The alchemists present were terrified, and even had the idea that Master Lin En was going to murder the speaker. Prv nodded and pointed to the fusion reactor. The plasma flame suddenly rose high as if it was pulled by something. The huge fire tornado appeared again, spinning and rising into the sky, being absorbed by the transformation and energy storage runes on the top, and continuously sent to the platform. The heart and skeleton that had just been constructed were broken apart by the sudden strengthening of the lightning. After being repaired again, they seemed to be a little different from before, and were a little more solid in comparison. However, the more powerful energy impact also shortened the time that Vittorio's spirit could last. This minute is the time to decide life and death and victory or defeat. Come on, let me see if the path I have conceived is right. Lin En's eyes were fixed on the promotion platform. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, 50 seconds. 1 minute passed in a flash, and Vittorio's figure was completely submerged in the light of thunder, and there was no movement for a long time. Should we stop the ceremony first? This time even Rv couldn't help it. The time limit was exceeded, and Vittorio's spirit might have been damaged. After hesitating for a moment, Lin En also agreed. The legendary promotion might have failed. Now stop the energy input. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. The disappointed 3 people were about to stop the entire promotion ceremony, but just when they were about to move, they were surprised to find that the frequency of energy extraction was further strengthened. Lin, Rv and Aurora looked at each other in astonishment. After realizing that it was not done by the other party, they showed a slightly happy expression on their faces. Since it was not done by them, then it can only be Vittorio who is receiving electric therapy, because only the 4 of them have the authority to control the fusion reactor. After understanding this, Lin and others were relieved. Since the other party can still extract computing power to control the formation, it means that Vittorio is still fine and there is nothing wrong. The promotion of legends only existed in theory and formulas before. No one knows what kind of obstacles will be encountered in the process. There is nothing they can do except wait. Half of the 100,000 magic stones have been consumed in an instant, and the output of the fusion reactor has been unable to keep up with the energy extraction. Just when Lin began to worry about whether the energy reserves were sufficient, the sky full of lightning on the platform finally dissipated. No, it is not appropriate to describe it as dissipated. To be precise, it should be absorbed. A blue figure soon appeared in front of everyone, with a particularly terrifying aura. Vittorio walked out step by step, and with each step, his energy body became more solid. When he really walked out of the platform, he had completely restored his previous flesh and blood body, and his aura became extremely restrained, no different from that of an ordinary person. Congratulations, Speaker Vittorio. Lin En congratulated him. The corners of Vittorio's mouth curled up slightly, and then the amplitude became larger and larger, until he couldn't help laughing. Ha 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 ha, legend. So this is a legend. Vittorio's face was full of excitement that he couldn't hide. It has been more than 200 years since he became a six-ring wizard. His lifespan has long come to an end. He relies entirely on magic potions to maintain his existence. His body has long been old and corrupted. The spirit inside is like carrying a heavy burden at all times, tightly bound by chains. After changing to an energy body, it is like a person who has been imprisoned for a long time breaking free from the cage again. The comfortable feeling is simply indescribable. Aurora and Herve were also delighted. Vittorio's success proved that Lin's theory was correct. They finally found the right way to become a legend. Your spirit body should not be damaged, right? Speaker Vittorio, we thought you couldn't hold on just now. Lin asked again. Although the ceremony was a success by chance, there were too many variables beyond their imagination, which needed to be improved. Vittorio slightly retracted the joyful expression on his face and explained. In the ceremony just now, his spirit body was indeed damaged to a certain extent, but the benefits of promotion were greater. According to Vittorio's prediction, the spirit body would be able to recover completely in a week at most under the nourishment of energy, and the upper limit of computing power that had been constraining him was also broken, and the range and accuracy of controlling elements were instantly improved by several levels. Chapter 470. From now on, the wizard's power hierarchy will be rewritten. In order to break through the realm, Vittorio went through life and death, and he still has lingering fears. The body is completely destroyed, and the soul is wrapped in thunder. It feels bad. Even though he no longer has organs to perceive pain, his psychic perception has become extremely sharp, as if he was thrown into a furnace. His will is being worn away, which is a feeling far more terrifying than death. With a little palpitation, Vittorio recounted all the problems he encountered in the promotion ceremony. The first is that the frequency of energy input and output needs to be adjusted again. The values they calculated before were not correct at all, and they did not take into account the loss caused by the current passing through the spirit body. If we talk about the most critical factors for promotion, I'm afraid it's energy, computing power and will, Vittorio said thoughtfully. Constructing an energy body is a delicate job. He originally developed the spell slot of shaping, body reconstruction, and wanted to do it in one step. As a result, he could not resist the impact of the powerful energy tide. In the end, he could only rely on computing power to construct the various parts of his body bit by bit. Despite the pain of his soul being worn out, the whole process can only be described as mentally and physically exhausted. If it was 10 seconds later, his soul would have completely collapsed. In the last few seconds, he relied entirely on his obsession with promotion to survive. Fortunately, you are the first to be promoted, Herve said with fear. Before, Herve wanted to compete for the qualification to be the first to be promoted to a legend. After all, he had been waiting for this day for a long time, and his urgency was no weaker than Vittorio's. But now it seems that the perfection of this ceremony is still insufficient, and the risk is greater than expected. You must know that Vittorio is the one who has lived the longest among them, and he is involved in almost every field. His computing power is also the highest among them. Even so, he almost overturned. The difficulty can be imagined. Herve estimated that when he was building his body under the impact of energy, he might not be able to think of using soul power to infuse electric current to improve his adaptability to magic power, nor might he be able to separate computing power to control the magic circle and adjust the efficiency of energy transfer like Vittorio. Energy, computing power, and will? Lin En pondered for a while, and he found that he seemed to have the possibility of breaking through the legend. Energy can be supplied by magic stone reserves and fusion reactors. Will? Lin En didn't think he was worse than others. As for computing power, although he is only a 5-ring wizard now, and is far from reaching the limit of this great realm, with the blessing of the intelligent brain magic network, he is even stronger than an ordinary 6-ring wizard in terms of computing power. However, Lin En quickly cut off this idea. After all, the strength of the soul body is also a major factor, so it is better not to take risks casually. In this harmonious atmosphere, tick, who had been holding back for a long time, finally couldn't help but ask, "Sir Vittorio, what is going on? I just heard from Speaker Herv that this is a ceremony to be promoted to legend." The alchemists present were also confused. They were surprised and shocked tonight. Whether it was the little sun hanging high in the underground space, or Vittorio's rebirth and death, and then recasting his body in a strange way, it was beyond everyone's cognition. Vittorio looked at the puzzled eyes of Tick and others, and smiled and explained, "What do you think legend is?" "Of course, it is an existence that surpasses the great wizard," an alchemist said without hesitation. "According to the wizard level divided by the parliament, it can be roughly divided into 4 major realms: apprentice, formal wizard, great wizard, legendary wizard, and legend represents the pinnacle of wizards. In fact, before this, the so-called legend was just a title." Vittorio shook his head and sighed. "Title?" Tick frowned in confusion. "Yes." Herv nodded and took over the conversation to explain. "In fact, the 6-ring Great Wizard is the limit that humans can reach, and the legend is the title given to the Great Wizard who exceeds this limit, used to benchmark those so-called evil gods." Herv talked freely, briefly recounting the War of Faith hundreds of years ago and the information about the evil gods and psychic energy. These secrets have always been taboos of the parliament and have been strictly blocked. After all, the parliament has not found a safe way to promotion before. If these news are allowed to spread, it is likely to cause a great chaos. Those old guys who are trapped in the realm of great wizards and can't find a breakthrough opportunity are likely to go astray. After all, the secret method of psychic energy swallowing is a real shortcut to promotion. Although this shortcut leads to an endless swamp that can swallow people silently, it is worth a try for those who have lost their way and can only wait for death. The rebellion of the evil wizard back then is the best example. An entire school of psychic energy, tens of thousands of innocent poor people all died, all for the ambition of the evil wizard Merc to become a god. Now that the road to becoming a legend is open, there is no need to hide it anymore, because the prerequisite for accepting faith is to become a 6-ring Great Wizard, and not everyone can become an evil god, not to mention the risk of losing oneself and becoming a puppet of faith. "So that means you were all just pseudo-legends before?" Tick said subconsciously, but soon realized that it seemed a bit impolite and inappropriate to call him that, because the level of legend itself is defined. Herv was not angry, but nodded casually. "You can think so too. From now on, the division of wizard levels needs to be redefined. Only wizards who have completed the promotion ceremony and created an energy body can be called legends, that is, 7-ring wizards. The rest will be classified as 6-ring wizards or pseudo-legends. Even him and Aurora are no exception. Of course, this is only temporary. It won't be long before they can reach this realm and become true legendary wizards like Vittorio." Herv had no doubt about this. After all, they were all the best among the 6-ring Great Wizards, and only they could reach the top of thousands of wizards. If even they could not complete the promotion, then others would have no chance. If I am not mistaken, that false god, Ella, should also be at this level, Vittorio suddenly said. Lin En immediately looked over with interest. Vittorio, who had completed the promotion, naturally had more say than them. In fact, the idea of building an energy body was also based on the study of the body of the Chief Judge Joshua. "Then do you have a way to do the same thing as that false god now? For example, freezing time and space, the kingdom of God descending, saying what you say and following the law, reshaping the body?" Herv said curiously. They had come into contact with Ella twice, once as the original body and the other time as the incarnation, both of which left him with a very deep impression. Needless to say, the original body almost killed them all with just a face-to-face encounter. Even if it was an incarnation, the 4 of them could only barely contain it with their combined strength, and finally relied on the nuclear explosion to turn the tables. This is the power of legend. There is a qualitative difference between each major realm. There is no problem with the reshaping of the body, Vittorio said in a deep voice. His current body looks like a flesh and blood body, but it is actually made of magic and energy. Even if it is destroyed, it can be quickly repaired by shaping body reconstruction. The core component is the magic power furnace located in the heart, which can spontaneously absorb the scattered magic and energy from the outside world to replenish itself and maintain daily consumption. However, this is not a big weakness. Even if the magic power furnace is destroyed, it only temporarily loses the ability to automatically absorb energy for endurance, and it can be reshaped, so as not to cause a fatal impact. Doesn't that mean it is equivalent to immortality? Tick said in astonishment. No matter what kind of injury is suffered, it can be quickly recovered. Even if it is beheaded or the body is cut off, it will not be fatal. Such an opponent can only be described as terrifying. And Aurora also frowned, thinking about how to deal with it. No, of course there is a way. Vittorio shook his head and hesitated for a moment. Considering that he would need to deal with the false god later, he expanded his domain to include Lin En and the others, isolating the inner and outer worlds. Only then did he speak carefully. There are about 2 methods I can think of now. The first is to attack at the soul level, directly targeting the origin. Any damage to the soul is difficult to repair and requires a long time to nourish. Once the soul is directly destroyed, it is meaningless to repair the body quickly. The second is that repairing the body requires a lot of magic power and energy. If it is severely damaged many times in a short period of time, it will not be able to draw enough magic power and energy to recover. The nuclear explosion was able to destroy the incarnation of Ella, because its power could destroy the opponent's body thousands of times in an instant, and it was impossible to repair it. Lin En nodded, which was consistent with his previous thoughts. As for the means of God's word, freezing time and space, and the kingdom of God's coming, I have some guesses, but it will take some time to verify, Vittorio said with a little embarrassment. For them, the realm of legend is unknown. He just broke through today, and he hasn't even figured out his own state. He needs to study hard for a while before he can develop the corresponding magic. However, the increase in power brought by the promotion made Vittorio more afraid of the false god of the church. A few months ago, the battle with the other party's incarnation made him have a bad guess. Ella's state seems to be different from what they guessed. Maybe she has gotten rid of the trouble of the poison of faith and walked out of another path, after hundreds of years of accumulation. It is definitely not as simple as the 7-ring legend. It is very likely that she has crossed to the level of 8 or even 9 rings. As for how big the specific gap is, Vittorio cannot evaluate it for the time being, unless he can contact the other party's body again. It doesn't matter. Since we are not sure about one-on-one, let's go together, Prov said without hesitation. When they have all completed the legendary promotion, it will be 3 against 1. If it doesn't work, there are still several 6-ring great wizards in the parliament. Although it cannot be guaranteed that all of them can be successfully promoted, it can also make up for the comparison of the combat power of both sides to a great extent. Ella, no matter how strong they are, as long as they do not exceed the legendary limit, the group fight will always be effective. Lin En and others were thinking and discussing the method of killing the gods in the field. Tick and others who were outside could only see a few people's mouths slightly open, and could not hear any sound at all. After a full half an hour, the field was removed, and the discussion had already ended. Under the command of Vittorio, the wizards present began to finish the work and check whether the entire alchemy array was damaged during the ceremony. The guiding array is working fine. The conversion rune is damaged by about 30%. The surface of the reactor shows signs of dissolution. It is recommended to use magic to reinforce it again. With the joint efforts of hundreds of alchemists, various data were quickly summarized one by one. Since Lin En had already considered various emergencies when making the array, the damaged runes did not hurt the whole. They could continue to be used after repair. What really distressed the speakers was that they had consumed 60% of the 100,000 magic stones they prepared. This is all the remaining reserves of the parliament. Fortunately, they recently discovered a new magic stone mine, otherwise they would have to worry about how to obtain magic power. The remaining 40,000 magic stones should be enough for one person to be promoted, right? Aurora's mind moved, and she couldn't help but speak out. Prov also thought of this immediately. Although the ceremony just now used up a full 60,000 magic stones, it was because Vittorio had taken a lot of crooked paths when he was promoted for the first time. and a lot of magic power was consumed for nothing. But the deuterium and tritium fuels are not enough. Lin En shook his head. The fusion fuel had consumed about 80%, and the little sun in the reactor was almost a lot smaller than before. Lin En vaguely found that the color of its core was slightly darker than the rest. That should be plasma helium, derived from the fusion of deuterium and tritium elements, but I don't know if it can be fused twice. Irv and Aurora also knew that it would take time to obtain fusion fuel, so they had to temporarily suppress the idea of rapid promotion. Anyway, the method has been found, and becoming a legend is only a matter of time. It just so happens that they have a lot of things to do during this period, such as continuing to repair the damaged alchemical runes, and then improving the promotion ceremony to see if the frequency of energy input can be adjusted to be more appropriate. Even if it can increase the probability of promotion a little bit, it is worth it. Chapter 471, The Long-Lost Saint. The abnormality in the city of Kerosene. In the evening, in the city of Kerosene, inside the Wizard Academy, Philip was speaking at the podium, explaining the seventh element on the periodic table, nitrogen, to the apprentices and former wizards below. As the most abundant element in the atmosphere, it is also one of the first elements that all apprentices come into contact with, but it has not been taken seriously by wizards in the past. After all, it is difficult for this thing to produce magical reactions with other common elements, and it is even considered a useless element by many schools. However, this is obviously just because some people have not studied nitrogen deeply enough. For example, in Master Lin En's Research and Analysis of Plant Photosynthesis, it is mentioned that nitrogen is one of the essential nutrients for plant growth. It is rumored that the cardinals of the church have mastered a special divine art, natural rain, which can greatly increase the yield of grain. Its principle is mostly to use nitrogen as fertilizer, and the effect is more than 60% higher than the yield-increasing magic developed by some elemental schools. This is enough to show that the church has surpassed them a lot in the understanding and application of nitrogen, and now is the time to catch up. But, Professor Philip, didn't Master Lin develop a way to make bread with magic? Why do we need to develop this magic to increase crop yields? A student asked curiously. Magic bread is true, but we can't always eat bread, right? We need to change our taste. Philip replied with a smile. The yield-increasing magic using nitrogen is not only effective for wheat, but also for any plant in theory, and also for some potion raw materials. In addition, the characteristic of nitrogen that it is not easy to produce magical reactions with other elements can also be used in reverse, as a protective and filling element. For example, the magic lamps used to light up the night sky in the city of Kerosene contain a lot of nitrogen. As Philip continued to talk, the melodious magic bell sounded quietly. Okay, let's stop here for today's chemistry class. The properties and application methods of nitrogen are a very worthy topic to study. Next week, everyone needs to submit a paper to explain your understanding of this element. Whoever can develop a new spell here, I will give him a reward of 100 credits. Professor Philip said with lingering interest. The wizards below were all excited. Credits are a new system in the Wizard Academy, which is assessed based on class performance, paper evaluation and magic assessment, and is related to their work arrangements when they leave the Magic Academy in the future. If you can get more than 1,000 credits within a school year, you can get the recommendation of professors, enter the Magic Academy after graduation, and even be appreciated by the great wizards, and become a core member of the parliament. The fastest way to get credits is naturally to develop new magic or propose novel magic theories. For example, Ryan, the most dazzling magic genius in the Wizard Academy, got more than 600 credits in just over 2 months with 3 papers on the movement of celestial bodies. It is said that these 3 papers directly alarmed several members of parliament. If nothing unexpected happens, joining the Magic Academy is a foregone conclusion. This naturally makes all the wizards particularly envious. You know, the members of the Magic Academy specialize in the most cutting-edge magic theories today, and it is a paradise for all academic wizards. Philip, who teaches elementology, once mentioned to them that the periodic table distributed by the Academy is actually incomplete. There are only more than 50 elements on it, and the real periodic table has twice as many. In addition to metal and non-metal elements, there is also a new type of element named by Master Lin En, but only the parliamentarians and the elemental wizards in the Magic Academy know it. A group of students left the classroom while talking to each other. The recognized magic genius Ryan was even more popular with many people. Everyone can see that he has a bright future. Maybe he is the next magic star. Do you have any ideas about the research paper on nitrogen, Ryan? A tall and thin wizard asked with a headache. This element is not very suitable for magic. If you work hard on increasing plant production, as Philip said, it is almost impossible to stand out and get high scores. After all, someone has already tried it on this, and has a relatively complete magic theory. It is difficult for their research to go beyond this system in just 1 week. No wizard would be willing to let his hard work be forgotten by everyone. If there is anyone who can take a new path, it is naturally Ryan, a magic genius. Facing the expectant eyes of the crowd, Ryan smiled. I guess so. I have some ideas. I am conceiving a magic related to nitrogen. So fast, the wizards present were all astonished. They were still considering which direction to start their research, but Ryan had already started to develop new magic. In fact, the magic star has already pointed out the specific direction. At best, I am just expanding on the basis of Master Lin's research, Ryan said humbly, but his face was full of complacency. You are worthy of it. If you keep going like this, you can leave this academy and join the Institute of Magic in 2 months at most, the wizard said with great envy. The other wizards also complimented him constantly, and at the same time, they were also asking about the new magic that Ryan was going to develop. Facing the flattery and praise of the crowd, Ryan's smile never stopped, but he did not mean to reveal it at all. After arriving at the student residence, he said apologetically, I have an appointment with other people today. Please go back first. The followers who failed to get any clues could only leave in disappointment. They planned to go back and read the paper on plant photosynthesis a few more times. Perhaps they could find some new ideas. As for where Ryan was going, many people knew it well. This magic genius had fallen in love with a good-looking witch recently, and even to the point of obsession. But this is also human nature, and naturally no one would spoil the interest of this magic genius. After bidding farewell to all the admirers, Ryan tidied his robes, entered the school's residence with a smile, and gently knocked on the door of a house. About 3 seconds later, the door opened spontaneously, and a clear voice rang out, "Come in." Ryan's smile became even more intense, and he stepped into the house with a hint of excitement. Everything he saw was somewhat beyond his expectations. This place was not as beautiful as he imagined, but rather like a large magic laboratory. There were all kinds of strange alchemical instruments everywhere. The most eye-catching one was the iron ball hanging in the middle of the living room, which was swinging in a circle. Just as he entered the door, a wooden sign with a scale on it was knocked to the ground, making a click sound. In addition, Ryan saw the mirror and torsion balance placed on the experimental table, as well as several balls of different sizes that were constantly rotating under the drive of magic. Is this Master Lin En's pendulum and mirror reflection experiment, and the celestial body movement model? Ryan recognized it at once, and then said with a smile, I remember that there are these things in the display room of the Wizard Academy, right, Cynthia? The ones placed in the room are all very famous magic experiments. In order to allow new students to admire the greatness of magic and for the convenience of daily teaching, every Wizard Academy in the kingdom has a complete experimental model in its display room. Every wizard who enters the display room for the first time will sigh at the ingenuity of the magic star's idea, and he can come up with such a simple way to prove the extremely complex gravity and celestial body problems. Therefore, if you want to study related theoretical experiments, going to the exhibition room is undoubtedly the best choice, and you can also listen to the professors explain the detailed process of the experiment in detail. But I prefer to verify this process myself, the girl named Cynthia said casually. She didn't even turn her head to look at Ryan who came in, but focused her attention on the experimental table in front of her. Her slender fingers were holding a strange object that looked like a cube. The girl's words made Ryan pause for a moment, and then he quickly changed his words. You are right. No matter how much you listen to others' explanations, It is better to experiment it yourself. In addition, it is a pity that you missed today's element class. Nitrogen has a wide range of applications. It is not a useless element. It plays an extremely important role in shaping in biological fields. Ryan knew that the girl in front of him was very interested in magic, so he recounted what Philip said in class today, and especially mentioned that the professor of elemental science would give a reward of 100 credits to students who developed new magic. It just so happens that I have an idea to use nitrogen, and I'm planning to use it to develop a new magic, Ryan said quite proudly, just like a thunderbird showing off its feathers to court a mate. Oh, Cynthia finally stopped what she was doing, turned her head and looked at Ryan with interest. Her violet eyes seemed to be able to hook people's heartstrings. Ryan wanted to keep it a secret, but under the girl's expectant gaze, he couldn't help but speak. I think since nitrogen is not easy to react with other elements, it might as well be used to preserve food and weapons. The Parliament filled the magic lamp with this element in order to increase the operating life of the filament. Ryan said his idea very confidently. He had read a paper on the application of the vacuum field before, which mentioned that one of the characteristics of the vacuum is that it can allow food or utensils to exist for a long time. For example, a purple fruit can be placed in a vacuum state for several months without rotting. However, maintaining a vacuum field requires a lot of magic power, and only great wizards can do it. Ryan believes that nitrogen can be used to replace the role of vacuum. The effect is not that good, but it can greatly reduce the consumption. As long as you are a formal wizard, you can do it easily. Very good idea. Cynthia nodded with a smile. Although it was just a simple compliment, it made Ryan feel a surge of blood from the soles of his feet to his heart. He spoke in a daze. When I finish writing this paper, you can submit it. It will definitely be appreciated by the professor. As soon as he said it, Ryan regretted it. This was an idea he had finally thought of. Fortunately, the next moment, he heard the girl say softly, "No, it was your idea after all." Ryan's heart was relieved immediately, and then he reflected in annoyance on why he felt that Cynthia was a shameless person who would plagiarize others' achievements. After refusing, Cynthia said again casually, "I heard that your paper was appreciated by a great wizard. He is a core member of the council and is preparing to accept you as his disciple. Is that right?" "It's just luck. If it weren't for your reminder that inspired my inspiration, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to complete 3 papers on the movement of celestial bodies so smoothly," Ryan said modestly, bringing the two closer. "If you want to thank me, now is a good opportunity," Cynthia said softly. Her voice was very pleasant, with a hint of laziness, but full of infinite temptation. "What opportunity?" Ryan hurriedly patted his chest and said, "If you encounter any trouble, I am happy to serve. I have a research that needs the help of a great wizard. I would like to ask you to introduce him to me," Cynthia said casually. "Of course, no problem," Ryan agreed without hesitation. The master admired him very much and should not refuse this small request. Ryan also had some small thoughts in his mind, that is, to join the school of that adult with Cynthia, so that the two sides would have more opportunities to contact each other. "Thank you very much, Ryan." Cynthia smiled softly, and then changed the subject. "Unfortunately, I have some things to deal with for the time being, so I'll leave the thank you for next time." Ryan was excited and daydreaming about what form this thank you would take. He was very gentlemanly and didn't bother to argue anymore, and just left the room in a trance. The door was automatically closed, and Cynthia continued to focus on the cube in front of the laboratory table, using a carving knife to scratch alchemical runes on one side. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of the wind when a pendulum swung. She had forgotten the last time she studied and made alchemical creations in the laboratory so seriously. It must have been a long, long time ago. Cynthia's face showed a bit of nostalgia, but the next moment, as if she had sensed something, she suddenly turned her head and looked out the window, whispering softly, "What a powerful energy fluctuation. It seems that the Wizard Council seems to have come up with some new weapons." As Cynthia thought about it, she waved the carving knife in her hand and drew the last rune. The cube in her hand immediately floated up, and the alchemical runes engraved on it were like alive, constantly rotating and jumping. "It seems that her skills are not rusty," Cynthia nodded with satisfaction. Then it's time to move. Chapter 472 Mobile Nuclear Arsenal. Legendary power. Outside the city of Fire Oil, in the Deathland flattened by 2 nuclear explosions, a great battle was taking place. Several terrifying laser beams crossed a distance of hundreds of meters in an instant, aiming directly at Vittorio in the center. However, these lasers missed. The moment the beams approached, Vittorio's body was transformed into an energy state, and he passed through the beams with no blind spots in an incredible manner. Of course, his movements could not be faster than light, but he only needed to be a little faster than the speed of several people casting spells. The beams that hit the air crossed the ground, leaving several deep gullies, and Vittorio's figure arrived in front of Aurora. Under the suppression of the domain, the latter had almost no ability to resist and was pierced through the chest. Crack! A sound of a broken mirror suddenly sounded. Aurora's body, which was pierced, did not bleed, and the whole person shattered like a mirror. Obviously, this is the pseudo-legendary magic, True Mirror. Yes, it can actually deceive my eyes, Vittorio said with appreciation. After breaking through the legend, his perception ability has increased several times. At the moment when the voice fell, Vittorio suddenly had a strong warning in his mind. A strong flame gushed out from the ground, and instantly covered Vittorio. This fire is far less terrible than the temperature of a nuclear explosion, but it is equally dangerous, as if it can devour everything. This is the eternal flame, chlorine trifluoride. Congeal. Vittorio's face did not change, and he slowly spoke. The fields surrounding his body began to expand rapidly, and the speed of the surging flame changed from extremely fast to extremely slow. All the elements in the magic field were arranged in a nearly forbidden way. At a low temperature close to absolute zero, even chlorine trifluoride, which can plunder electrons, could no longer maintain its own form. The fierce flame soon weakened to the point where only a tiny flame remained. Break. Vittorio spoke again, and a powerful energy tide burst out instantly, completely suppressing the weak flames. The glassy surface around them collapsed and cracked layer by layer. A large amount of glass debris scattered in all directions at a speed that was difficult to judge with the naked eye, raising a series of sharp sounds of breaking through the air. Lin En and others had to retreat again and again, but they did not dare to let Vittorio get closer. Ruf's time and space blade was ready to go, and Aurora's laser spell had also been condensed. Lin En shouted loudly, "Muto, bite him!" A blue beast shadow rushed towards Vittorio like a mad dog. Too slow. Too slow, Vittorio said with a chuckle. He knew very well that this giant beast had the ability to devour energy and fight it back, so he did not use any magic, but kicked it away at a faster speed. Even the invisible time and space blade and the laser beam that slashed across were easily avoided by Vittorio. The slight spatial fluctuations were particularly noticeable to him now. Let's end it here. After Vittorio adapted to his own strength, he increased the speed of the expansion of the domain. At the same time, alchemical runes rose from the ground and tightly bound Lin En and the others. Lin En, Herve and Aurora did not put up any more meaningless resistance. The battle ended here, and it only took about 15 minutes. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. The gap is so big. Herve shook his head and sighed. Based on the fact that legendary wizards are difficult to kill, they did not hold back when they started just now, but they were defeated after only 15 minutes. This is because Vittorio deliberately held back and wanted to test his own strength. The bigger the gap, the more it proves that our path is correct, right? Vittorio said with a smile. For wizards, the gap between each major realm is already very different. Even if several three-ring wizards work together, it is impossible to defeat a great wizard. Roar! Just as Vittorio was talking, a high-pitched beast roar suddenly sounded, but the Muto that was knocked out flew back again. As the only meat shield that could resist the legendary spells head-on and still be alive and kicking, Muto suffered a lot of beatings in the battle, and his body looked smaller. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Lin En actually heard a bit of grievance from the majestic roar. Okay, thank you for your hard work, take it. Lin En stretched out his hand with a smile, and a condensed tritium crystal appeared in his palm. and then threw it out. Muto was like a hunting dog that suddenly saw a bone before it fainted from hunger. It flew into the air with a whoosh and ate the tritium crystal like chewing candy beans. "Come on, turn around again," Lin En added subconsciously, and took out another tritium crystal with his palm. Although Muto didn't know the common language, he could barely understand what people said after staying in the city of Kerosene for so many days. If it was a week ago, the Muto would not have paid any attention to the orders given to him by these bipeds, but recently, he was beaten up repeatedly during the sparring, and his pride had been worn away for the most part. A few days ago, the terrifying hydrogen explosion of someone was still fresh in the Muto's memory. Under the temptation of energy replenishment, the Muto finally compromised and swung his body a few times unwillingly, just as if he had turned around. "Good job." Lin En did not force the Muto to do more standard, and threw the tritium crystal in his hand again like a frisbee. After all, training also has to be done step by step. You know, when the Muto first arrived in the city of Kerosene, he was extremely arrogant, just like an old man, lying leisurely in his manor every day, waiting for the wizards to deliver meals, and burned a lot of bricks, stones and plants. The wizards in charge of guarding dared not speak out. Only the great wizard Pharaoh, who happened to pass by and had a bad temper, was ready to teach this guy a lesson and let him recognize his status as a wizard's pet. The result, you can imagine, even the great wizard Pharaoh was beaten up, so no one dared to provoke him. It was precisely because the Muto became more and more lawless and no one could control it that Lin En brought it out when testing the hydrogen explosion and let it stay in the most suitable place to observe the explosion. Just as he expected, after being frightened, the whole beast of Muto suddenly became much more honest. Sure enough, hitting a stick and giving a sweet date is the best way to tame an animal. After a few days of sparring, it can even understand some commands. It's really gratifying. But, it's obviously an energy body. Why are you so bad? Lin En looked at the Muto lying on the ground digesting, shook his head and sighed. He has always had high expectations for Muto. This guy is an energy creature, a natural legend, but his combat power is particularly poor. It was okay to deal with a great wizard-level opponent, who could take advantage of his extremely fast speed and energetic body, but once he faced an enemy like Vittorio who had entered the legendary realm, it seemed not enough. Lin En felt that it was very likely that this guy's knowledge level was not enough. Apart from close combat, he could only breathe out energy and could not exert his own strength at all. It seems that he must make up for the subjects such as mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Muto had just laid down comfortably, and as if he had sensed some malicious intent, he suddenly jumped up and shivered. He looked around with his big eyes in confusion, and found that there were no other enemies before he lay down again, not knowing that his nightmare was about to begin. Vittorio on the side glanced at it, concentrating on thinking whether he could do the same as the other party, relying on absorbing radioactive elements to quickly replenish the loss of energy, but he was a little embarrassed to try in front of everyone. After all, someone just threw tritium crystals as snacks like training a dog. If he asked for one, wouldn't he be the same as Muto? Chairman Vittorio. Lin En suddenly interrupted Vittorio's thoughts, and then asked whether the method of extinguishing chlorine trifluoride during the battle just now was related to absolute zero. Yes, Vittorio nodded. After completing the promotion, the scope of his domain expanded by more than 10 times, and he could achieve almost strict control over the mimicking elements in the domain. For example, the spontaneous movement speed of the mimicking elements was reduced to 100,000th of the original level, and even his own perception could hardly detect the slight difference. Of course, no matter how close it was, it did not cross that line. -273 degrees Celsius and -273.15 degrees Celsius seemed to be only 0.15 degrees apart, but in fact they were completely two concepts. Fortunately, the eternal flame used to deal with Lin En was barely enough. In this regard, Lin En was also quite helpless. He developed chlorine trifluoride less than a year ago and named it the Eternal Flame. As a result, it was repeatedly extinguished in the battles in recent months. This had to be said to be a great irony, But then Lin En adjusted his mood. Chlorine trifluoride can still play a role in the legendary battle. It is good enough to make the opponent afraid of it. This is also one of the few ways for him to threaten the legend with his own strength, and it can even restrain the energy body to a certain extent. Vittorio also did not have the courage to take it head-on, and could only rely on controlling the magnetic field or simulating the ultra-low temperature of absolute zero to defend. What about the radioactive elements? Can you analyze them now and use magic to simulate them? Trev asked another very critical question. Lin En and Aurora looked over curiously. Of course there is no problem. I improved the great disintegration technique. Now it can construct any known element, Vittorio said with a faint smile, opened his hand, and under the surge of magic, a thumb-sized uranium stone appeared in front of everyone. In other words, you can now release Skyfall with your own power? Trev's face showed a little surprise. At the beginning, their idea for the nuclear explosion was to build a perfect spell slot like other spells and use it directly, instead of taking the trouble to collect nuclear fuel and use it as the core to cast the spell. This made Trev feel like he was back to being an apprentice, because usually only apprentices need to use spell materials when casting spells. Yes, but it's not as easy as you think. Vittorio pondered for a while and quickly explained. One is an element that is simply mimicked by magic in its own field, and the other is a real material element that is filled with a lot of energy inside the body. The former can only mimic the chemical reactions between some elements, and only the latter has the ability to fission and fusion and release a lot of energy. In this process, magic only serves as a medium to realize the conversion between matter and energy. Hearing this, Lin En nodded. There is no such thing as something out of nothing. Energy will not be created or disappear out of thin air. When they released magic before, they were just using and consuming magic, a very advanced energy source. It seems that even magic power cannot fully bear such a horrible consumption now. After all, fusion and fission have already involved the core power of the elements. With my current magic power and energy reserves, I can probably release 2 large nuclear explosions equivalent to the critical mass, Vittorio added solemnly. Uranium ranks 92nd in the periodic table. As the order of the mimic element increases, the consumed magic power will increase greatly, and the special feature of the radioactive element is that its internal structure is not stable, which requires more energy to maintain this state. As for fusion, it is more difficult than fission. He is still thinking about how to use magic to achieve this process. Vittorio told all his research and understanding of the legendary realm these days. It would take him several months or even years to study and develop the corresponding spells by himself, so collective wisdom is undoubtedly a better way. Especially Lin En, the magic star, always has some strange ideas. The concept of absolute zero was proposed by the other party to simulate the divine art of Ella, that is similar to the stillness of time and space. In addition, after being freed from the constraints of the flesh and in the energy state, my speed can even reach over 300 kilometers per hour. Vittorio said quite complacently, this speed is far faster than that of an airship. Only fighter jets can slightly exceed it at the fastest cruising speed. Only 300 kilometers? So slow? Lin En was quite surprised. This is still slow? Trev and Aurora looked at Lin En in disbelief. They thought it was fast enough. It would only take more than an hour to fly directly from the city of Kerosene to the Holy City. Lin En shook his head. 300 kilometers per hour is a very difficult speed for a living thing, but compared to the speed of energy transfer, it can only be described as a snail's slow crawl. For example, the speed of lightning in the atmosphere can reach hundreds of kilometers per second, not to mention the speed of light, which circles the planet 7.5 times per second. If you think about it this way, describing it as a snail is already a compliment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 473, The Secret of Faith and the Chaos in the North. How can a human be as fast as light and electricity? After hearing Lin's idea, Vittorio was a little amused. The speed of 300,000 kilometers per second broke the limit of his imagination. Is that really the speed that a human can reach? Why not? Lin asked back. In the planet's atmosphere, due to the influence of air resistance and biological structure problems, it is difficult to break through the speed of 100 kilometers per hour with flesh and blood. However, the body of a legendary wizard is not fragile flesh and blood. In the case of energy, the influence of wind resistance and planetary gravity is minimal. In theory, it should be able to reach a very terrifying speed. Lin suspected that it might be that the initial acceleration was not enough. When Vittorio was flying, he still relied on the help of force field magic to get rid of the influence of the planet's gravity, so he naturally couldn't fly fast. Or was there something else that prevented them from increasing their speed to the limit, such as soul, magic power? Or was it the fear in their hearts? Lin, who had not yet been promoted to a legendary wizard, could not be sure, and said after pondering, "Why don't we set a small goal first, such as increasing the speed to twice the speed of sound?" Prevent others were not unfamiliar with the concept of the speed of sound, and they had already discovered this limit. When the speed of an object exceeds 300 meters per second, it will produce an extremely strong sonic boom, and the air resistance will become extremely large, which is particularly obvious when testing electromagnetic cannons, converted to about 1,200 kilometers per hour. This means that they only need less than an hour to run from the easternmost part of the kingdom to the westernmost part. Vittorio didn't dare to imagine that he could fly so fast. As they were thinking, the airship that slowly descended from the sky interrupted their discussion. Lin En and others knew very well that if there was no important matter, no one would dare to disturb them at this time. The airship quickly stopped in front of everyone, and Raphael, who was on duty for parliamentary affairs this week, walked out. "Is there something urgent, Master Raphael?" Rav asked. "Sirs, we just received an urgent intelligence, which was transmitted by electromagnetic waves." Raphael handed a translated ciphertext to Rav without any extra words. The latter took it and frowned after glancing at it. "What's wrong, Rav?" Aurora asked puzzledly. "Is there any action from the Empire?" "It's about the northern border of the kingdom. You can read it yourself." Rav handed the ciphertext in his hand to several people. "This is a secret report written by Redel himself. According to the above description, the evil god rebellion suddenly broke out in the northern border of the kingdom they had just recovered. The whole city was slaughtered and tens of thousands of casualties were caused. Now with only the few people they have in the northern border of the kingdom, they are simply unable to stop the spread of this disaster. The Lord of Famine and Plague." Aurora whispered the name of the evil god, and then suddenly spoke. Could it be those fleeing nobles who did it? Famine and plague reminded her of the food war provoked by the nobles of the kingdom before. Although the parliament's food-giving strategy did not affect the eastern, central and southern regions of the kingdom under their control, there were indeed signs of famine spreading in the western and northern regions under the rule of the nobles. Is it possible that the rising food prices are just a cover, and the other party's real purpose is to use this great famine to revive the evil god? "I'm afraid it's more than that," Lin En said with a serious look. "I suspect this matter is related to Gustav, the commander of the god's punishment army who sneaked into the kingdom. When Lin En was dealing with King Hatra, he searched for the supporter behind the nobles' rebellion from his memory, one of the church's senior officials, the legendary clergyman Gustav. After that, the other party seemed to have disappeared and did not show up for a long time. The kingdom's territory is large, and the parliament is seriously understaffed. It is impossible to conduct a carpet search in every place. We can only passively wait for Gustav to take the initiative to jump out. It seems that the church seems to be intentionally creating chaos everywhere." Vittorio suddenly thought of a piece of intelligence that the parliament had received some time ago. Several evil god disasters had also broken out in the empire, but each time they were easily suppressed by the church. He had to think more about whether all the evil gods were deliberately released by the church. This is not impossible. The evil god statue used by the evil wizard Merc to cholera the wizard land was brought by a saint, which shows that the church did seal some of the evil gods who were defeated in the war of faith and kept them for use. But why do they do this? Aurora asked with a little confusion. She could understand the chaos in the north and the evil god disaster that broke out in the wizard land last time. It was to throw the evil god into the enemy's sphere of influence as a special weapon to create a disaster. But it was a bit strange that the other party indulged in evil god cholera in the empire. I'm afraid the church wants to deepen the faith, Lin En guessed with a flickering look. Faith is an existence that runs through human history, and its principles have long been analyzed by various psychological analysts. Generally speaking, the more chaotic and poorer the place is, the easier it is to grow a sect. After all, the poor people at the bottom have nothing, and they often suffer from bullying and injustice, and sometimes they have to suffer from physical pain. They can only put all of their hopes on God. And if you want to catalyze faith, the fastest way is to create a major disaster. When everyone is desperate, quell the disaster in the name of God, and it is best to show some miracles, so that you can naturally gain a large number of devout believers. Therefore, doomsday theory is also a common means of propaganda in various religions. It is precisely because of the doomsday that we need to believe in God more devoutly to avoid disasters. But now is obviously not the time to think about why the church wants to release a large number of evil gods. The chaos in the northern border of the kingdom must be dealt with as soon as possible. The sooner the better. Every famous evil god has legendary strength. If you let the other party perform a large number of blood sacrifices and fully restore their former strength, it will become extremely difficult to deal with. Why not let me go? Vittorio said eagerly. Since breaking through the realm, Vittorio has been worried about not having the opportunity to show his skills. When fighting with Lin En and others, he was also restrained and did not dare to use his full strength, which made him very unhappy. Now he finally found an object that he could test his strength without any scruples. Not to mention that the church and the empire are now eyeing him covetously. The chaos in the north is likely to be a strategy to induce them to split their forces. So the best solution is for him to go to the north alone and cooperate with Redel and others to directly solve this riot. At my speed, it takes an hour and a half to get from the city of Fire Royal to the north of the kingdom. If everything goes well, the problem can be solved in one day, and I will probably be back tomorrow night, Vittorio said casually. Don't be too careless, this may be a trap to lure us in, Herve reminded carefully. Going to the north may not only face the chaos of the evil god, but also Gustav hiding in the dark, which means that there may be two legendary opponents. It doesn't matter, it's just an evil god that has not yet fully revived, plus a pseudo-legend. Vittorio sneered. The souls of more than 10,000 people are not enough to restore an evil god to its peak state. Besides, an enemy with confused consciousness should not be difficult to deal with. As for the legendary clergy of the church, although they also have energy bodies, Vittorio has conducted in-depth research on the chief judge these days and found that the other party's state is very strange, and the power used is completely derived from the false god, Ella. Judging from their previous experience, Gustav may only be able to exert legendary power when he uses the kingdom of God and the holy word. To a certain extent, it is just a pseudo-legend. Facing such an opponent, even with the addition of an awakened evil god, Vittorio still has full confidence to defeat him. Although Lin En and others think that Vittorio is a bit arrogant, they also understand that this is indeed the best plan. In this way, the city of Fire Oil can save most of its power to deter the empire and the church. The most important thing is that Vittorio's actions alone are very secretive, and he goes and comes back quickly. Maybe the church has not reacted yet, and the matter has been resolved. Anyway, you'd better be careful, so as not to fall into a trap and have us rescue you. Aurora reminded jokingly. Ha ha ha, how is this possible? Vittorio laughed loudly, and then without delay, his energy-based body turned into a stream of light and flew into the sky. Lin En shook his head. He remembered that Vittorio had always been very cautious. After breaking through the legend, he seemed to become a little irritable. Could it be the influence of human hormones? Without an aging body, his mentality has returned to youth. Lin En thought so, but he was not too worried. They now have mastered electromagnetic communication technology. Even if they are hundreds of kilometers apart, They can quickly contact each other without making any big mistakes. With Vittorio's support for the North, Herve and Aurora felt a little relieved. They turned to look at Lin En and asked, "Has the ritual array for promotion to legend been repaired? How long will it take to start again?" After practicing with Vittorio for a few days, the two felt more and more powerful in the legendary realm, and naturally their desire for promotion became stronger and stronger. It has basically been repaired. Speaker Vittorio has also made some improvements to the array. Now the only problem is the fuel for fusion, Lin En explained hesitantly. Although nuclear fusion is said to provide endless clean energy, it still consumes fuel in the final analysis. It's just that this fuel is enough and can be obtained from seawater, for the Earth in the previous life, not considering the energy consumption of future interstellar navigation. It is enough for all mankind to use for hundreds of millions of years. However, the content of deuterium and tritium elements in seawater is really limited. The hundreds of wizards in the parliament who are proficient in thunder magic have almost dried up the water of an entire lake, and they have not been able to extract the second nuclear fuel for promotion. Now they are considering whether to build a deuterium and tritium extraction station on the sea surface to meet the needs of wizards' promotion in the future. Then we can only wait a little longer, Herve said regretfully. He knew that the Thunder Wizards had already tried their best and could not force them to go faster. After finishing this sparring, Lin En and the others chatted all the way back to the city of Fire Oil. The bustling scene in the city gradually diluted the worries of several people about the affairs of the northern border. Raphael looked at the newly built, neatly arranged concrete houses, the magnificent and beautiful train platforms, and the smiling crowds on the flat and wide roads, and a smile appeared on his face. A few months ago, under the control of the church, this area was a slum, which could only be described as dirty and messy. The poor were hungry and clothed, but now it has become the most dazzling area in the entire city. With the full support of the parliament, the development of the entire city of Fire Oil is not enough to be described as rapid. It is heard that many border empires have secretly crossed the border recently, fled from the mountains and forests to the kingdom, and chose to make a living here. Raphael, who witnessed the changes in person, was also full of pride. This is the power of magic. Lin En, who has extremely sensitive hearing, listened to the gossip and discussions of the townspeople in the city during their leisure time. The most popular topic was naturally the affairs officer examination a few days ago. There were a total of 2,000 people in the city participating, and more than 200 grassroots managers needed to be selected from them. The probability of 10 to 1 was not low. Even if the performance in the examination was not outstanding, there was still a possibility of being selected. What surprised Lin En a little was that many people were discussing the evil god disaster that broke out in the northern border of the kingdom. Did the news from the northern border reach the city of Kerosene so quickly? Lin En couldn't help but frown. You know, this news was transmitted directly through electromagnetic wave communication. They should have received the news the fastest. Did the wizard in charge of communication leak the news? Or was someone deliberately spreading it? Give orders to strengthen vigilance in the next 2 days. Lin En pondered for a while and gave orders. At night, the city of Kerosene, a gorgeously decorated alchemy car slowly stopped at the entrance of the Wizard Academy, attracting a wave of surprised and envious eyes. Please come in, Ms. Cynthia. Ryan opened the car door quite gentlemanly and extended his hand to invite. For tonight's private meeting, Ryan specially changed the standard robes distributed by the academy and bought a new set of clothes, outer robes, lining, trousers and a pair of high-top shoes. This is the new fashion of the Kingdom Wizards recently. Of course, if the alchemy car in front of him was bought by himself instead of rented, it would be perfect. However, Cynthia was not very satisfied with his earnest behavior and said softly, I remember I said that this time I was going to visit Master Farrell, so there was no need to go to great lengths. It's nothing. In fact, I go out like this on weekdays. Ryan smiled heartily, but his heart was bleeding. In order to rent this latest alchemy car, he spent a full 60 magic gold coins and rented it for 3 days to practice driving skills. Now he is on the verge of bankruptcy, but he believes that it's all worth it. Chapter 474 Monroe. This must be the great Lord calling us. On the wide road of the city, A gorgeously decorated alchemy car drove past quickly, causing a burst of exclamations. Ryan was sitting in the main seat, operating the car with a little unfamiliarity. Although he had only practiced for 3 days, for a formal wizard, familiarity with driving was enough. Cynthia, on the side, was staring at the street scene of the city through the car window. Night had already fallen, but before the darkness swallowed the city, street lights suddenly lit up, and the bright and dazzling fluorescence shone like the stars in the sky. What a nice city! Cynthia couldn't help but praise it. Of course, this is the magic city that belongs to wizards, Ryan also said proudly. As a wizard who fled from the Empire to the Kingdom a few months ago, Ryan was particularly impressed by the changes in this magic city, and he felt the profundity and greatness of magic more and more. At the beginning, he joined the Wizard Mutual Aid Association just to protect himself and jointly resist the witch hunting of the church. He didn't have much hope of going to the kingdom at all. After all, the power of the empire and the church spread all over the continent. It was simply a foolish dream to deal with such a behemoth. However, when he really arrived at the City of Fire Oil, Ryan realized how ridiculous his previous thoughts were. The wizards of the kingdom not only created many extremely powerful alchemical creations and defeated the church's crusade several times, but also possessed terrifying magic that could wipe out tens of thousands of legions with one blow and create a large area of death. Most importantly, within the kingdom, wizards don't have to hide in the dark like mice as before, worrying about the pursuit of witch hunters all day long, and facing the fear and strange eyes of civilians. In the City of Fire Oil, they can not only cast magic at will, but also be sought after and respected by almost all civilians, which is something Ryan has never experienced. What surprised Ryan even more was that he actually had such a high talent in the study of magic. Before, the magic environment in the Empire must have been too poor, so it was not enough to show his true level. Ryan talked freely, imagining what the wizards would build the continent into after the Parliament completely wiped out the Empire in the future. Maybe he would become the second magic star. Cynthia ignored Ryan's delusion and reminded him softly, "We're here." Ryan, who almost hit the high wall, turned his attention back and quickly stopped the alchemy car at the door of the mansion. The time spent alone ended quietly. Ryan secretly regretted why he drove so fast, but he didn't delay the business. He led Cynthia directly into the mansion of the Great Wizard. Farrell is a person who advocates minimalism. This can be seen from the scenery and decoration of the manor. If you don't say it, no one would have thought that this was the mansion of a great wizard. The two crossed a corridor and stepped into the front hall. They soon saw the object of their visit, this time the Great Wizard Farrell. "Thank you for waiting, Master Farrell." Ryan bowed respectfully. "No problem. I just happened to have some free time recently." Farrell waved his hand to let the two sit down, and his injured arm was aching slightly. Because he had fought with the evil beast called Muto a few days ago, he is still recovering from his injuries. "I have asked someone to pass your paper to Speaker Aurora. She has the most profound understanding of astronomy, and it will be up to the speaker to judge the level of these 3 papers," Farrell said with a smile. "If nothing unexpected happens, it should not be difficult to get a Morning Star medal." Ryan suppressed his excitement and said modestly, "You are too kind. I just made a slight supplement to the existing picture of the movement of stars based on Master Lin's law of universal gravitation. It's not just a simple supplement. A Morning Star medal is absolutely well-deserved," Farrell said with satisfaction. Ryan's 3 papers boldly combined the changes in ocean tides with the gravitational influence of the moon, arguing that in the movement of celestial bodies, it is not that the moon is unilaterally captured by the gravity of the continents under their feet, but that they will affect each other. The fact that ocean tides are related to the changes in the phases of the moon is evidence, and even the gravity of the moon may affect the rotation of the eternal star itself. These arguments are novel, bold, and very consistent with the law of universal gravitation proposed by Master Lin En. The explanation of tidal phenomena in the paper made him applaud. This discovery alone is worthy of a Morning Star medal. However, the issuance of the medal may take some time. Recently, several speakers have very important things to deal with. I am afraid that they don't have time to check your paper for the time being," Farrell said with a little regret. In the absence of an academic seminar, Only when a certain research result is recognized by the speaker will the parliament issue the corresponding medal. Then wait for a while. Ryan didn't dare to disturb the speakers. As long as he could ensure that he could get a Morning Star medal, he could accept waiting a few more days. Farrell nodded, and then he looked at the young girl next to Ryan. "You are Cynthia?" Farrell said in a flat tone, not giving any preferential treatment to the other party because of her good looks. "Tell me, what is the matter that you specifically asked Ryan to come to see me?" "I made an interesting alchemical creation in recent days, so I want to ask you to taste it." Cynthia's voice was very pleasant, but the words she said made Farrell frown. He didn't think that the witch in front of him had the ability to come up with any novel creation that he could taste, and from the moment she entered the door, the other party did not show any respect for him. The great wizard. Even Ryan couldn't stand it anymore, and frequently winked at Cynthia, but the latter ignored him at all. "Then bring it over and have a look." For the sake of Ryan, the magic genius, Farrell temporarily suppressed his dissatisfaction in his heart and spoke in a cold voice. Alchemy is not his best field, but it is no problem to guide a formal wizard. Cynthia smiled and took out a palm-sized cube. "This is..." Farrell's face suddenly changed, turning into a strong surprise, and he hurriedly took it and looked at it. It was a diamond-shaped crystal cube, surrounded by complex and delicate runes, and the strong magic fluctuations on it made him secretly shocked. Although Farrell was not an alchemist, he could see that each side of the cube was engraved with a powerful and unique spell. When they were combined, they would burst out with even more powerful power. "Where did you get it?" Farrell asked excitedly. "This must be the work of a legendary alchemist, using alchemy to manifest 6 powerful spells on the palm-sized alchemical creation, and they are integrated and do not conflict with each other. This is simply unheard of. Perhaps only Speaker Vittorio can do such an exaggerated thing." "Could it be that there is another legendary alchemist in the Empire?" "Of course this is my creation," Cynthia replied casually. Farrell's face showed some dissatisfaction and anger, and Ryan interrupted him. "Cynthia, now is not the time to joke. Tell Master Farrell where you got it from. This may be related to the movements of a legendary alchemist. Since you don't believe it, why not see its power?" Cynthia suddenly stretched out her hand and brushed the cube in Farrell's palm. A powerful and terrifying aura emerged from the crystal, and the runes engraved on one side of the crystal surface suddenly lit up, and the mansion they lived in turned into a void in an instant. Farrell noticed something was wrong the moment the cube was activated, but countless magic threads had already rolled up from the other side of the crystal surface, binding him tightly before he could react. "Who are you?" Farrell's face turned ugly. The girl in front of him could not be a formal wizard. What shocked him even more was that his domain was suppressed. Those magic threads drilled into his body like twisting maggots, devouring his flesh, blood, magic and even soul. "Are you crazy, Cynthia?" Ryan was horrified. The sudden change in the situation on the field had already exceeded his understanding. At this moment, he even doubted whether he was still in a dream. After completely stopping Farrell, Cynthia finally made room and turned to look at Ryan. The violet-like eyes were full of indifference, just like a basin of cold water, extinguishing the other party's desire that obscured reason. "You actually surrendered to the church and sneaked into the city of Kerosene to approach and seduce me, just to obtain information from the parliament." Ryan, who regained his reason, felt a chill from the soles of his feet to his heart, and immediately figured everything out. But in this realm of nothingness, even Farrell, a great wizard, was suppressed, and Ryan, who was only a formal wizard, could hardly move his fingers. Resistance was an extremely extravagant thing. "Temptation?" Ryan made Cynthia frown slightly, and then said with a cold look, "You deserve it." Ryan's pupils shrank, but before he could reply, he felt that the air around him seemed to have turned into a steel knife. The next moment, he was twisted into a pile of rotten meat by the rioting elements with his confusion, unwillingness and dreams, and finally burned to ashes by the burning sparks. Cynthia's face returned to normal, as if she had just killed an ant casually. Ryan's guess was just a boring fantasy. She went to the city of Fire Royal to investigate the cause of death of the last incarnation, but she didn't expect Ryan to stick to her inexplicably. A tool delivered to the door, Cynthia would naturally not refuse to use it. In contrast, Ryan, who had a clean background and could withstand the inspection of the parliament, was more suitable to be put in the open. As for the so-called magic genius of the other party, it was the result of her using enlightenment to strengthen and instill some astronomical knowledge and inspiration into him. Otherwise, how could he suddenly write a paper that could alarm the parliament? In the short time it took to deal with Orion, Pharaoh, who was bound by magic threads, had been pulled into a dry corpse. Based on the powerful soul of the great wizard, Pharaoh still retained a little consciousness, but this only aggravated the torture. He could only watch Cynthia approach step by step, with fear, anger and despair in his heart. Soul search. Cynthia walked forward and placed her hand on Pharaoh's head, and her other hand held the cube. As the spell was activated, scenes of memory fragments suddenly appeared in her mind. As a great wizard and a core member of the parliament, Pharaoh knew a lot of information. For example, wizards have recently discovered many new elements, and the parliament is using electromagnetic waves for communication. In addition, several speakers were busy with very important matter recently, and the parliament almost mobilized all its forces for this purpose. Unfortunately, Pharaoh's alchemy level was not outstanding among the great wizards, so he was assigned other tasks and did not participate. After searching together, Cynthia soon found what she wanted, the place where the Chief Judge Joshua was imprisoned. It was underground in the headquarters of the Wizard Council, usually guarded by a great wizard, and Pharaoh had secretly served as a guard for a period of time. After learning enough information, Cynthia completely extracted Pharaoh's soul. The whole process was very smooth, and no one else came to disturb. After all, when she solved Pharaoh, she used alchemy to perform magic, and did not use divine magic, so naturally it would not be searched by the detection barrier covering the entire city. It is normal for a great wizard's mansion to have strong magic fluctuations. Whether it is experimental magic or research in production of various instruments, a lot of magic power is needed. After quietly dealing with the servants and guards in the manor, Cynthia left Pharaoh's mansion alone. At the same time, the believers of God who sneaked into the city of Fire Royal all received divine revelation at the same time. Monroe was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. "It's the Lord, the great Lord is calling us." Monroe was so excited that he was about to cry. He didn't expect that he had made 2 consecutive misjudgments, causing the church to suffer a heavy blow to the kingdom's power, but he could still receive God's revelation. This is undoubtedly a redemption in despair. It turns out that the great Lord has not abandoned himself. At this moment, Monroe's annoyance and self-blame turned into a strong sense of mission. He must repay this trust with actions, no matter what the price. Just as Monroe fell into a frenzy, Ivana beside him showed a trace of worry, vaguely remembering the news of the outbreak of the evil god disaster in the northern border of the kingdom in the evening. How could it be such a coincidence? P.S. This book has no heroine and is not a whitewash. Every villain has his own story, whether it is Helram or the evil wizard Merc. They all have a lot of words, and Ella is of course no exception. Chapter 475, Cracked Electromagnetic Communication and Highest Instructions. Late at night, in the city of Kerosene, following the divine revelation, Monroe and Ivana secretly arrived at the courtyard of a civilian mansion, ready to cooperate with Her Majesty the Saint, rescue the Chief Judge Joshua, and destroy the Magic City from the inside. Like them, spies from the church have gathered here, a total of 115 people. Cynthia? Monroe recognized the saint at a glance. He had seen Cynthia several times in the Wizard Academy, but he never thought that she would be the new saint of the church. Everyone, now is the most critical moment for the Empire. Cynthia's voice was not loud, but it was accurately conveyed to the ears of everyone present. Those wizards, the minions of the evil spirits, have occupied the Empire's territory, wantonly killed nobles, caused the royal family father and son to kill each other, used powerful evil magic to destroy the church's expeditionary army, preached the devil's knowledge here, and corrupted the faith and the hearts of the common people with money and desire. This is a sign of the end of the world, and you are the backbone of the Empire, the most devout believers of the Lord. The fate of this continent now depends on you and me. Cynthia did not make a long pre-war speech. After boosting morale, she arranged the tasks of everyone, It is to create chaos in various places in the Fire Royal City as much as possible. It is very simple but extremely dangerous. Monroe and others are very clear that most of the power of the Wizard Council is now concentrated in the Fire Royal City, and it can only be described as a life-and-death struggle. However, the moment they were summoned to the kingdom, everyone present was ready to sacrifice. There is nothing to be afraid of in death, but to return to the Lord's heaven, where you can enjoy eternal peace and glory. Cynthia's eyes swept over everyone, and finally focused on Monroe. He was the only fanatic among all the people, and his strength was not weak. "Take it. I need you to do another thing." Cynthia stretched out her hand, and a diamond-shaped cube fell out of her palm and fell into Monroe's hand. Monroe was flattered to take this dazzling crystal stone, and immediately said decisively, "Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. I will use my life to complete your order." Cynthia opened her lips slightly, and told everyone the method of using the crystal stone and the task, and then asked everyone to start the action. More than 100 people gathered in the courtyard immediately dispersed, and Cynthia's figure began to surge like water, and the elements that made up her body were broken up and reorganized, and finally transformed into Farrell's appearance. This is not just a disguise. She can also draw on the other party's soul power at any time to simulate Farrell's magic fluctuations. To a certain extent, she is now Farrell. Cynthia adjusted herself a little, raised her finger and sent out several electromagnetic wave communications. It's an emergency electromagnetic communication. The Empire's legions have crossed the border from the west and south to invade the kingdom, with a number of about 50,000 people, and the Iron City of Wilsel. They said that the Church's army suddenly appeared under the city. How is this possible? The Church's legions actually passed the surveillance of the airship and appeared inside the kingdom. The continuous electromagnetic wave signals made the wizards responsible for receiving the communication look horrified. At this moment, it seemed that the border cities of the entire kingdom were attacked, and even the Iron City of Wilsel, located in the center of the eastern border of the kingdom, reported that it had been attacked by the Church's legions. What should we do now? Pierce, who had just become a communicator, was a little panicked. He knew very well that the city of Fire Royal had only more than 30,000 troops, and according to the intelligence, the number of the Empire's invading legions was probably more than 300,000, and they were spread across the entire border of the kingdom. They had no way to support them one by one. "Hurry up and report to the speakers." An experienced communicator reacted immediately, but before they could send someone to communicate, a voice came over. "Don't panic, maybe our communication magic has been cracked." Several wizards present turned their heads and shouted in surprise when they saw Lin En pushing the door in. "Master Lin En, Professor Lin En." Seeing the arrival of this magic star, Pierce and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although the crisis has not been resolved yet, they still feel extremely relieved. They have all seen Master Lin En's new magic, Skyfall. No matter how many enemies come, it is meaningless under such a terrifying force. "Why can you be so sure?" Aurora's figure slowly emerged from the side. Such a high-frequency electromagnetic wave signal. She and Rev were in the city of Fire Oil, of course, so they hurried over to confirm. "Because of time," Lin En said confidently. "Although the propagation speed of electromagnetic waves is equal to the speed of light, due to the problem of propagation range, they use airships as base stations for relay communication. This will cause the problem of speed. Assuming that the various armies of the Empire launch an attack at the same time, the communication information should arrive from near to far. According to the decoding and broadcasting speed of the communicator, the interval will be about 10 to 15 seconds, and they just received all the messages for help in 2 or 3 seconds. The only possibility is that all the messages were sent by one person. The other party knew that they were communicating through electromagnetic waves, but they did not understand the composition of the communication base station, which left such a flaw. In addition, he had just demonstrated the hydrogen explosion magic that was enough to directly wipe out a city not long ago. How could the Empire dare to easily launch a war of such a scale? After Lin En's explanation, Aurora nodded and quickly approved this guess, but her worries did not decrease at all, because the message attached to the electromagnetic wave may have spread throughout the kingdom now, and maybe someone has already set out to support it. For this, Lin En was quite helpless. Since electromagnetic communication magic has just been developed, it uses the most basic information encryption method, which is designed based on the binary Morse code. The code book is rotated once a week, so it should not be cracked normally. After all, although the cardinals and legendary clergy of the church have very powerful power, their scientific and cultural level is limited, and they may not even understand what electromagnetic waves are. The problem may lie with the communicators who have mastered the code breaking. The art of extracting memories from the brain is not only the specialty of psychic wizards, but a few cardinals also have similar abilities. In addition, all the great wizards also know how to decipher and send, which facilitates them to make emergency contacts when necessary. Fortunately, he still has some emergency measures. Lin En closed his eyes, his index and middle fingers trembled slightly, and a unique electromagnetic wave was emitted. Supreme order. Everyone return to their posts and defend the city. A magic has been set up on all alchemical devices that receive electromagnetic waves. After sensing this unique electromagnetic wave, it will be spontaneously copied and forwarded, and it does not require human control. It will spread throughout the kingdom in a very short time. Compared with other orders, the highest order has unparalleled priority. This is also the insurance that Lin En set up to prevent unexpected situations. Only he knows what the frequency of this electromagnetic wave is. At this moment, outside the window, a burst of fire and explosions emerged. Lin En looked out the window intently. As expected, the other party sent these messages for help just to disrupt their position and force them to split up. It seems that the church is more anxious than we thought, Aurora said with a serious face. She thought that even if the other party wanted to take action, it should be postponed for a few days. After all, the news of the outbreak of the evil god rebellion in the north was only transmitted to the city of Kerosene today. It stands to reason that the parliament needs at least 1 or 2 days of preparation time to mobilize military support. This is also a time difference they deliberately created. When the other party thought they were going to send troops for help, Vittorio had actually solved the problem long ago. But unexpectedly, the church did not wait for a day and took action today. Where do you think their target will be? Aurora suddenly asked. The church made such a big scene and released an evil god in the northern border of the kingdom. They must have some purpose. It should be there. Lin En replied thoughtfully. With the help of the identity of the great wizard Pharaoh, Cynthia entered the residence of the Wizard Council very smoothly. Joshua's detention place was set up in a secret and spacious basement, and the entrance was in an ordinary warehouse. This was originally a storage room specially built by the Lord of the Fire Royal City to preserve his wealth, but now it has become a prison. If it weren't for some information extracted from Pharaoh's memory, I'm afraid I wouldn't have thought that there was a secret room here. After seeing Cynthia, the wizard guarding here hurriedly bowed and saluted. Lord Pharaoh, why are you here? We just heard an explosion in the city. What happened? It was the Imperial spies who sneaked into the city and created a riot, Cynthia explained in Pharaoh's usual tone. Chairman Vittorio asked me to come here to help prevent those church members from taking advantage of the chaos to rescue the chief judge of the church. There was nothing suspicious about the reason Cynthia gave. In addition, Pharaoh had served as the warden for a few days before. After verifying his identity, he was allowed to enter the basement. Who is in charge of guarding here today? Cynthia asked. It's Master Sanchez. He should be in the research room now. You can wait for a while. We have sent someone to inform him, the wizard replied concisely. This basement is very spacious. Considering that a great wizard cannot stay here for several days without doing anything, a magic research room was specially expanded. During the conversation, a heavy steel door appeared in front of the two. There's no need to wait for him. Cynthia stopped moving forward and suddenly responded. Then she raised her hand, and a burst of bright starlight appeared around her. Then, in the eyes of the wizard, who was horrified and unbelievable, she fiercely slammed the door in front of her, accompanied by a violent roar that resounded through the world. The solid and heavy steel door, with a lot of protective magic, under the legendary power, just exploded. The flying fragments scattered and fell, and the entire surface of the earth shook faintly. Lord Pharaoh? What are you doing? A wizard swallowed his saliva with difficulty. and said with a trembling voice. Cynthia turned her head and looked at him indifferently. Under the powerful spiritual impact, the wizard who led the way was dead in an instant, and then walked straight into the prison. Behind the door was a space covering an area of about 100 square meters. In the center was the Chief Judge Joshua, who had been imprisoned for several months. His arms had been cut off, and the blood that slowly oozed out from the wounds was draining his vitality bit by bit. The whole person was tightly bound by the fluorescent alchemical chains, and he hung his head as if he had lost consciousness. Cynthia's face showed strong anger. Joshua was the messenger of God she personally selected. After completing the ceremony, he was also a part of her power to a certain extent, but he was treated like this by those wizards. Joshua seemed to have sensed something, and slowly raised his head and opened his eyes. Although Cynthia entered here as feral, he naturally recognized the person in front of him as the incarnation of the Lord, as he possessed a part of the power of God. However, there was no trace of joy on Joshua's face, but he was eager to remind him, "Get out of here, my lord, this is a trap." Before Joshua finished speaking, the fierce immortal flames gushed out from his body and the gaps between the tiles under his feet. At the same time, the walls around the prison were also opened, and crisscrossing laser beams slashed out, forming a large net that covered the entire prison. There were no blind spots and no room to hide. The surging flames and laser beams instantly covered Cynthia. And Aurora, who had just arrived at the prison, saw the rapid flames gushing out from the inside, and immediately looked at Lin En in confusion. "Someone triggered the trap," Lin En answered solemnly. After researching the body of magic and energy and finding the way to become a legend, the chief judge of the church was naturally no longer valuable. The reason why he was still kept was because the imperial spies who were captured recently seemed to be investigating the place where Joshua was imprisoned. After discussing with Vittorio, they both felt that they might be able to make use of it, so they set up this prison as a trap, and Joshua inside was the bait. Even the great wizard in charge of guarding was not qualified to cross this door, unless Vittorio personally led people in. Otherwise he would have to enjoy the gifts they specially prepared. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.